Chapter 1. I arrived at the mansion surrounded by pine trees. This is the current pack house of the Silver Forest Wolves. I thanked the Uber driver for driving me and gave him 5 stars for taking me to a place that doesn't exist on the GPS. I grabbed my travel bag and closed the car door. I watched for a few seconds as the driver slowly started driving off before going into the pack house. Not a lot of wolves live in the pack house, so there weren't a lot of wolves nearby. Most werewolves prefer owning their property in the town that is mostly populated by them, so not many wolves live in the pack house. I opened the mansion's door, and I was greeted by the pack member who works in this mansion. Welcome back, Evelyn. Alpha Frank has been waiting for your return and wanted me to inform you that he will be waiting for you in his office. The pack member informed me, and I just nodded. Before entering Alpha's office, I left my travel bag in my room. I walked through an unusually quiet hallway until my sensitive hearing picked up my Alpha's voice while he was talking on the phone. I gently knocked on the door and peeked into his office, so he would know that I have returned. Alpha Frank smiled at me and gestured for me to come in while he was talking on the phone. I walked into the office and found a chair to sit on. Then he finished his phone conversation to talk to me. I didn't expect that your ride would be long, Evelyn. How was the evaluation? Alpha Frank Knight asked me. Evaluation is the procedure where female werewolves and male werewolves are ranked by their abilities, so the male werewolves can choose their partner accordingly to their status. It went better than I expected. I thought I would be struggling with the combat test, but in the end, I managed to win 2 matches out of 3. Although, I'm not so sure about the interview part since there wasn't any clear indication of how well I did. I told Alpha Frank about my experience at the evaluation. I couldn't even read the interviewer's expression, but there were a lot of rounds of interviews for me to go through. Judging by the rumors, the longer you stay in the evaluation, the higher you are ranked. Perhaps you will be ranked among the top 20 she-wolves? Alpha Frank suggested, and I just shrugged. Being in the top 20 amongst she-wolves in North America is considered pretty good. I could become Luna of one of the top 20 powerful packs, or become Beta's mate in one of the top 10 powerful packs, or even Gamma's mate in the top 1 powerful pack. Of course, that will depend on which place I rank and who will be interested in me as a future partner. Ideally, it would be best if I could partner up with my destined mate. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen though. I hope so. I was told the results would be announced either this week or by the end of the month. I smiled as I answered. Speaking of next week, my son will arrive in 3 days from advanced training. Alpha Frank announced. Oh no. I smiled uncomfortably at the Alpha. I would hope that you will help Damian handle his responsibilities until he adjusts to his role. Alpha Frank politely asked. I guess the horoscope article was right about my rotten luck today. Sure. I will try to help him with my best abilities. I hesitantly agreed to my Alpha's request. With that, we finished talking, and I returned to my room. Way to ruin my mood, I sighed in my thoughts. I grabbed my travel bag and started unpacking. I guess I will need to take my clothes to the cleaners. I made a note as I gently put my clothes in the wardrobe. If the clothes weren't made out of high-end materials, I would wash them myself. Then I remembered my mother messaged me asking for a video chat as soon as I was back in the pack house. I grabbed my phone and sat on my bed. As soon as I found my mother on my contact list, I pressed video chat and waited until I connected. Instantly, my mother appeared on my screen. Evelyn, dearest, how are you? How was the evaluation? My mother excitedly asked me. We share the same brown eyes. Well, I can't judge until I receive my placement. What about you, mother, and how is John? I asked my mother. We are doing well. How is your father? My mother asked me. I haven't spoken to him today. I will visit him tomorrow. I told my mother. Although my father's house was quite big, I still prefer living in the pack house since I took on a role as one of the pack's administrative workers, and I would need to be in the pack house for a whole day. So anyway, when are you planning to visit me? My mother asked me. I don't know. It would be easier to plan to visit you if you lived anywhere in the world except for the siren subdimension. I gave an honest answer. It's way more complicated to travel to siren subdimension than to travel to any country in the world. You don't have to plan for yourself. Just tell me when you are free to come, and I will arrange everything for you. We'll see. I smiled. Judging the approaching events, I don't think I will be able to travel there anytime soon. I talked with my mother for a little bit until we decided to end the video chat. The night was approaching, and I was pretty tired. I decided to take a shower and do my daily night skin routine before going to sleep. Chapter 2 Leave. There is no place for you and your daughter here. Nicole, my grandmother sternly said those harsh words to my mother. I was very confused as to why my grandmother was suddenly acting this way. You cannot kick me and your granddaughter out, my mother said, looking at my father, who seemed very nervous. Albert, are you going to let her kick your mate and your daughter out? My mother demanded of my father. My grandmother smirked. What a mating bond can do if you cannot bear a son. Then I felt a presence behind me, and I turned to see another woman holding her son by her hand. Luckily, I don't have to worry about it, my grandmother commented coldly. My mother's face paled, and she looked at my father, YOU. She couldn't finish her sentence, and my grandmother interrupted her. Now leave, your alpha bloodline without a pack didn't give us any proper use. Those were my grandmother's last words before she kicked us out. Then I remembered how I refused to leave the mental facility that was designated to help rejected wolves because I didn't want to leave my mother. Even though my mother's parents begged me to come with them. I instantly woke up from my nightmare. This nightmare again, I said while breathing to calm myself. Luckily, my grandmother is dead, and my mother managed to find another mate who accepted me as his daughter. Usually, I was over this trauma. Perhaps news of Damien's return triggered my nightmare? I got up and took a shower. After that, I did my morning skincare routine. I decided to wear a red cashmere sweater with jeans. I sat down and looked at my collection of expensive perfumes and contemplated whether I should go with Dolce & Gabbana's L'Imperatrice perfume or Gucci's Bamboo. In the end, I chose Gucci's Bamboo. After I finished putting on perfume, I walked downstairs to the communal kitchen, made myself a coffee, and grabbed a freshly baked croissant that the Pax house cook had made. Would you like some eggs and bacon, Evelyn? The cook politely asked. Oh, thank you for offering, but I'm not that hungry, I replied politely. Then I sat behind the bar table and drank my coffee until I received a notification from my phone. I got a message from my father. I've heard you've come back. Would you like to come over for lunch? I sighed. I wasn't feeling like going in there, but I had to show my mother that I was making an effort to maintain our father-daughter relationship. I replied with a simple okay. After I ate my croissant, I went in my office inside the pack house to do my responsibilities as administrator/diplomat. Oh, Evelyn, today in the evening there will be a meeting with Alpha and Beta. I think they want to hear progress about inviting a delegation from the Pacific Ocean, my coworker Jim reminded me. I thanked Jim for reminding me to check my email for new messages from Pacific Ocean's visitors so that I could present updates for the meeting. After I finished preparing the documents for the meeting, I looked at the time, and it was an hour till lunch. I decided to finish other work before heading to my father's house. I enjoyed my job and responsibilities because the tasks and deadlines were clear, and the time taken for breaks didn't matter as long as the results were delivered on time. Then I headed to my room, grabbed my bag, and decided to take a walk instead of taking my car. I looked around at the scenery to see how the autumn air had started taking a toll on nature. It took me 30 minutes to get to my father's house. When I arrived, I looked at the 3-story cottage. A recurring place in my nightmares. Not only was I kicked out as a child, but I also had to come back as a teenager. I walked into the house without knocking. Finally, you've come. Linda is almost finished cooking lunch, my father greeted me and I said. Not far from my father stood my half-brother, who is a year younger than I. Hey, Aaron, I greeted him nonchalantly, and he also murmured his greeting. The common trait that every William household member shares is that we all have blonde hair. Then Linda left the kitchen to greet me, and I welcomed her in the same manner as I greeted my stepbrother. Then we sat down in the dining room. Since there was already a plate of food on the table, I started slowly eating. So, how was the evaluation? My father asked me. After I came back here to learn how to be a proper werewolf in the pack, my father was always lovely to me because he felt guilty that he couldn't stand up to that old woman. As a teen, I wasn't exactly very reasonable, per se. Since Linda and my stepbrother are still somewhat wary of me. It was fine, I swallowed my food before shortly answering. To be honest, I'm glad that you participated in the evaluation now rather than when you were 18 years old. I don't think you would have been able to finish your degree or build your career if you had chosen otherwise, my father commented, and I didn't say anything since I was busy. Tell me about it. If I were to get into the top 10 as an 18-year-old, I would be relentlessly pursued. However, I can't guarantee that I could have reached there in the first place. The evaluation was mandatory, of course, but if you were 18 at the time, you had the option not to participate. Since evaluation happens every 5 years, it is required to evaluate every werewolf's abilities by the age of 18 to 25 for females and 20 to 27 for males. Well, I'll need to come back to the pack house since there will be a meeting, I said after I finished my plate. The meeting? It wouldn't be happening that soon. I will also be attending the pack's meeting, so I will give you a ride, my father offered, and I couldn't help but accept the offer. My father is the pack's beta, and I almost forgot he would be participating in the meeting. So I went to the kitchen and made myself some tea while I waited. Chapter 3 in the end, I stayed for a little bit until my father gave me a lift to the pack house. We entered the meeting room, and the people who were already there acknowledged my father since he is the pack's beta, and they acknowledged me since I was beta's daughter. As usual, I prefer to sit a little bit farther from the alphas and betas' usual seats and wait for the alpha to come. In the pack, I would usually be in charge of diplomacy, and I would be tasked to greet people who are either human, vampires, witches, or sirens. Few visitors for what I was responsible for were successful, and that led me to have a permanent position. When Alpha Frank came with a few people, he instantly started the meeting. Overall, there aren't a lot of people in the meeting, just a few key people. The Werewolf Council representative decided to inform Alpha Frank and my father. The council has sent me a new message that must be told and implemented urgently, the council's representative said. Go on, Alpha Frank asked the member to continue. The Werewolf Council is in charge of the whole werewolf ecosystem in North America. The council asked to refrain from banishing she-wolves at any age and marital status from the pack. The number of lone she-wolves keeps disappearing mysteriously. Some people gasped while others started whispering when they heard the message. People were contemplating whether it was the job of the hunters. The most confusing part is why werewolves are targeted. The population of she-wolf rogues is smaller compared to that of male rogues. Silence. Alpha Frank told everyone in his firm voice. As an alpha, he never liked raising his voice. He waited until there was complete silence to continue talking. Is there any special reason that only she-wolves are targeted? Alpha Frank asked the council member, and he only shook his head. All we know is that the traces of lone she-wolves are getting fewer and fewer. The ones who chose to travel to other packs through the forest end up missing, and we get reports from their relatives that they never made it to the pack, the council member explained. The council recommends refraining from banishing she-wolves and using safer methods to transfer to another pack, the council member finished. Alpha Frank frowned. Banishing werewolves was beneficial for the pack's mental health and the banished werewolf's mental health, since it was far better than staying at the prison for a very long time. I guess in the next meeting we should discuss methods on how werewolves can safely transfer to another pack and what new punishments we need to implement instead of banishing the werewolf, my father suggested, and Alpha Frank agreed with his idea. Then Alpha Frank questioned each person about the progress with the tasks they were given. Evelyn, how is the progress with the visitors from the Pacific Ocean? Alpha Frank questioned me. I looked at the paper that I prepared before answering Alpha Frank's question. The Pacific Ocean's kingdom accepted our invitation, and they said that they will be visiting very soon, I told Alpha Frank, and his face was delighted with the good news. My father smiled at me, proud of me. Do you have a full list of guests? Alpha Frank asked me, and I slid the guest list and the guest's information. The guest list was passed to Alpha, and he carefully studied the list. Prince Kai of Norea? Alpha Frank asked with interest. Prince Kai of Norea is the most important guest, which is easy to judge by his title. Prince Kai is the second in line for the Nalorian throne, and I guess he will be taking the final decisions regarding the agreements, I explained to the Alpha. My colleagues who were present at the meeting had a look of astonishment, and some of them looked at me with envy. Have they informed you about their agenda? My father asked me. So far, what they told me is that they want to establish a business in our Pax territory, and perhaps they will also want to build a settlement. Furthermore, I believe they would seek permission to roam in the Pax territory, I firmly answered. Looks like preparation came in handy today. Then I handed the transcript of emails to the Alpha. Good. As always, I'm always impressed by your results, Evelyn, Alpha Frank said as he was looking at them through the printed version of the emails. After Alpha Frank made sure that I interpreted the emails correctly, he smiled and then announced, I guess I will leave you and Damian in charge of making sure that our guests' needs are met, Alpha Frank announced. Some members' minds were linked to others, asking about Damian's arrival. I, on the other hand, froze at Alpha Frank's announcement. I thought that I was going to introduce Damian to his responsibilities and not work with him. I wished I could protest, but I would have to voice a reason as to why I would refuse to work with the Alpha's son. Nevertheless, it was too late to think of a lie since Alpha Frank dismissed the meeting. Some people sighed in relief since the meeting lasted about 2 hours, discussing every issue. Little by little, people were leaving the meeting room. I wasn't in a hurry since I live in the pack house. After I left the meeting room, my father was standing next to the stairs and gesturing for me to come. Evelyn, I wanted you to know that I'm very proud of you for becoming a very capable woman, my father praised me. When I came back to live with my father, it was difficult for me to accept my father again. Now our relationship looks like a fixed glass that was broken before, but you can still see the cracks. Thank you, Dad, I gave a small smile. Chapter 4. After the meeting ended, I was busy preparing for the visitors from the Norea Empire, who would arrive in 5 days. There were a lot of documents that I needed to print, so I went to the printing room. When I was walking through the hallway, I heard a familiar voice. My mentors told me that there will be a chance that I will be ranked top 10 amongst the male werewolves. Damien was talking to Alpha Frank about the evaluation. I zoned out of what Alpha Frank had to say. Oh no. My heart started to beat faster, so I stopped in the hallway. I completely forgot about Damien's return. I'm glad that I wasn't visible to them, or else I don't think I would be able to control my facial expression. However, I will be visible since I will need to pass the staircase. I calmed myself, repositioned my papers, and tried to pass the staircase. Unfortunately, Alpha Frank spotted me. Evelyn, I'm glad that you are here. Alpha Frank gestured for me to come join the conversation. Now I didn't have a choice but to face Damien, so I put on my fake smile. I looked at Damien's eyes, and he didn't expect me to be here. The expression was worth seeing. As you know, Damien just came back from his training, and I need your help to introduce him to his duties, Alpha Frank reminded me. Oh? Welcome back, Damien. I greeted him as politely as I could, but my actions put him off more. He could only stay silent and try to calm his wolf. Then I turned to Alpha Frank. Unfortunately, there is still work needed to be done and emails to be answered, but I managed to prepare a summary of his duties, and I sent it to his assigned email. I excused myself since I didn't want the conversation to become more awkward. I'm afraid I would need your favor again, Evelyn, Alpha Frank said. I guess an attempt to excuse myself didn't work, so I helplessly listened to my Alpha's following words. As you know, not only do we have a visiting delegation from the Pacific Ocean, but also representatives from the East Water Wolves pack will be visiting us. It seems the Silver Forest pack will be packed with guests. The more different representatives visit the pack, the more the Silver Forest pack will be able to build connections. Thus, the Silver Forest pack will be able to gain more influence. Therefore, Damien needs to be prepared for those events since you are more familiar with fashion and etiquette. Can you please help him buy suits for the events? Alpha Frank asked, and my eyes widened. Looks like the moon goddess is not in my favor today. I finally managed to excuse myself when we agreed on a time I would be able to help Damien. When I finally entered the printing room, I wanted to curse so badly, but I just held it in. Although Damien rejected me as his destined mate, I could still feel the bond, and I could still be affected by his voice, touch, and smell. Why would the moon goddess create soulmates when werewolves end up rejecting their soulmate anyway? I wish 2 months would pass quickly so I could attend the matching ball, find a more dependable partner, and leave this place. Or maybe I can visit my mother and start living with her until I meet a siren who will want me as his mate. I just sighed and started printing the documents. I guess there's no point wasting my energy contemplating, since today I still need to accompany Damien and help him choose his suits. 2 hours passed since I finished all my tasks. I looked at the time on my computer and sighed. It's been about 10 minutes since I was supposed to meet Damien and take him to the boutique so he could choose a suit. I grabbed my thin brown Burberry coat and my Prada purse and went downstairs to wait for Damien. Damien arrived at the foyer in 5 minutes. Are you ready? I asked him with a colder tone than previously. Damien nodded. All right, let's go, I told Damien. I was ready to finish this task as fast as I could. We went to the Pax House garage. It can hold about 20 cars. I pressed unlock on my car keys, and my white Tesla Model X beeped. Did your mother buy you a car? Damien asked. Since my father is a beta and my mother married a rich siren in the pack, I was considered to be very spoiled. None of your business, I answered coldly and nonchalantly, and I gestured to get in the car. Technically, I managed to buy my car with my allowance combined with my pay for administration work in the pack. Though I didn't want him to start wondering about how much I receive in allowance, since the Tesla X model costs about the same as 2 years of tuition for an Ivy League school. Damien decided to sit in the back seat, and I sat down behind the wheel and glanced at Damien's bright forest green eyes and strands of dark brown hair that were visible in the mirror. We were silent during the ride until Damien decided to break this awkward silence. So, where are you taking me? Damien asked. I know a very good place that specializes in selling a good quality suit, I wanted to reply sarcastically. I know a very good place that specializes in selling good quality suits, I answered instead. If Alpha Frank entrusted me with this task, it means that he wants Damien to find himself a designer suit. When we arrived at the store, the shop's assistant greeted us. Welcome to our boutique. Would you like a glass of champagne or perhaps a coffee? The sales assistant asked me. I wanted to have a glass of white wine, but I was behind the wheel. A glass of wine would help me deal with this dreadful task. No, thank you, I answered the sales assistant. Then, a few shop assistants started asking Damien what he was looking for. Damien didn't expect this kind of service, and he was struggling to answer the sales assistant's persistent questions. At first, we would like to see some of the Oxford suits. If you have anything his size, I told the sales assistant with a smile. They nodded and went back to work. So, do you often wear suits? I casually asked Damien. The only suit I wore was during graduation, Damien told me, and I sighed. I guess there is more work that awaits me than I expected. Oh, we would also need dress shirts, ties, and even shoes, I told another sales assistant. The sales assistants were very eager to help us out since they knew we would be spending a lot of money here. Then I gestured for Damien to go to the dressing room. You know, you didn't mean for this to be so awkward, Damien told me. I knew he was talking about the rejection. Then why did you do it if you didn't want to feel awkward? I emotionally questioned him without expecting him to answer. It was stupid for him to say that. On the other hand, he shouldn't have rejected me if he didn't expect the emotional consequences. Forget it. In this century, it is very popular to find a mate who will suit your status. After the evaluation results, I will be able to find a better mate, I mumbled, but I'm sure Damien heard what I was saying with his sensitive hearing. Looking at his eyes, I can guess that his wolf didn't like my statement. While my wolf that resides in my head is too traumatized to respond, the childhood trauma took a significant toll on my wolf, and his rejection worsened my condition. Damien decided not to comment on my statement. Finally, the shop's assistant brought us the clothes, and Damien went to the cabin to try some on. While I was scrolling on my phone, I started to hear curses. No wonder why the workers are eager to help us. This shirt costs about $300, Damien whispered angrily so my werewolf ears could hear. He got out of the changing room, and I glanced at him. Not going to lie, the suit looks very good on him. It's just that the suit doesn't match his personality. If it costs more, then it will last longer, I commented. You think I can afford this? Damien asked me. Oh, so you cannot afford this? I asked with curiosity. This is the best boutique that sells men's suits that is not very far from the Pax house. We could have gone to the mall, but we had to travel to the nearest human city. Tailoring would be a great option, but we don't have enough time. I wanted to finish the task as soon as possible. Just keep trying on the clothes. I'll pay for you, I told him. You will. Damien looked at me in disbelief. Yeah, we can't have an alpha son without a proper suit. Besides, I'll just send receipts to your father. I mocked him at the beginning. If I'm able to spend about 5K on this shopping spree, perhaps not only will I get the debt returned, maybe Alpha Frank will give me a credit card that will give me access to the Pax finances? I thought. It will give me the privileges of the Luna without going through the mating process. Chapter 5. The time to receive guests from the Pacific Ocean had come. This was also the first time that we had received sirens as our guests. The werewolf packs are still getting used to the idea of interacting with creatures outside of werewolves and humans. Damien and I were simply waiting in our mansion foyer. I was wearing a pastel blue jacket that came with matching pants underneath. I was wearing a white blouse. In comparison, Damien was wearing the new set of clothes that we bought. Damien wasn't thrilled about the cost, but I don't care since I now have a credit card that gives me access to the Pax funds. They are 10 minutes late, Damien muttered under his breath. I pretended that I didn't hear him. I was busy replying to some emails on my phone so I could leave work earlier. Seriously, it doesn't bother you? Damien asked me, and I slowly looked at him. Anyone tends to be late, I replied nonchalantly. Even if they promised that they would be here 10 minutes ago? Looks like Damien doesn't like people who are always late. Well, maybe they miscalculated. Maybe they are stuck in traffic. Besides, it's not because they need this meeting as much as our pack needs it, I said, and Damien wasn't satisfied with my answer. The Norea Empire is the biggest country in the Pacific Ocean, so the fact that the prince is coming to visit us is awe-inspiring. The car has arrived in front of the mansion. The pack's members mind-linked us. Damien and I went outside to greet them. We stood on the porch of the mansion and just put warm smiles on our faces as if one of us wasn't frustrated by them just now. The difference between sirens and werewolves, besides their shifting form, is that sirens aren't assigned to soulmates, but they can choose an eternal partner. Sirens tend to hypnotize with their beauty, not in a literal way. Since I lived amongst the sirens during my childhood and teenage years, I became accustomed to their charm. When I saw the guards who were sirens, their attractive looks didn't faze me. One by one, guests started getting out of the car. In total, we had the prince, the Nolorian diplomats, the minister of finance, and, of course, their assistants. Although we didn't have many guests, they were still very influential. If the meeting goes well, then the pack will be visited by siren entrepreneurs. I held my stance pretty well until I looked into the eyes of one of the guests. One of the eyes was brown and the other eye was blue. In my life, I've never met a person with heterochromia. My curiosity made me continuously stare at the person. Their raven black hair, their dimples, an alluring smile, and how he looked good in the suit. I closed my eyes and took a slow breath. I guess I wasn't immune to sirens after all, but I need to keep myself together. Welcome to the Silver Forest Pack. I'm Damien Knight. Damien introduced himself to the guests. And I'm Evelyn Bonnet. We will be making sure your stay in our pack is smooth. I greeted them in a steady voice. Oh, you must be the one with whom we were conversing through email? One of the assistants noticed my name, and I just politely nodded. Nice to meet you. I'm Prince Kai of Norea. The person who caught my attention spoke. He even has a very appealing voice. I was smiling tightly to keep my composure. He shook Damien's hand, and then, when I was reaching to shake his hand, he took my hand and kissed the back of it. I was stunned. While Damien was trying to keep a friendly expression on his face, the other guests were shaking my hand. The Alpha Frank is waiting for you all in his office. Would any of you like to have tea or coffee? I asked while keeping my composure. A few of them, including Prince Kai, requested the beverages. Then Damien led them to his father's office, while I didn't follow them and just informed the kitchen staff. Since I wasn't in the mood to go to the office, I just asked one of the Omegas to bring drinks to the office. I decided to go to my office and finish the work, though the thoughts of the confusing gestures of Prince Kai were still on my mind. Doesn't the human etiquette rule apply to the Norean Empire? I'm pretty sure that it's considered rude to kiss the back of the hand of an unmarried lady. I dismissed my thoughts and just continued working until I finished all my tasks. It was about 9 o'clock, and I decided to go to my room and prepare myself for bed. I brushed my hair very gently. Then I brushed my teeth and did my daily skin routine. Before doing my skin routine, I removed my makeup. I was wearing makeup to hide my tiredness. Then I cleansed my face, applied the serum, and followed up with a night cream. Before lying on the bed, I decided to turn on the relaxing music. Once I lay in bed, I started to think about Kai again. I guess today I wasn't careful enough, and I got swept by the siren's charm. On the other hand, it's kind of given me hope that I can still get attracted to other men, than be only attracted to my mate. To stop thinking about Prince Kai, I embraced my thoughts. Chapter 6. 2 days have passed since we received the guests from the Pacific Ocean. There were meetings that I'm thankful I didn't have to attend. Dealing with thoughts about Prince Kai and Damien sounded too stressful for me. I thought that I would stop thinking about Prince Kai if I just accepted those thoughts, but they keep getting reignited when I meet his eyes. I cannot explain why it's happening in any way. It's better to keep thinking about that interesting person than to surround myself with negative thoughts. Today, there is another meeting. Perhaps Alpha Frank managed to negotiate the conditions and will be preparing the agreement. I was back after a lunch break, carrying a little paper cup of coffee to my workplace. I noticed that Prince Kai was talking to Alpha Frank upstairs, and they were finishing their conversation. Once they finished talking, Alpha Frank returned to his office, and once Prince Kai saw me, he smiled at me. I started feeling a little bit of heat on my cheeks. As I went upstairs, I was unsure whether to greet him or start small talk, but I didn't want to be rude by walking past him since he was only 5 feet away. "How is your stay so far in our Silver Forest pack, Your Highness?" I politely asked once I was upstairs. Prince Kai politely smiled at my question. I was trying to keep my composure in front of Prince Kai. "Oh, it's wonderful so far. Perhaps you know any places that I should visit?" "I'm afraid my stay will get boring in here." He politely asked for my advice, and I started to think of the events that were happening near the pack that would be suitable for a prince to visit. How about an art exhibition in the nearest human town? I've heard they will be displaying new works this evening. I suggested the idea. "Oh? Perhaps you will be available this evening, and after the exhibition, you will be able to show me around the pack," Prince Kai offered. Since I turned on my polite mode in front of Prince Kai, I automatically said this. "Sure," I answered politely, and in the next few seconds, I realized what it meant, and I started regretting my answer. "Wonderful. Then I guess I will meet you at 5, he asked, and I could only nod. Then he smiled one more time and walked downstairs to the exit. I wanted to facepalm myself when I wasn't visible to anybody's vision. My mother would laugh at me if she knew I was baited to go on a date by a siren. Sirens don't need to hypnotize to get what they want. They are still very persuasive, and an easy trick baited me. I went back to my workspace and just wanted to calm myself before thinking about how I could deal with this situation. I could have written an email and come up with the excuse that I was too busy to attend the art exhibition, and I could have delegated that task to someone who could accompany Prince Kai. Except I don't know a way to contact him. I only have an email to the assistant of the Minister of Finance. Maybe I could bring someone who would be able to deal with awkwardness? But who? The only one on my mind who would be suitable is Damien, since he also shares responsibilities with taking care of the guests, but I bet he will do more damage than I would hope, so I guess I have to forget about this idea. After I did a little bit of work, there was only an hour left to prepare before I meet Kai. I decided to go to my room and change my clothes to something more appropriate. I decided to wear a light pink-colored dress, and to match the dress, I decided to wear a light brown jacket. I grabbed a small Hermes bag, and I chose appropriate shoes for this outfit. Then I decided to fix my makeup a little bit. Finally, I decided to check if there was a car waiting for me. Usually, no one parks their car in front of the mansion since we have the garage. There was a black Rolls-Royce car waiting for me. Prince Kai got out of the car to greet me and politely smiled. He politely opened the door for me. "Is the art exhibition in Lexington?" Prince Kai asked me, and I nodded. Then Kai told his driver to take us there, and the driver selected the place in his GPS and started driving. The ride was quiet since we didn't know much about each other. There is little information I could find about him when I gave the list of details to Alpha Frank, except that he is the second prince of Norea. I didn't even know his age. He looks the same age as me, and every siren seems very young. But they have a lifespan of approximately 1,000 years. At the end of their lifespan, they could still look like they did in their 20s, but with some chronic health problems. Vampires don't have a fixed lifespan and can't appear in daylight. Another difference I should mention is that sirens have a beating heart while vampires' hearts don't beat. Sirens tend to be picky when it comes to choosing their mate if the siren is from a wealthy family. That is why I'm very confused by Prince Kai's gestures. In the art exhibition, we discussed both professional topics and the art pieces themselves. We haven't strayed from those topics, which has made me relax a bit. I guess I once again underestimated a siren. After we finished checking each art piece, I thought that I could call it a day. "Would you like to grab dinner?" Prince Kai offered. My stomach growled, and I reluctantly agreed to his offer. Once again, I gave a recommendation on which restaurant we should go to. This restaurant has a werewolf staff working there, where I can easily get a VIP table, and is considered one of the best restaurants in the territory of our pack. As soon as we arrived at the restaurant, werewolves recognized Prince Kai, and we were instantly taken to a VIP table. When we sat at the table, Prince Kai confessed. "You know, Evelyn, I want to get to know you better." Chapter 7. You know, Evelyn, I want to get to know you better. Prince Kai said after our waitress took our order. "I have no choice but to play his cat and mouse game if it's indeed a cat and mouse game. What do you want to know about me, Your Highness?" I asked with slight amusement in my voice. "First of all, drop the formality. I liked it better when you called me by my first name in art exhibition," Kai said. In the art exhibition, there was a mix of humans and werewolves, and it would be bizarre to call him by his title in front of the humans. Additionally, the etiquette rules allowed that exception. Although in the restaurant in the VIP area, the tables are very far apart, the light was dim, and there was classical music playing in the background. In essence, no human or werewolf can eavesdrop on our conversation. "All right, Kai." I still felt weird calling him by his first name, but Kai smiled in satisfaction. Sirens have an odd way of pursuing their partners. I learned a few signs back while I was living in the Mediterranean kingdom. Maybe if I weren't aware of the signs, I wouldn't be that confused. I noticed that you have a little bit different structure than most packs, and I'm curious what role you have in this pack. Kai asked me. Indeed, we have a different structure than most packs. I'm simply in charge of diplomatic affairs of the Silver Forest Pack. I told Kai. Usually, the Luna is responsible for those things, no? Kai threw another question, and I smiled at him. We don't have a Luna, I answered. When I arrived at the pack while I was a teenager, there wasn't a Luna. I don't know if our Luna has died or divorced Alpha Frank. No one mentioned anything about the former Luna. Furthermore, I wasn't curious about the matter, so I never pursued it. Kai also didn't want to pursue the topic about former Luna. So when did you start working? Kai asked, and the waitress brought us 2 glasses of wine. I took a little sip from the wine and put it back on the table. I started working about a few months ago. After I finished university, I told him. I studied at the university in Richmond because it was not very far from my place. It won't be fair if Kai keeps asking me some questions, so I decided to ask him some questions. What is it like living in Norea Empire? How different is it from the Mediterranean Kingdom? I asked Kai. Why the Mediterranean Kingdom? It's oddly specific. Kai asked. Usually, Norea would be compared to a kingdom that is in the Atlantic Ocean rather than the Mediterranean Kingdom. I was raised there as a child. I honestly answered. My answer seemed to arouse Kai's interest in me. You are a very peculiar person, Evelyn. I would never know if you hadn't told me. Kai complimented me. We continued talking until the waitress brought our food. After we ate, I offered to pay since Prince Kai is our guest, and I could use the credit card that Alpha Frank had given me. However, Prince Kai kindly declined my offer and paid for our dinner. We led the restaurant, and in the distance, there was music coming from the amusement park. The sky had darkened, and the lights that came from the amusement park created beautiful scenery. Would you like to take a walk there before we go back? Kai noticed my gaze towards the amusement park. Sure, if that's okay with you. Though, I won't be joining you in any rides. Kai chuckled at me. I never liked amusement park rides except for the Ferris wheel. Furthermore, I was a little bit tipsy from the wine I drank. Kai offered his arm, and I gladly locked my arm around his. I became calmer around Kai after drinking some wine. I didn't care what kind of intentions he had towards me. Kai proceeded to talk about the festivals in Norea since amusement park had Halloween-themed decorations and was prepared for the Halloween festival. Since Norea is the most prosperous empire amongst other siren kingdoms, they tend to have a bigger budget for the festivals. Though Kai didn't try to boast about it, I was already curious about that place. Though when my step-grandmother taught about the geography of the siren kingdoms, she mentioned that the Norea Empire is the richest. Humans have billionaires, but sirens have trillionaires. If I evaluated the net worth of the richest siren in dollars, it would be way more than $1 trillion. As if the Norea Empire reached a state of unlimited wealth. As someone who studied business and economics, it would be an interesting thesis to write. One day I would like to visit that place. I want to see how the rich people live here and how the poor people live there. I'm curious how the Norea Empire manages its economy. Then I saw the booth of the shooting games and how people were trying to win the prizes. Kai noticed my gaze. Would you like me to win a prize for you? Kai offered me a look. Will, are you able to win a prize? I challenged him, and he grinned at me, and we went to the shooting booth. He didn't hesitate to spend money on the attempts and showed off his shooting skills. You have good precision, young man. Perhaps you were in the army. The booth vendor asked Kai. Something like that. Kai smiled sheepishly while he replied to the vendor. Well, you can choose from the big-sized prizes over here. The vendor gestured at the prizes. Kai gestured for me to choose the prize. I sighed and looked at the options. I would like that purple bear, please, I told the vendor, and the vendor took it from the shelves and handed the prize to me. We decided to go to the exit and wait for the car there. Thank you, no one ever did this for me. I genuinely thanked him. Kai was surprised. Really? Kai asked me in a surprised tone, and I just nodded. He didn't ask any further questions. When we left the amusement park, the familiar Rolls-Royce was already waiting for us. We were both tired, so we didn't speak during the ride, but when we arrived at the pack house, I bid goodbye to Kai, and I thanked him for the wonderful time. I sighed in bliss when the car left. I was glad that I chose to accompany him. I felt the happiness that I've never felt before. I wasn't a miserable person, but I guess what I'm feeling is a different kind of happiness that was foreign to me. As soon as I entered the mansion, I met with a familiar pair of green eyes that was laced with jealousy. I ignored him since I didn't want to deal with him. So now you're setting eyes on the prince? Damian asked. Since you're not my mate anymore, it's none of your business. I told him as I went to my room. Chapter 8. The sunlight peeked through the curtains and was shining in my face, so I was forced to wake up. I turned away so I could avoid the sunlight, and my gaze fell onto the purple bear. Corners of my mouth slightly lifted into a small smile. I don't regret spending time with Kai last night. It was a delightful memory that I'm going to cherish. There is a chance that I might never relive this moment again. I grabbed the bear and hugged it for a few minutes. Today was my day off, so I slowly started to get out of bed and prepare for the day. Decided to wear a dark red cozy cashmere sweater with skinny jeans. I did my makeup less than usual. After I left my room, I heard a noise downstairs and decided to check it out. The smell hit me and I understood that we had visitors from the neighboring pack. I saw my half-brother Aaron, who was standing next to the stairs and was observing the crowd that formed in the foyer. We another set of visitors? I asked Aaron. Yeah, the Alpha, Beta, and other important members from the Eastwater Wolves pack came to visit us with their families. Since this year, we have hosted the ball. Aaron answered, and I nodded. I completely forgot about that. We have a tradition of hosting the ball when the evaluation results are announced. I guess I would need to prepare a dress for this event. I looked at Alpha Frank, Damien, and my father exchanging pleasantries with Eastwater Wolves pack representatives, and I was fortunate that I wasn't in charge of accommodating them. Accommodating sirens was a challenging job on its own. Our father gestured for us to come downstairs since he wanted to introduce us. We came downstairs. This is my eldest daughter, Evelyn, and my son, Aaron. My father introduced us, and I put on my signature polite smile. I greeted Alpha and Luna Smith of the Kenza pack first, then Aaron followed suit. Then I politely greeted Beta. I shook hands with each person. Oh wow, your daughter and son are very refined, Albert. Luna Smith commented, and my father continued to boast that we, in our 20s, hold critical positions in the pack. Alpha and Luna of the Eastwater Wolves pack politely listened to our father. Since our daughters are pretty much the same age, perhaps you could be friends? Luna Smith suggested. I looked behind Alpha and Luna of the Eastwater Wolves pack, and I saw that their daughter was standing, and her face screamed boredom. She was blonde with brown roots and had forest green eyes. We'll see. I replied politely. Then my father started with the Beta family, while Alpha and Luna of the Kenza pack continued talking with Alpha Frank and Damien. Then I felt someone staring at me. I turned my head and saw Lily. She is one of the pack's Omegas, and she would usually inform me when I would receive packages. For Omegas, approaching me while I'm talking to higher-ups is considered risky, as they don't want to be an eyesore. I excused myself and went to Lily. Any packages? I smiled at Lily. Lily looked a bit relieved, and it looked like she was contemplating whether to approach me or not in front of the guests. Why yes. There are 2 packages for you. One is a usual package and another is a bouquet. Lily informed. Oh, a bouquet? Interesting. The package was definitely for my mother. She likes to buy the clothes, bags, perfume, and cosmetics that she thinks I would like, and she sends them to me. I'm 23 years old, and I'm still getting spoiled by my mother, I sighed in my mind. I followed Lily to the room where the pack kept packages. Lily handed me the box and the bouquet of pink camellias. Since the box was huge, I put the bouquet in the box and carried it. There were no people in the foyer, so I went to the nearest table, put down the box, and stared at the flowers. I noticed there was a note tucked between the flowers. Last night I had a pleasant time, and I hope you did too. Kai. I didn't expect to receive flowers today. Not going to lie, I was glad to know that he also enjoyed spending time with me and still thought about me when he decided to send flowers. From your admirer? I turned to the source of the voice, and it was Alpha and Luna's daughter. Appears so. I politely answered. My name is Abigail. She introduced herself. My name is Evelyn. And I also introduced myself. Your accent is very interesting. Are you perhaps French? Abigail asked me, and she looked curious about my accent. Oui, I replied. I decided not to get into details about my life. My grandparents on my mother's side lived in France and spoke French. Then my stepfather's family spoke in Spanish, French, and Italian. Oh, that's so cool. Then Abigail started asking various questions, and I replied politely. We discussed different topics, including our tastes in clothes, the best shops, and more. You know, I didn't know that Silver Forest was that rich. Abigail said. What do you mean? In comparison to the other packs, we weren't wealthy, but we were not poor either. When we arrived at the pack's house, we saw a Rolls-Royce car leaving, Abigail told me, and then I understood what she meant. It was either Kai who attended the morning meeting or the other guests from the same delegation who spoke to Alpha Frank. No, that's our other guests. The sirens came to visit us. I explained to Abigail, and her mouth turned into an O shape. She seemed to be impressed by our pack. Having fun, girls? Damian came up to us and politely asked. Could be more fun. Do you know any good nearby bars or clubs? Abigail asked Damian. I looked at Damian, and he had a devious expression. I wanted to scowl at him visibly. Oh, we have a lot of nightclubs. Damian replied in a flirtatious way. Did he want to give me the same medicine? I smiled very tightly, trying hard not to scowl at him. I'm not playing this game. I grabbed the box and the flower bouquet. I forgot I have some unfinished business. Unfortunately, I wouldn't be joining the fun. I politely excused myself and hurried to my room. Did he want to provoke me or what? I understand that he is not my mate in front of me, and he is entitled to flirt with whom he likes. But why is he doing it in front of me? I put the box down in my room and looked at the bouquet of camellias. Camellias don't have a smell, but I still smelled it. It calmed me a bit. Don't worry, Evelyn. They're only a few days away until you will know the results of the evaluation. Then you don't have to bear with him anymore. I comforted myself. Chapter 9, as I expected, Damien and Abigail continued to flirt with each other. Even though I respected Damien's decision to move on, for some reason, I have a feeling that Damien flirts with Abigail to irk me. If you reject someone, wouldn't you respect the person's space and let them heal? Or did I simply dodge a bullet getting rejected by an insensible idiot? Nevertheless, I try to avoid them as much as I can. I value my mental health more than my pride. On the other hand, Prince Kai continued sending me flowers. Each day, there was a different type of flower, but without a note. The flowers themselves convey the message. Sometimes I get the flowers that symbolize longing. The next day, I get flowers that symbolize adoration. Today, I got a bouquet of lavender-colored roses that symbolize love at first sight. It always lightens my mood. I've never been pursued like that before. After I finished getting ready, I left my room so I could pick up my dress for the upcoming ball. Downstairs, I spotted my old high school friends. When my friends met their mates, they either traveled to their mates' pack or stayed here and built a family here. When I went to university, we started communicating way less than we used to. Evelyn. Zoe greeted me, and I smiled and hugged her. Zoe. Asia. Asia was standing and smiling at us. We used to dominate high school together. Those were good times. We just made a cup of tea in the PAC's kitchen and sat down in the empty lobby room. I've heard that the representatives of the East Water Wolves pack came to visit, Asia mentioned. Then Zoe perked up and looked at me. Oh yeah, how are they, by the way? Zoe asked me as she was sipping some tea. They seem nice and weren't rude like the last pack. I honestly answered. Even their alpha's daughter? Asia suddenly asked me, and I nodded. Abigail wasn't acting rude to me at all, and she doesn't know my situation with Damian. Asia and Zoe looked at each other, and I knew there was something wrong. Why are you asking? I asked them. Well, on our way to the pack house, we heard a nasty rumor about Alpha Smith's daughter. Zoe explained. I blinked my eyes a few times and braced myself. It's not the rumor that I think it is. What kind of rumor? I asked them while I took a sip of my tea. We heard that she humiliated our Pax Omega, and she almost slapped her. Just because she spilled an iced coffee on her expensive shirt. Asia explained the rumor to me. I sighed in relief since it wasn't the rumor that I expected, but it was still bad. Abigail's reputation in this pack went down the drain. If she hoped to become a Luna of this pack, now she has lost the chance. Alpha Frank would never consider her for this position. I would never guess that she looks down at the low-rank members. I voiced my opinion. The pack's hierarchy is essential to the pack, but in our pack, we weren't allowed to discriminate against our members based on their rank. Omegas are werewolves like every werewolf that is loyal to the pack. There are cases where either werewolves aren't strong enough or smart, but they contribute to the pack in other areas. We talked for a little bit before I finished drinking my tea, then I excused myself since I needed to pick up my dress from the boutique. I drove my Tesla to the shop where I needed to pick up the dress. This shop sells and lets people rent the best dresses and suits. The shop assistant recognized me since I'm a frequent client. Would you like to try out the dress? Then we can adjust the dress according to your size, the shop assistant said, and I agreed. When I received my dress, I went to the changing room. I ordered the beautiful beige gown with long sleeves. On top of the gown, there is an exact flower pattern, and at the bottom of the dress, the skirt is flowy. In other words, I look beautiful and classic when I look in the mirror. Although there are still minor adjustments that need to be made, when I changed my clothes, I asked for the adjustment, and I waited in the reception area. The boutique is divided into two sections. The east side is for women's clothes, and the west side is for men's clothes. I didn't expect to hear a familiar voice on the men's side. It looks like Kai was also invited to attend the ball. I wanted to hide behind the fashion magazine since I didn't know how to face him. If I hid, it would be stupid since he can still spot me. I calmed down and acted as if I didn't notice his voice and greeted him naturally if he noticed. As he walked out of the doorway, he was followed by the shop assistant, who was carrying his packaged suit. Kai instantly saw me and smiled at me. Sirens don't have a good sense of smell like werewolves do, but they do have good intuition. Will you also be going to the ball? Kai asked me once he paid for the suit. Yes, everyone in our pack will be attending this ball. I answered politely. Well, it's perfect then, because I'm in need of a date. Kai revealed his intention. Do you want me to be your partner for the ball? I asked him. Oh, I'd love to have you as my date for the ball. I almost wanted to facepalm myself. I didn't mean to ask him to become his partner for the ball. I wanted to ask if he wants me to become his date. It ended up sounding like I was asking him out. Kai asked me out for coffee, but I declined and said I would be busy. Then Kai asked for my number, so I reluctantly had to give it to him since he needed to pick me up. After I got my dress, we ended up parting ways. The pack house was quiet since most pack members who live there went to prepare the venue for the ball. Unfortunately, I met Damian on my way to my room. He looked more furious than the last time he confronted me. Is this one of your schemes? Damian demandingly asked me, and I scoffed. What scheme? I don't have any time for your nonsense. I told him. I wanted to go to my room, but he was still blocking my path. Don't pretend that you don't know anything. You're the one who framed Abigail and ruined her reputation. Damian revealed the reason that he is confronting me. Does he think that I deliberately set Abigail up? Great. Why do you think I was the one who framed Abigail? You're just giving me too much credit. Besides, I respect your wish to move on. Damian was confused about how I calmly answered, and by the last part of my sentence. I used his confusion to pass him quickly and headed to my room. Chapter 10. I looked at the mirror to see if I needed to do final touches to my hair or makeup before Prince Kai arrives. I did a simple makeup, adding a light pink highlighter and neutral pink lipstick. I curled my hair and styled it into a beautiful ponytail. I looked at the mirror, satisfied, before I heard my phone ring. I quickly grabbed my phone and pressed answer. Yes, I answered. I hope I haven't interrupted you, but I'm currently in front of the pack house, Kai politely said. All right, I don't plan to delay you for very long. I replied. Oh, I hope so. Kai jokingly replied, and I ended the call. This was our first phone conversation. We would text each other. Kai would often text things like, good morning, or wish me a good night. Our text conversations don't last long since we are both busy. Our text conversations often left me smiling and uplifted my mood. I took my clutch that matched my dress and locked my room before heading outside. In the pack house, there were few people left because they were hurriedly preparing for the ball. Alpha Frank and Damien left early to greet important guests. Outside, Kai was waiting for me next to the car in the front seat. There was a driver and his assistant sitting. He wore a beige-colored tuxedo that matched my beige-colored dress. Interestingly enough, his beige tuxedo enunciates his brown and blue eyes. He smiled when he saw me. You look wonderful. Prince Kai complimented me, and I smiled at his words. You also look great. I complimented him. Then Kai opened a door for me, and I got in the car. The driver took us to the venue. During the ride, Kai and I shared small talk. You know, it's kind of very rare to be invited to the ball that was hosted by humans or werewolves, Kai mentioned, and I nodded. Nowadays, balls aren't as popular as they were 2 centuries ago. Fun fact, Alpha Frank's heritage came from Austria. In Austria, there is still a tradition of having a ball season. As having some Austrian blood, Alpha Frank tries to keep this tradition alive in our pack. I mentioned to Kai. Interesting, I guess that explains it. Kai affirmed. Finally, we have arrived at the venue, and from a distance, classical music can be heard. Also, a new scent could be smelled that indicated a third pack has also joined to celebrate the friendship between the 3 packs. Prince Kai offered his arm, and I compliantly curled my hand around his bicep. I had hoped to enter the venue calmly, but that didn't happen, unfortunately. People looked at us as if we were late to the ball, but we were on time. I guess werewolves got curious about Kai's scent. People were passing information through the mind link, similar to the nervous system, to the source, who was curious about our identity. For those people who knew our identities, they had different expressions. My father, Aaron, and Alpha Frank had confused expressions. Damian was holding his jealous expression. There was also an envious gaze towards me since Prince Kai is a siren, and sirens exude an alluring charm that is meant to attract the attention of the opposite gender. Would you like to dance? Kai's voice snaps me from continuing to watch people's reactions and the effect that Kai has. I smiled at him and said, "It's my honor, Your Highness." I used his title since I wasn't comfortable with people speculating about our relationship further. Besides, I don't even know how to define our relationship. Kai's assistant politely offered to hold my clutch, so I handed it to him. On the dance floor, a few people were dancing, and there were also professional ball dancers who guests could try to copy their dance if they didn't know how to dance. Fortunately, when I lived with my stepfather's family, I was given dance classes. The only thing left is to find the perfect pace that would suit me and Prince Kai. More people started joining the dance floor, and that was a relief for now because not many people would be focused on us. I didn't know you could dance so well. Kai complimented me again, and I smiled. His voice made me stop focusing on people's gazes. I thought that was an obvious fact. I was referring to the time I told Kai that the sirens had raised me or some time. "Oh, Evelyn, there are many things that I don't know about you," Kai told me. "Nevertheless, I hope you will give me a chance to get to know you better." Kai then continued. Before I could reply, the song was finished and everyone was clapping. Alpha Frank climbed on stage to announce something. "I'm glad that you all are enjoying the theme of the ball. Now I'll invite you all to watch the evaluation rankings. As you know, this year is very important. The ones who will enter the top 10 rankings will have a chance to become the future king and queen of werewolves," Alpha Frank announced. The lights dimmed, the screen behind Alpha Frank turned on, and the speakers that surrounded the ball played a theme song. Everyone got quiet and gazed at the screen, curious who would enter the top 10 rankings. First, there was the announcement for the evaluation of male werewolves. Male werewolves are evaluated by their strength, IQ, and net worth. If they are an alpha, their pack size is always taken into account in the score. It's not rare for betas to be present in the top 10 rankings if they have a lot of influence inside and outside of the pack. The rankings were announced from the lowest to the highest. The 7th ranking is Damien Knight from the Silver Forest pack. People started clapping and congratulating Damien and Alpha Frank. There are a lot of packs in North America. Not all alphas can enter the top 10. I gave a quiet clap, and Kai also politely clapped. People started speaking among themselves, so I could barely hear the names of those who got a higher ranking than Damien's. Fortunately, people got quiet when they were about to announce the female rankings. The criteria for females are very complicated since there are different factors combined. I expected to make it to the bottom half of the top 10 list, but until the 5th rank is announced, I guess it won't happen. Tomorrow, I'm going to check the ranking I received to adjust my plans. The 3rd rank receiver is Evelyn Bonnet from the Silver Forest pack. Suddenly, I've heard the gasps of "No way." I got a higher rank than I expected. Everyone was shocked that 2 people from our pack received top 10 rankings. Nevertheless, people congratulated me, and I politely accepted their congratulations. Kai also congratulated me, but he also asked me a question. "What will the ranking mean for you?" Kai asked a question. I sighed before replying to him. "I guess I will be receiving a lot of proposals to become someone's mate. There is a chance that I could become the queen of werewolves." Chapter 11. I had apologized to Kai for leaving him and went to my father. Since I'm the star of the banquet, everyone wanted to introduce themselves and offer their congratulations formally. Congratulations on ranking 3rd. Rarely has anyone from our region ever scored in the top 3. Beta Anderson from the Mountain Wolf pack congratulated me. The Mountain Wolf pack is the other guest pack that came to this event. Well, I'm very honored. I answered politely while trying to keep my enthusiasm for receiving lots of pointless congratulations. Our Evelyn has always used her remarkable intellect to contribute to the pack. My father repeated the same sentence while adding some variety each time. If you filter ranking results by intellect score, I would be in first place. While Alpha Frank was telling stories about how I contributed to the pack when I was a teenager, to be honest, he was the one who recognized that I was very knowledgeable, while to my father, I seemed rude. Alpha Frank was a closer father figure I had in the pack, while at that time, I didn't get along with my biological father, and my stepfather was only a phone call away. Maybe this is what caused Damien to reject me? Since Alpha Frank treated me as his daughter more than Damian, causing him to be compared to me? I guess it doesn't matter anymore. When I finished receiving congratulations and meeting people, I politely excused myself. I decided to go to the balcony alone because I was overwhelmed with emotions and thoughts, and I barely had time to process them. It was cold and quiet on the balcony. There was a sound of music playing in the venue, but outside, it was silent. There was no cricket chirping in the fall. On the other hand, the moon and stars became brighter in the autumn night. I'm faced with two choices now. I always thought that if I were ranked low, I would probably go to live with my mother and try to find a mate amongst the sirens, but now I managed to place third. This means I will have lots of wolves who will desire to become my mate. There is a chance that I could be mated to the future king of werewolves, since in a couple of years, there will be an event where the Werewolf Council will choose a king to unite the packs of North America. Power was never my main goal. I'm looking for a partner I'll be happy to spend my whole life with. Overwhelmed, Prince Kai asked as he lent his jacket to me. I didn't notice when Kai entered the balcony. You also forgot your clutch. Kai also handed me my clutch that I had earlier given to his assistant. I guess I'm overwhelmed since this is a life-changing night for me. I gave a little smile to Kai while I answered. I looked at the guests in front of the venue who were smoking. Indeed, it is. I also have something to offer Evelyn. I turned my head to look at Kai. I was curious what he was going to say. Would you like to become my princess? Kai said in a firm tone, his blue and brown eyes showing seriousness. What? I didn't expect to hear this. I didn't expect this offer at all. Kai was about to repeat his words, but I stopped. I've heard what you said, but it was too sudden. I chuckled awkwardly, and Kai smiled. It is sudden, besides I didn't know when the next perfect time would be since I will be leaving soon, and you will also be busy dealing with potential suitors. Kai explained. But still, it's a very serious offer. Wouldn't Empress and Emperor be opposed to it? I asked Kai. As far as I know, royalty doesn't usually have a free rein on choosing their partners. My parents understand how it's important to find a companion to spend eternity with. Besides, I think you will get along perfectly with them. Sirens aren't exactly eternal. They have a lifespan of 1,000 years. Now I'm faced with three choices, while one of the choices is to be with a person that I know, and I don't have to wonder what kind of people I meet at the ball will be interested in having as their mate. Still, it's a sudden offer even for the werewolf. I made a joke. Werewolves tend to be fast-paced in relationships, as they can mark their mate. Sirens can mark their own, but they weren't assigned soulmates. However, their courtship is still faster than humans. When do you need an answer? I asked Kai. I will be leaving in 2 days. If you need more time to think, I'm willing to stay longer. Kai offered. I would feel guilty for letting him stay longer. I mentally sighed and looked at the moon. I guess if Damien accepted me, I wouldn't have those choices. Each of them can change my life forever. I could also offer you a contract marriage. It's a temporary marriage that will allow us to get to know each other better before taking a big step. Kai also offered. I guess it will be good to go away from here for a few years and experience life in Norea. I guess it's worth giving it a try. I agreed to his offer. Chapter 12 yesterday was the day I agreed to Kai's proposal, and I've been wondering if I made the right decision since then. Today, Kai and I agreed that we are going to tell my father about our decision. We also need to inform Alpha about it since our marriage is going to be a diplomatic move that will bring werewolves and sirens closer. I also need to tell my mother about this. I looked at the phone and contemplated what text message I should send her. Hey Mom, can you book a route for me to the Mediterranean kingdom? Smiley face. I'm planning to leave the day after tomorrow. Love you, Mom. I decided to tell her in person. Then I received another message, but this time it's from Kai. I'll be arriving at the pack house soon. I hope you are prepared. I've been mentally preparing for the whole morning. In the morning, I've showered and chosen something decent and comfortable to wear since I was too lazy to iron my clothes. Also, yesterday I drank too much champagne, so I've been feeling headaches. The good thing is that Damien is very busy at the moment, and he wouldn't be roaming in the pack house until late evening. I looked in the mirror before going to the foyer and greeted Kai before going to my father's office. I wore a maroon cashmere sweater and a light brown skirt that covered my knees. Before heading out, I decided to wear a matching headband. Then I was more satisfied with my outfit choice and headed to the foyer. When I arrived at the pack's house foyer, Kai had also arrived at the pack house. I gave him a welcoming smile. I didn't know if I should hug him or what, since I've never experienced this. I hope our marriage wouldn't be this awkward. You seem to be more nervous than I currently am, Kai commented. Sirens are very good at sensing other people's emotions compared to werewolves. Really? I guess I am. I awkwardly laughed at the end of the sentence. Kai smiled and took my hand to reassure me. Don't worry, the sooner we tell your father the better it will be, he assured me. I smiled while I tried to stop myself from blushing. I'm not used to this kind of affection. All right, then we should probably go now. I tell him and I lead him to my father's office in the pack house. And for some reason, I was still holding his hand, my mind preoccupied with this as I walked to the office, trying to distract myself from the thought of how my father would react to the news. Then I finally let go of his hand when I was about to knock. I knocked 3 times and then I checked if my father was busy. Father, are you busy? Oh, Alpha Frank, I didn't know you were there. It appears that Alpha Frank was also present. If I announced the news in front of the Alpha, then it would be easier to deal with the firing and leaving the pack. Not at the moment. Is there something you wanted to talk about, Evelyn? My dad asked me, and Alpha Frank just calmly looked at me with curiosity. I felt a little guilty since our relationship has gotten better, and I'm just going to leave him like that. I guess it's better to tell you both of you. I then went into the office, and I gestured to Kai to come in. Alpha Frank and my father got confused. They forgot to greet Kai properly. So, what did you both want to tell us? Alpha Frank asked us. I wanted to explain to them, but Prince Kai was ahead of me. We just wanted to tell you that we are getting married. This wasn't the first sentence I planned to use. It was too blunt for my liking. It was too late to complain since we got right to the point. Both my father and Alpha Frank stood silently. I can't imagine what thoughts are racing through their minds. What about your soulmate? DID-. My father wanted to bring it up, but I interrupted him. He rejected me 4 years ago. Sorry that I didn't tell you about it, father. I told him, and I started to feel more guilty that I never said to him that Damian rejected me. Back then, I was too prideful that I had hidden my pain of getting rejected until I came to terms with it. I even hid it from my mother so she would think that I'm doing fine with fitting in with werewolf society. Of course, there was another moment of silence in which I started to feel the rush of sadness, and I was about to feel tears in my eyes until Kai took my hand and started stroking it with his thumb. I looked at him, and he gave me a sympathetic smile. Well, apart from that, with your current status, the idea of marriage sounds a bit complicated right now, Alpha Frank pointed out. Since I've been ranked 3rd, it means that I'm expected to have a partner who is a high-ranked werewolf, not a siren. Also, being known as the person who ranked 3rd means that I've become famous within the werewolf circle. My marrying a siren could cause some controversy. That is why today, after tomorrow, I will travel to the Mediterranean kingdom, and my family there will help organize the wedding. I hope my step-grandmother wouldn't kill me by giving her such a burden. On the other hand, she wanted me to marry a noble siren. And a noble siren, I was going to give it to her, though I wasn't exactly planning on doing that. Then the only thing left is to deal with is the council, which we would be able to handle for you, Alpha Frank concluded. My father was still hesitant, but he couldn't do anything about it since I'm old enough to make that kind of decision. By delegating essential decisions to my stepfather's family, they could likely assess our partnership's prospects more accurately, and they would have an easier time communicating with the Norean royal family than my father and Alpha Frank. On that note, we finished our family meeting. I was going to see Kai off. The discussion went better than I imagined. I guess that's all, Kai commented. Not really, since you would have to talk with the Valencia household, since they're the ones who can represent me better. I then typed the address of the Valencia household's primary residence and their phone number into my phone and sent a text to Kai. There was an instant notification sound. Kai offered to go out, but I declined, as this meeting had drained all my energy, requiring me to prepare for it mentally. I just watched him leave the Pax house territory. Now I need to start packing my bags. Chapter 13. The next day, I was walking back to the pack house. The weather got colder, but I'm glad that there wasn't any rain. My father wanted to spend more time with me before I left. Walking through the pavement road surrounded by the tall trees and street lights that turn on only in the evening. At one point, I have a hard time believing that I'm about to leave this pack to marry Prince Kai. I walked through the gate and spotted the truck and Omegas that were unloading it. I ignored it since we always use a car to order a large amount of food and other supplies. But apparently, this day is special too. I walked to the mansion's foyer, and there was an event coordinator giving instructions to the pack members. I didn't remember that there was supposed to be an event after the ball. Is there an event coming up? I asked the random pack member. The Wolf Night. The other person answered, and I nodded. The Wolf Night is one of our pack's traditions. Teenagers would celebrate with a bonfire party, and adults would gather for a barbecue party. I've always preferred sticking with adults because I didn't enjoy the party filled with loud music and alcohol. Some found it a weird choice, but I would always find a way to reply to the questions regarding my choice, sarcastically. But people stopped questioning me about my choice when one day, during a teenager's party, police managed to find various types of illegal drugs. Meaning one of the pack members had access to illicit drugs and sold them to the other pack members, which is very problematic for the pack. Now the parties for teenagers have become more monitored in the pack. I carefully walked past the boxes. Are you planning to ruin another Wolf Night party? Damian asked in an accusatory tone. I stopped walking and slowly turned around to meet Damian's gaze. When did I ever ruin a Wolf Night when I never even attended the party? Besides, didn't your friends ruin the party and that is why you got sent to the boarding school for alphas? I told him in a very calm tone. Alpha Frank was very pissed at Damien because, as an alpha's son, he is supposed to be a role model to people his age, but he got involved with the people who smuggled drugs to the pack and didn't do anything to prevent it. Damien claimed that he wasn't aware that this was happening behind his back. Please don't pretend anymore. Aaron told me everything. I just chuckled. I simply warned him not to go to the party since there were always drugs involved. Where is he going with this anyway? Then I sighed. I looked at the foyer. The Omegas left the foyer a long time ago, and there wasn't any other presence to eavesdrop on the conversation. Why do you insist on accusing me anyway? I started asserting. Damien was about to answer, but I started walking towards him. Perhaps this was your reason to reject me? Damien didn't say anything and tried to avoid my gaze. And you didn't confront me about it until now is because I wanted him to finish the sentence, but I guess that won't be happening. For revenge I didn't deserve? I finished now for him. I've never thought I would be even more disappointed with you, Damien. I thought you were smarter than this, or at least had the decency to tell me a reason for rejection when I begged you to tell about it. My voice became softer. Then I looked away. At least I wouldn't have wasted my time. I told him silently. Or perhaps this was also one of your goals. I silently concluded, and I looked at his eyes, hoping that he would disagree with me or fight back. Instead, his eyes showed panic because he couldn't find words. Then I headed to my room. Once I entered my room, I started searching for the pills that would help to quench my upcoming anxiety. I quickly drank the pills, and I started printing the required documents to travel to the Mediterranean kingdom. I was reviewing the checklist to make sure that I didn't forget to include anything else on the list and started packing my bags. Of course, I wouldn't be able to take everything with me. In that case, I will ask my father to ship the rest of my clothes. Then I started packing. The whole process took me more than 1.5 hours. It was tiring, but it was worth it. On my desk, I noticed picture frames. In one of the picture frames, I found a picture of myself wearing the princess costume, celebrating my 6th birthday with my mother and stepfather, John. At that time, I wanted a princess-themed party, and my stepfather didn't get greedy on the budget in hopes that I would forget the pain I'd endured. In the second picture frame, we were taking a family picture for the Christmas card. I looked awkward since I started living with my father's family, and it was hard for me to get used to it. At that time, I hated my father and especially despised my stepmother and stepbrother Aaron. Back then, I enjoyed making them miserable to the point that even now, I'm ashamed of my actions. Little by little, with the help of therapy, I slowly accepted them. Also, the environment was challenging for me to get used to. In the Mediterranean kingdom, I was homeschooled with my cousins. Apart from general education, I was taking etiquette, dance, and extra languages classes. Of course, in the Mediterranean kingdom, there were lots of events to show off those skills. Of course, when I moved into the pack, I started missing those things in the Mediterranean kingdom, but in the pack, I slowly got used to the environment and managed to make friends. I guess there was no use in fitting in after all. I sighed in disappointment while smiling sadly at the pictures. Chapter 14 In the quiet village in Italy, I arrived at one of the portal hubs that would lead to the Mediterranean kingdom, thanks to the taxi. The Mediterranean kingdom is a subdimension of Earth because everything that happens on our Earth affects the kingdoms in the subdimension world. The underwater kingdom is considered a subdimension because it has 2 ways of entering the dimension. The first way is to go through a magic portal that can be found in the portal hub. Or another way to find a natural portal in the sea or ocean. Of course, only mermaids and sirens can travel through that portal. The portal hub disguises itself as a hotel to avoid any suspicions from humans. In the hotel building, there were mostly sirens, but you could also find among the travelers werewolves and humans. After passing the security checkpoint, I walked towards the clerk to get my ticket for entering the portal. "Hello, I would like to travel to the Mediterranean kingdom." I politely asked the clerk. "Permit and passport." The clerk asked and handed me my passport and permit. The clerk looked carefully for a few seconds and started entering my information into the computer. "Neuropolis or New Athens checkpoint?" The clerk proceeded. "New Athens, please." Then I started hearing the sound of the printer. The clerk gave me back my documents and also handed me a ticket. The portal is on the 3rd floor in the A section. The clerk guided me and nodded before going to my section. In the section, guards were standing next to the portal to make sure that no one was entering illegally. I showed the ticket to the guards, and they nodded before allowing me to go through the portal. Before entering the portal, I took a breath and walked through it. Lo and behold, I'm now in the New Athens portal hub. The New Athens portal hub is more lively than it was in the hotel. The building looked more like a terminal with cafes and duty-free shops. Here, I needed to pass a security checkpoint and verify my permit and ticket. Once I passed the security checkpoint, I decided to order coffee and drink it at the cafe. I paid with a credit card that is only usable in this dimension. For some reason, the portal can still tire you out. Before I found the place to sit down and drink the coffee, my mother texted me. "Are you in New Athens yet? I've sent a butler to pick you up." I guess I would need to finish drinking my coffee since the butler is probably waiting for me. Sure enough, once I was at the entrance of the terminal, I saw a butler holding the sign with my name on it. The butler looked young, but as long as I could remember, he had always looked that way since I was a child. As I know, Samuel has served the Valencia household for about a century. Long time no see, Miss Evelyn. Our family butler, Samuel, greeted me. "Indeed, it's good to see you too, Samuel." I greeted him back. "Is there anything new that happened in the household?" I asked Samuel as he helped put the bags in the car. Since the siren dimension is more advanced than Earth in the Mediterranean, you are only allowed to drive electric vehicles or vehicles powered by solar energy. I don't think we had any grand news, except your cousin Dante got a job at the famous Norea Research Center. Samuel informed me, and I nodded. Since the Valencia family is pretty big, I barely interacted with Dante. When I entered the household, he was a university student, so there was an age gap. "Well, It's better than having the age gap of over 100 years with my other cousins, though I can't complain since I got along with them nicely. After Samuel finished helping with the bags, we went in the car. The car was similar to Tesla. It was a more advanced version of a Tesla. I looked at the scenery behind the window of the car. New Athens is influenced by Greek architecture, and the king of the Mediterranean kingdom decided to preserve that style of architecture. This dimension has a lot of similarities to Earth, yet it still has its unique charm. I spotted the white mansion that is decorated with tall white columns and tall palm trees, surrounded by a fountain and a bright blue pool. This is the primary Valencia residence. The Valencia household is considered a pretty influential household in the Mediterranean kingdom, and it was all thanks to my step-grandmother's efforts. The Valencia household is known to be blessed with daughters, which is very beneficial since there is a shortage of brides among the sirens and provides an upper hand in marriage arrangements. Not only that, my step-grandmother always made sure that the offspring of the Valencia family had a superb education and provided a lot of resources. Most importantly, my step-grandmother welcomed me and my mother, treating me as one of her own and providing me with the same education that my cousins received. Those years were the happiest of my childhood. Then I saw the black-haired woman standing on the porch, trying to hide her enthusiasm upon my arrival. That is my mother. Once I got out of the car, my mother came to hug me. Since my mother is marked by the siren, meaning her youth has stayed with her. Now at 48 years, she looks more like my sister than my mother. Oh, Evelyn, finally you've come to visit. I almost thought that you found a mate and decided to stay there. My mother joked at the end, and I let out an awkward laugh. If I have found the person that I'm willing to spend my life with, I would have told you, Mom. I told a white lie. I was planning to tell her about Kai tomorrow, since today I was pretty tired. How long will you be staying here? My mother asked me. I don't know yet, I told her the truth, but my mother didn't question it, and she simply smiled since she was happy that I had come to visit her. For some reason, I always felt at home here. Chapter 15, let's go in, everyone is excited to see you. My mother told me and headed inside the mansion. There were also a few family members in the household. By the way, where is John? I asked my mother about my stepfather. He will come back tomorrow. He would love to have dinner with the three of us, my mother answered, and I nodded. Then I turned my head and I saw my aunts. Auntie Alcina, Auntie Albina. I greeted my aunts, who are twins. They were the only ones in their generation who were unmarried, but they are running their own successful business. Evelyn, you have grown so much, almost a marriageable age. My Aunt Alcina noted. Probably you are not planning to stay single for long? My Aunt Albina joked, and I didn't take the joke to heart since we would usually joke like that. Well, Auntie Alcina and Albina, I don't think I will beat your record with my lifespan. I rebutted jokingly. Oi, still a comedian I see? Learned from the best. I smiled at the sentence directed to Alcina and Albina as we were joking, but we would get along very well at other times. After I talked, I caught up with Alcina and Albina, and I heard a familiar voice from my cousin. Cousin Evelyn. My cousin Lila greeted me and hugged me. She was the same age as me, and we would often attend the classes together and hang out. It's good to see you, Lila, I hugged her back. Finally, I can show you cool places we can go to, Lila told me, and I smiled. Honestly, I'm also excited about the new places that Lila mentioned in text messages. After I spoke to Lila, my mother wanted to show me where I would be staying. So, Mom, I've heard you got another teaching license. My mother was a teacher in the pack before she had to leave, and now she is teaching general material for children from the Valencia household. Since she is teaching children in the household, my grandmother gives her an allowance that equals more than a teacher's paycheck, and my grandmother sponsors her courses so my mother would have fresh knowledge. The best part is that she has a small classroom of 4 to 10 children, allowing her to focus on each one. As we walked through the hallway, I texted Kai to let him know I had arrived safely, since he had asked me to text him when I got there. Oh yes, now I can help older children prepare for their first history and English exams. Then my mother stopped and opened the door of the room I will be staying in. I'm glad that my mother is doing better here. I'm just grateful that we've been accepted in here. This is where you will be staying. My mother told me. The room was bigger than the room I was staying in the pack house. My room looked like I was staying at an expensive hotel in Greece. The window offers a view of the pools, followed by a stunning view of downtown. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. We will have lunch in 20 minutes, so you should probably change your clothes and join. My mother informed me, and she left my room once she helped me put my clothes in the closet. It is one of the household's rules to dress neatly before breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I decided to wear a plain pink dress since it was made out of material that doesn't easily wrinkle. Then, in my bag, I found Jimmy Choo white kitten heels. The only thing left now is to brush my hair and fix my makeup. Then I headed to the dining room. I managed to find it easily since I've stayed here before and memorized the layout of the mansion. I arrived, and my siren relatives were already gathered in the dining room as always. I sat down next to my mother. I greeted the relatives whom I hadn't greeted yet. We were all waiting for the grandmother, and we were also waiting for the staff to bring our food. Looks like everyone is gathered here. The woman with dark brown hair and blue eyes arrived here. If people didn't know that sirens exist, they wouldn't think that woman is my step-grandmother. Even Evelyn came. How lovely. My step-grandmother, Reina Valencia, greeted me. Hello, grandmother. I also greeted my grandmother politely. After my grandmother sat down, the staff started bringing our food. I guess today is for the Italian food since we're eating fettuccine alfredo pasta. The aroma of the food filled the room, and my stomach growled, but I had to control myself since here I must be mindful of my manners, so I carefully grabbed my fork and started slowly eating the pasta. I know that you wanted to find your soulmate before considering searching for the siren, but still, I want to know your current plans. My grandmother, Reina Valencia, asked. The Valencia family is renowned for leveraging influence through strategic marriages, and I knew that one day I would be asked about my marriage plans, which would reveal that I had already received a proposal from Kai. This surprise caught me off guard. Currently, I will be staying here for a month. After evaluation, I received many opportunities, so I would like to think through before I make my decision, I told my grandmother, Reina, nodding. That's a good plan. I've heard you got evaluated in the top 3, and even siren media outlets have picked up about this and are giving our family more pride. My grandmother praised me, and I didn't expect her to praise me for it. Other relatives also started congratulating me. Reina had always had the approach of praising rather than scolding. When I started taking lessons with my cousins, they would always praise me for my small achievements, and then I got motivated and started picking up the pace fast. Since I've had a passion for learning new languages, I would love to challenge her by speaking in the language I'm learning, so I started learning languages quickly. Since education here is different from the education in the United States, I had to take every college class available in high school. I was involved in many extracurricular activities during my senior year. Otherwise, I might have just received a high school diploma. Still, my biological father and mother insisted that I stay in high school so I could learn how to socialize with other werewolves and humans my age. I didn't regret wasting my time in high school because during that time, I explored and learned what I wanted to know. Then, Butler Samuel entered the dining room. It seems that envoys from the Norea Empire have arrived, and now they are in front of the residence, Samuel informed the relatives, who were confused since the Valencia family didn't have any link to the Norea Empire. From my knowledge, when the household receives foreign envoys, it is usually indicated that a noble or a royal is asking for a hand in marriage. Which means Prince Kai sent the envoys. I guess Kai couldn't wait to make our relationship more official. Everyone with a confused look on their faces started gathering in the foyer. They were curious about the foreign guests. My grandmother stood in front of us. May I help you? My grandmother politely asked the envoys from the Norea Empire. Then, the envoys politely smiled. We're here to deliver the marriage proposal on behalf of the second Prince Kai of Norea Kingdom. The main envoy spoke. Aunt Alcina whispered. Is the Valencia household going to produce a second princess? Since I remember that one of my older cousins successfully married the prince of the Mediterranean kingdom. Whose hand in marriage does your prince ask for? My grandmother, Reina, firmly asked the envoys and then continued, I have many daughters and granddaughters. To Lady Evelyn Bonnet. The envoy asked for. I sighed since I would have to explain everything. Everyone, including my mother, looked at me. I wanted to talk about it later, but I didn't think that proposal would come today, I admitted, to clear the confusion in the air. Have you accepted the proposal personally from the second prince? My grandmother, Reina, asked. Yes, accepted on the basis that the Valencia family approves of the marriage. My grandmother nodded with approval. If I want to be recognized as the legitimate fiancé of the prince, I need the support of my family. Then we require the meeting with a key member of the royal family before we accept the marriage proposal. My grandmother said with a smile after she turned to the envoys.
Chapter 16. Are you sure about this, Evelyn? To marry a prince you need to be serious about your choice. What about your soulmate? My mother asked me. The day has passed since the shocking reveal, and now we are having dinner just the three of us, my mother, my stepfather John, and I. My soulmate has rejected me 4 years ago, mother. I had revealed another shocking piece of information. 4 years ago? Why did you keep this to yourself? You know how mental health is important with your lupus distress. The rejection of the soulmate could worsen the condition. My stepfather, John, who is a psychiatrist, started lecturing me. John and my mother met in the psychiatric clinic when my mother sought treatment to get over the abrupt rejection. I would often visit my mother with my grandparents, so I also got to meet him. As a specialist, he was also curious about my mental health, and he started researching lupus disease and also published a few papers about the disease. Ironically enough, sirens had more information about the mental diseases of the werewolves than the werewolves themselves. Lupus is a mental disease for werewolves who can't telepathically communicate with their inner wolves, thus, they have a harder time shifting to their wolf form. It was caused by my childhood trauma and not living in the pack. Living with my biological father in the pack should have improved my disease, and it did for some time, but the rejection made those efforts go back to zero. I know, but at that time I felt embarrassed to tell that after all I couldn't fit in the pack because of the rejection, so I decided to deal with the rejection by myself. I revealed. My mother held my hand. Evelyn, I know that you want to do things independently, but I wish you had told me about this so you wouldn't have to go through it alone. My mother told me, and John nodded in agreement with my mother's words. Then we continued eating dinner, but now we changed the topic to a lighter one. The next day, the news about a prince from the Norea Empire proposing to the lady from the Valencia household had reached the ears of almost all of the citizens of the subdimension. Even my relatives still couldn't believe that this happened. They knew the benefits of marrying royalty, as my cousin had married a prince of the Mediterranean kingdom. Still, since I'm the second person in the family who is going to marry the prince of the richest empire, our family is going to receive even more benefits and influence. Of course, only today my family established contact with the royal family of the Norea, and soon the Empress of the Norea Empire will come to meet me. Kai has started sending flowers to this residence since I expressed a desire to rest upon arrival. After feeling apologetic, he began sending me flowers. Currently, I was in Lila's room, where we were discussing the beauty and clothing trends in the Mediterranean kingdom, as sirens are said to produce more effective creams than humans do. Lila was showing the new product on the tablet when she went to a drawer and took a cream she had recently bought. This is the cream that instantly removes the redness and has a healing effect. It helped me a lot since I like to pop my pimples out. Lila explained as she handed it to me so I could swatch. I opened the lid and took a little bit of cream and swatched it on my hand. I felt the instant cooling effect. Oh wow, it instantly cools the skin. I exclaimed, and Lila grinned. I know, right? When we go shopping together we must go to that store so you can buy for yourself. Lila offered. Then suddenly Lila's mother opened the door with a distressed look on her face. Prince Kai came to visit. Lila, please help Evelyn prepare. Lila's mother informed. Lila and I were shocked. Neither of us expected Prince Kai to visit. We hurried to my room, and Lila instantly started looking for suitable clothes. Those dresses won't do. Why didn't you bring any good dresses? Lila asked in a disappointing tone as she looked at the casual dresses that I'd brought. Because it wouldn't have fit the baggage. Besides, wouldn't one of the dresses be enough? I asked Lila as I was brushing my hair, and then I was putting my mascara on since I didn't have time to do more presentable makeup. Are you kidding me? Of course, those dresses aren't enough. Do you want to embarrass our family? Lila's face showed bewilderment. In this family, we must dress appropriately. Since the prince came to visit, I couldn't dress casually. I sighed while I remembered him seeing me with a sweater and jeans while I was in the pack. I guess those moments are over now. Then we headed to Lila's room and she lent a white dress with a long skirt, which had the style of a Greek goddess dress. Then Lila went to my room in search of the matching shoes because even though we had the same clothing size, we had different shoe sizes. I put on the dress in Lila's room while she was searching for the shoes. I looked at myself in the mirror, and luckily, the dress fit me very well. Then Lila came back with the shoes she found and blinked once she saw me. Whoa, the dress looks better on you than on me, Lila commented as she handed me the white high heels. Then I started putting on the high heels, and Lila was searching for the perfume with a suitable scent, spraying me with a mix of fruity and flowery aromas. Then I headed to the foyer, where Prince Kai was waiting for me. In the foyer, I found my grandmother having a polite conversation with the prince, and she noticed that I was coming. And here is Evelyn. All right, I will leave you two alone. Reina smiled and left the two of us here. I glanced at Kai. Well, I hope I didn't make you wait long enough, I told Kai, and he smiled. I don't mind. Besides, I didn't think that I would be meeting a goddess. Kai complimented me, and I just tried not to blush. Well, then would you like to have a walk in the garden? I offered.
Chapter 17 Kai and I walked into the garden that was filled with different types of palm trees. The weather is sunny, which is perfect for the garden scenery. So what brings you here? I asked Kai. I thought I wouldn't see him soon, given his many responsibilities as a prince. I came here for the business meeting in the Mediterranean kingdom, and I figured that I might as well visit my fiancée and get to know her family yet. Kai said with a smile and chuckled. I'm not your fiancé yet. I still need to meet the Empress. If the Empress won't like me, then there will be no chance that the wedding will happen. What's important is that you've agreed to marry me. Kai grinned and I smiled because I didn't expect him to be cheesy. Sometimes I wonder why Kai decided to marry me, since it's a rare chance for the royal sirens to choose me as the target of their pursuit. Usually, sirens, especially royal sirens, do not pursue a person who isn't serious about them. Such luck is being granted to me. Yeah, I didn't expect the process to be that fast. Honestly, I expected Kai to make an official proposal within about a week, but he did it as soon as I arrived. Don't worry, planning for the royal wedding takes about 6 months. I still have time to court you. Kai told me. 6 months is still a short time to get used to it, and I will probably be busy. On the other hand, I will have a wedding planner and assistant to help with the royal wedding. If, of course, your mother agrees. I mentioned. That reminds me, my mother should be visiting soon. I think you will get along with her very well, Kai tried to comfort me. I hope so. Because if the Empress doesn't accept me as her daughter-in-law, I'm not planning to elope with Kai secretly. Will you be staying for dinner? I changed the topic. Then we just talked for a bit before it was time for dinner. Since it was a short visit, Kai wasn't able to stay after dinner and kept profusely apologizing and even promised to make up for it next time, since he had to leave for Norea in the morning. Since this subdimension doesn't have planes, it's easier and faster to travel with the portal to another kingdom of this subdimension. Next, I made plans with Lila to go to the mall today, since I will need to have a wardrobe prepared if I need to make an appearance with Kai. As we were walking to the front door, Grandmother's voice stopped us. Where do you think you both are going? Our grandmother asked. We are going to the mall since Prince Kai is courting her. She needs an appropriate wardrobe, Lila explained to our grandmother, but our grandmother just shook her head and handed the magazine to me. I looked at the magazine that I've been given, and Lila also took a peek at it. On the front page of the magazine, there is a picture of me walking with Kai, and someone took a picture of us outside of the residence with the title, "The Rumors Are True." Nowadays, it's pretty rare for royals to have a royal wedding since sirens have a prolonged lifespan. But since you are marrying the prince, you are now considered a celebrity and paparazzi will follow every movement. Grandmother explained. I didn't expect that someone was waiting outside for the chance to take a picture of us. I understand this, but wouldn't I need a wardrobe since I will be appearing a lot in the magazines? I asked my grandmother. I didn't bring many clothes to ensure I'm always wearing something new, as I don't want to be criticized by the media. Well, I can always make an appointment for designers and boutiques to come here. Besides, we can also order clothes from the internet. Grandmother made a suggestion. Does it mean I will be staying here and not going outside until my marriage? I seriously asked my grandmother, but she laughed. Oh, of course not, my dear. When you receive training to avoid improper shots taken by paparazzi, then you will be able to go out again. She informed me that my cousin looked at me smugly. Damn, cuz I guess he wouldn't be able to go to the nightclubs anymore. Lila poked fun at me, and I just glared at her. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, Lila. For now you are also forbidden to go to the nightclubs. Lila now stopped snickering and made a surprised Pikachu face. Now it was time for me to snicker. Wait, why me? I'm not marrying anyone yet. Lila reasoned. Not yet, since Evelyn's marriage will bring our family a lot of success, meaning you will have better candidates, and I don't want paparazzi digging your party animal past. My grandmother explained her reasoning, and I sighed since I was looking forward to hanging out with Lila. Then my grandmother turned to me and said, Don't worry, I made a big appointment for you tomorrow. No matter how much and what you choose, I will cover it. My grandmother tried to comfort me, and I just awkwardly smiled at her. It's gotten more and more serious since Kai's official proposal. Since I wouldn't be going to the mall with Lila, I just decided to grab a book from our library and read it in my room. I tossed the book on my bed and then lay down to read, but before starting, I decided to check out the social media platforms used by werewolves. As my intuition was correct, the news of my marrying the foreign prince has reached werewolves as well. There were a lot of articles about me with clickbait titles. Number 3 chooses to marry a siren prince instead of a werewolf. Will she-wolves start choosing sirens as their mate because of the trend? I don't know if I should laugh or cry at the title. There was also a mixed response to the title. Some werewolves were praised for making a wise choice, while others just called me a traitor. Usually, that comment was made by the males, but she-wolves quickly attacked the werewolves who accused me of betraying them. I guess the news has also reached Damien's ears. I can't imagine what his reaction is. Perhaps he didn't care about it. I put my phone on the nightstand and started reading to relax my nerves. Chapter 18. The staff is running around and doing the last-minute checks because it's the day when the Empress will come to visit the Valencia primary residence to discuss the wedding plans and also meet me for the first time. Meanwhile, I was choosing what outfit to wear. My grandmother had invited designers, stylists, and boutique owners, so I would have a wardrobe prepared for any occasion. It wouldn't be easier to transport those clothes to the Norea Empire. You should go for the mint-colored costume. My mother offered to help get ready. The mint costume looked a lot like it was a Chanel costume, but it was made by one of the famous siren sub-dimension brands. I agreed with my mother's suggestion, and I went to change behind the room divider. Are you nervous? My mother asked me and hummed in agreement. How did you fare when you went to meet with the grandmother with John? I asked my mother, and she chuckled. Oh, I was very nervous to meet her, since I was afraid she wouldn't accept a woman with a child, but in the end, it's gone very well. My mother started reminiscing. I remembered as a child when John introduced us to his mother, who is the matriarch of the Valencia household, and everything started changing for the better. I started getting engaging lessons, new playmates, and friends, and I was spoiled even more. Well, it's not like you are now a woman with a child, so you shouldn't be nervous about meeting with the Empress, my mother comforted. I know, but what if? My mother stopped me from finishing the sentence. You are worried about the possibility of being abandoned like it's happened to me? My mother asked softly, and I nodded. Then my mother sighed. When I saw you interacting with Prince Kai, I understood that he would always remain by your side and always will be on your side when the conflict arises. Besides, I have a good feeling about Prince Kai. My mother comforted me, and I let a small smile, but of course, I was still putting my clothes on behind the room divider. Then I heard the door open. It's not like sirens ever voluntarily separated. At least not that I know of during my 400 years of living, or else it would become a huge gossip between nobles. My grandmother commented. Not even once? My mother asked my grandmother, and she shook her head. Hearing about sirens splitting up their assets would stir a reaction from the media. While werewolves have destined soulmates, they can still reject them even if they marked them. On the other hand, sirens don't have a fated mate, but once they mark their chosen mate, they are stuck with their partner for eternity. Unless one of the partners dies, they can still remarry. Someone actually tried to reject their siren companion in a way like how werewolves do, but it didn't work, and the other person just became upset. Both of them ended up going to a marriage counselor. I finally put on my shoes and walked out from behind the room divider. Looks like you are ready. We should head downstairs since the Empress can arrive at any minute. My grandmother informs me. Then we just headed to the foyer where the staff and other relatives were anticipating the Empress's arrival. One of the relatives is holding the phone in case the meeting doesn't go well, so he can sell stocks at the best price before the news reaches a media company. This is how the Empress' opinion is influential. The butler who was on the lookout came over to my grandmother and told her that the cars were arriving at the residence. My grandmother clapped her hands so everyone could mentally prepare. The way was already widely open, but I could only catch glimpses of the cars that were escorting the Empress safely. Some bodyguards are accompanying the Empress. They arrived first and dispersed around the territory to make sure that no harm comes to the Empress while she is staying at our residence. Finally, the car that the Empress is in stops in front of the entrance. Some assistants were helping the Empress to get out of the car, or I should say that's the Empress ladies-in-waiting. Empress Vivienne wore a traditional blue Nolarian robe that was carefully embroidered with beautiful flower patterns. Her long black hair is styled in a fluffy side ponytail, decorated with expensive hairpins. Now I know from whom Prince Kai inherited the features. He inherited almost everything except her eyes. The Empress's eyes were blue. She wore a pleasant smile. As she entered the foyer, my grandmother was the first to bow her head and curtsy, and everyone followed suit, including me. We would like to welcome you to the Valencia household, Your Majesty Empress Vivienne. My grandmother was the first one to speak. Then we all lifted our hands. I didn't expect such a pleasant welcome. I guess the rumors about Valencia's great family education are true. Empress Vivienne spoke with a melodic voice. Do you perhaps would like to rest before we start discussing our children's marriage, Your Majesty? My grandmother politely asked. Thank you for the offer. I already had plenty of rest in the hotel. I would like to start the discussion as soon as possible if it's possible. Empress Vivienne politely declined her grandmother's offer. Now I was more nervous since the Empress wanted to discuss the wedding plans immediately. Of course. My grandmother answered that she wanted to add, but the Empress's eyes had fallen on me, and then she smiled. You must be the future daughter-in-law. You have no idea how happy I am to finally meet you. The Empress came over and held both of my hands. I'm also very happy to finally meet you, Your Majesty. I spoke in a composed manner as I could. The Empress grinned happily. Then I guess we should head to the drawing room to discuss the wedding plans? My grandmother asked the Empress, and the Empress agreed. Empress walked next to me as we went to the drawing room. Chapter 19, we sat down in the drawing room, the walls of which were decorated with expensive paintings that our family received. There were white, comfortable velvet sofas that matched the interior of the drawing room. The household staff started bringing a cup of tea and desserts. I sat between my mother and grandmother, while the Empress sat on the opposite side, with her assistants standing behind her. One of them began taking notes. Now, before we start discussing the wedding plans, I would like to ask Evelyn an important question. Have you met your destined soulmate yet? The Empress asked. I took a small gulp before answering the question, but my mother decided to answer it for me. She has met her destined soulmate, but her soulmate rejected her. My mother answered in my stead. The Empress nodded at the answer. Since I will be marrying into the royal family, they need to know my situation. Since werewolves have destined soulmates, there can be scandals involving werewolves cheating on their spouses with their destined soulmates, which is a very painful scandal to have, even for the royal family. As people say, after rain comes sunshine. If you hadn't been rejected, you wouldn't have met Kai. The Empress Vivienne commented as she sipped on the tea. It seems she didn't know I was rejected. Is there anything else you would like to know about Evelyn? Reina asked the Empress, but the Empress went silent for a minute. I guess it's the only important question I had. The Empress sheepishly answered. What about Evelyn's education? This is what my grandmother would like to know since she wants me to be prepared to take the role of the princess. If she knows the areas where I'm lacking, she can educate me until the wedding. Oh, I've read the resume that you've sent and the transcript of her education. Since Evelyn has taken etiquette lessons along with the dancing lessons and is also fluent in a few languages, I'm more than satisfied with the education. The Empress approved of my mother, who looked visibly relieved, while my grandmother still would like to receive helpful feedback. She didn't want me to be unprepared for the role. How is your knowledge about Nolorian history? The Empress then asked after thinking about what I should probably learn. Just started reading about it, Your Majesty. I answered politely and truthfully. The Empress smiled at my answer. To go into politics, one must know history very well. Also, it would be useful to know the names of the nobles in the Nolorian Empire. The Empress gave the recommendation. We will work on that, Reina promised. Good, then I will send in the best tutors to help you out. The Empress generously offered. Then the Empress wanted to ask something, but she tried to remember by looking at the window, but to no avail. I suggest we should take a break before talking about the wedding plans since I just need to reorganize thoughts for a little bit, the Empress suggested. We agreed because I would calm down for a little while after being nervous all day. My grandmother offered to escort the Empress to the temporary guest room. After my grandmother and the Empress left, I sighed in relief. I guess it wasn't that bad after all, my mother said, and I nodded. It's gone better than I was expecting, but for some reason, I just started to get more nervous about what awaits me. Yeah, but for some reason, I got more nervous, I confessed to my mother, but my mother smiled at me. It's probably pre-wedding jitters since soon you are going to take a big step in your life. My mother comforted me, and I smiled awkwardly. Is this what the pre-wedding jitters feel like? I decided to go for a walk around the garden to calm my nerves. I looked at the surrounding bushes and palm trees while heading to our family's orchard. There was a time when I would shift into my wolf form to make the connection with my wolf stronger, but now I don't have any motivation. Before I knew, the sun was setting, revealing the beautiful scenery. Then, in the distance, I heard the voice of the staff. It was time to go back to the drawing room. When I came back to the room, I saw that my mom, grandmother, and the Empress were already sitting, waiting for me. I awkwardly apologized before I sat down. This is the part I've been waiting to talk about. The Empress starts talking. The planning of the royal wedding. When the Empress spoke, her eyes gleamed with excitement as if she were waiting for this moment. Since we didn't have a royal wedding in Norea in this century, your wedding will be considered the wedding of the century. The Empress started explaining, which means we need to make the wedding memorable to the whole siren subdimension. The Empress declared her opinion. But what about the budget of the wedding? My grandmother asked. Usually, the families have to share the budget with the other party, and it doesn't matter if the party is the royal family or not. Nolorian royal family will cover for everything. Empress Vivienne said in an excited voice. With the taxpayers' money? I accidentally mumbled, but my grandmother and my mother instantly reacted to my sentence. Evelyn. They both hissed at me, warningly reminding me that I should be careful with my words, but the Empress didn't take offense at it. It's all right, we will be using the money from our capital rather than using the treasury. The Empress explained. This time, I was impressed. I knew the Nolorian Empire was very rich, but I didn't think the royal family was also that wealthy. Then Empress Vivienne continued. For the wedding, I'm thinking to do a human-style wedding with the white dress, etc. The Empress suggested. And not the Nalorian tradition? I recently looked up the traditional Nalorian wedding, and I would think it would be wonderful. I asked because, as the princess, I didn't want to be accused of ruining the Nalorian tradition, but the Empress chuckled. Oh no, the normal traditional wedding is very different from the royal traditional wedding. The bride would have to kneel from night to sunrise and then proceed with the ceremony. I'm willing to compromise for a traditional reception. The Empress offered the compromise, and I agreed to the compromise. Till dinner, we discussed the general outline of the wedding. At the end of the discussion, when my mother and grandmother left the room, I was left in the room with the Empress. Since the day spent discussing the wedding, I didn't spend time to get to know you. Perhaps tomorrow we could chat just the two of us if you don't mind, Evelyn. Empress Vivienne offered. Of course, I would be honored, Your Majesty, I answered politely. When we are alone, you don't have to use the formalities. She permitted me to drop the formalities. We walked together to the dining room. Looks like the Empress accepted me as her future daughter-in-law. Chapter 20. The month has passed since Empress Vivienne visited the Valencia household. Now the official date of the wedding has been decided. Everyone went into wedding planning mode. The famous wedding dress designer, a famous interior designer, a wedding and event planner, and caterers who would be in charge of catering during the engagement party have visited me. Not only that, I've been taking dancing and etiquette lessons so the people would see me as a graceful princess, but I was also learning more about Norea. Although I have to admit, I enjoy learning about Nalorea's history more than repeating etiquette lessons. So Lady Evelyn, according to the guest list, you'll be having 100 guests, am I correct? The event planner is in charge of the engagement party. The engagement party will start in 3 days. Since my grandmother, my mother, my aunts, and Lila are busy, I'm in charge of showing the event planner around and answering all the questions. Yes, Valencia is a big household, so not only our entire family will be invited, there will be friends of our family. Also, the king and queen with the 7th prince's family will be attending. It's really important to show importance to the Mediterranean royal family, I explained to the event planner. Since the wedding date has been set, we have an upcoming engagement party. The media were going wild about it, writing about the dress I would wear or who the popular socialites we have invited. All right, I'm going to speak with my assistant about the preparations. The event planner spoke as she walked to the assistant, who was memorizing the seating arrangements. I just looked at the workers who are carrying the tables into the ballroom and trying to move correctly as was instructed in the blueprint. I was about to daydream, but I felt a presence that was purposely trying to approach me from behind. I quickly turned just to be met with a pair of different colored eyes. Kai sheepishly smiled, since the surprise was now ruined. As always, he always dressed up. He wore a black dress shirt, black jacket, and black trousers. I will not lie, it does suit him. I didn't expect him to arrive today. He was supposed to come tomorrow. You know, I could have attacked you on the premise of self-defense? I asked him. In the pack, I've been taking combat lessons that made me careful of people who are approaching from behind. Oh, I hope you wouldn't. Aren't you happy to see me right now? Kai answered, and indeed, I was happy to see him. We would often text with each other, and if Kai travels to the closer time zone, we would video call. Before we started video calling, Kai, who is about 200 years old, initially faced some challenges. However, luckily, sirens are more adaptable to technology than vampires. Other than that, I've always wondered which flower company Kai ordered from, since I've been receiving flowers daily for the past month. The last time Kai visited me was before the Empress visit. Of course, I'm glad to see you. I just didn't expect you to be here today. I answered truthfully. By the way, will you be staying here or at the hotel? I can ask the butler to prepare a guest room. I asked Kai. He is probably staying at the hotel, but I still think he might need a room when he is tired after the engagement party. But you're my fiancé, shouldn't you be offering to stay in your room? Kai suggestively joked, but I tried not to choke. I don't think you deserve that privilege. Looking at how often you come here, I answered jokingly. He only hummed in sadness while he made puppy eyes, but then we just both laughed. Little by little, we are getting along very well, but I'm not sure if I'm prepared to share a bed with him. During the video call, he said that he will respect my boundaries before and after the wedding, which I was relieved to hear. But to answer your question, I stumbled upon the butler, and he already gave orders to the staff to prepare the room, Kai answered, and I nodded. By the way, are you currently busy? Kai asked as he looked at the workers that are decorating the ballroom. Not really. Why do you ask? I asked Kai with curiosity. Then can you spare me some of your time? I have a surprise that I want to show you. Kai grinned. I nodded, and Kai gently took my hand, leading me to the drawing room so we could be alone and away from people. In the drawing room, there are already 2 purple velvet boxes tied with bows sitting on the table. One velvet box is a little bigger and the other is smaller. I guess those boxes contain jewelry. I guess Kai arrived much earlier than I expected. You should open the bigger box first, Kai suggested. I nodded, and I took the bigger box and carefully untied the bow. Then I carefully opened the box. In the first box, there was a pearl necklace that was beautifully decorated with teardrop diamonds. The design was simplistic, but on the person, it will look exquisite. Usually, I'm not a fan of jewelry since I tend to be picky with the design, but I think this necklace is beautifully designed. I gave my feedback after carefully examining the necklace's design. I'm glad that you liked the necklace, since I was unsure about it. Would like me to help put it on you? Kai asked, and I nodded with a smile. I carefully lifted my braid as he was helping to put the necklace on me. Once he clasped the necklace, I let go of my braid. Interestingly enough, it goes along with my outfit since today I wanted to wear a light-colored outfit. It's looking very beautiful on you. Kai complimented me, and I tried not to blush. Now it's time to open the small box. I hope you will like this box because it contains the engagement ring. The engagement ring? This time, I was curious because I would have to wear this ring every day. When I opened the ring box, the round diamond that contained a reflection of blue and pink greeted me. No, it wasn't a diamond. It was a beautifully crafted opal. I only hope that the band was made of white gold, but it is a perfectly crafted band, like a tree branch with flowers that hold the opal ball. Oh, it's beautiful. Is that an opal? I asked Kai, and he nodded with confirmation. Since sirens adopted the practice of giving diamond rings to their partners, it was unusual to give an opal ring. I'm glad that you love the ring because I hoped that you would like this ring, Kai said in relief. I gently touched the band to make sure that it was made of white gold and not silver. Since the ring didn't sting and didn't give a pink rash to my finger, I confidently put the ring on my ring finger. Seriously, where did you find the ring? I asked Kai curiously because I couldn't believe that this beautiful ring is my engagement ring. It was made by a famous jewelry artisan, Kai answered with a smile. He was happy that I liked the engagement ring that he gave me. Though, I apologize only giving you 2 gifts since I planned to give you more. I turned my head when he said that. You plan to give me more? I asked with curiosity. I think those gifts were enough, and I didn't expect him to give you more presents. Your other gifts will be waiting for you in the Nolarian Empire. There are so many gifts I want to give. It was better that they would be there so it would cause logistical issues when you will be moving to Nolarian Empire. Kai explained. I raised eyebrows. That many presents? Is it necessary? Our marriage will be temporary only, I reminded Kai. The time duration of the wedding will be determined after we will complete the blood bond, Kai explained. Blood bond? I questioned Kai. I never heard about blood bonds before. It's really important for the royals to either mark their companion or do a blood bond ceremony since the bond gives assurance that none of us will betray each other, Kai explained. As he said, it does make sense because many royal families require that their future spouse be imprinted. Or else there wouldn't be a wedding. It seems that the perfect alternative is the blood bond. What if the blood bond lasts for 2 weeks? I asked Kai, but Kai shook his head. The blood will at least last a year, but there can be instances that it could last 2 or 3 years, Kai said, and I nodded. So there is a chance that our marriage could be more than 3 years. The notion of the blood bond was interesting, but Kai's voice interrupted my thoughts. Also, I made a reservation in the restaurant so we could both have dinner together, Kai informed. You planned the occasion to show the engagement ring? I teased Kai. Well, of course. Kai grinned and held out his hand like a gentleman. We both went on the date once I delegated the task to Lila after she came back. Chapter 21. The summers have come to the Mediterranean kingdom. The kingdom is already a warm place, but in the summer, the heat starts to set in. A lot of time has passed since the engagement party. The party went well, and the king and queen of the Mediterranean kingdom gave their blessings. As expected, there were a lot of articles written about the engagement party as if we were hosting the Met Gala. We are now 2 weeks away from the wedding. The venues have been chosen, the guest list and the wedding have been decided. Now it was time to travel to Norea Empire to take part in rehearsals, activate the blood bond, and sign the contract. To my disappointment, Kai didn't visit often as I would like to. Nevertheless, I understood that Kai has duties as a prince and would usually be busy, but we would frequently text with each other or video call. However, he would never forget to send a gift for my birthday and Valentine's Day. Currently, my family and I are escorted to the portal hub. Even though we never disclosed when we were traveling to the Norea kingdom, the news traveled very fast. The portal hub was crowded with news reporters and people who wanted to see me. I would ignore the question asked by the reporters and simply wave and smile at the people who had become my fans. Empress Vivienne was right about that. I will be treated like a celebrity. Good news, Evelyn. We were given a private VIP lobby and portal room. We would only need to wait when the staff sets the portal's destination to Oritz's city. My mother told me. Then the staff leads us to the VIP lounge. Oritz's city is the capital of the Norea Empire. Even though no one could see us in the private lounge room, unfortunately, we could still hear the noise coming from outside the room. How are you getting used to your celebrity status? My Aunt Albina teasingly asked. I grabbed the glass of water and drank, then I looked at Albina's eyes. We were sitting next to the bar. Oh my god. They even live-streamed your appearance. My cousin Lila almost yelled. She was sitting a little bit far and looked at her phone. Albina and I turned to Lila. In truth, I didn't expect that I would be obsessed over. People have created thousands of unofficial social media accounts dedicated to posting content related to me. It's very expected since we rarely have a royal wedding and we live in the digital age. Alcina sighed, and Albina nodded in agreement. Though I'm thankful that I made my social media account for werewolves private and deleted my Instagram. Once the staff had configured the portal, we all started traveling through the portal one by one. On the other side of the portal, we were greeted by the Nolorean guards who are in charge of escorting us to the residence that we've been given for the temporary stay by the Nolorean royal family. The time difference between the Mediterranean kingdom and the Nolorean Empire is 7 hours. We traveled to the portal hub in the morning, but now it's evening in the Nolorean Empire. I expected fewer people waiting outside the portal hub, but apparently that wasn't the case. The Nolorean Empire is the most populated and also more diverse since the Nolorean Empire's naturally made portal is in the Pacific Ocean. Nolorean Empire is also a multilingual place, so I can hear people speaking Japanese, Arabic, Spanish, and, of course, some people speak English. As we passed through the crowd to the car park, we were greeted by multiple weird oval-shaped vehicles that didn't have wheels, but somehow, this vehicle could levitate. Oh wow, we will be traveling in a pod. My cousin Lila exclaimed. A pod. I asked Lila because I've never seen this type of vehicle. A pod is almost like a car that can fly. It appeared in the Nolorean market a year ago, and not every rich person can afford it. My grandmother explained, and I nodded in agreement. I knew that the Nolorean kingdom is more technologically advanced than other kingdoms, but I didn't realize that they have flying cars now. I was the first one to step into the vehicle. My mother and my cousin followed me. In the pod, there was already a pilot sitting there. The seats were very comfortable, and the glass is tinted so no one can see the passengers of the pod. The pod started slowly rising vertically until it stopped at the appropriate height and started flying. The city of Oritsu is filled with beautiful glass skyscrapers that are beautifully blended with historical architecture. As it was late evening in the Nolorea Empire, it was fascinating to see how the scenery was starting to change tonight. The city and the night markets were starting to get lively. Finally, we have arrived at the temporary residence, and apparently, we were given the 10 highest floors of the skyscrapers. The Norea royal family was very generous in giving us a temporary residence. Not only can a lot of my relatives stay in the penthouse. The place has its home theater, pool, gym and spa, and many other things that are left to explore. My other relatives also started moving little by little, and the staff in our residence were invaluable in carrying our luggage and giving us a tour. The next day, Prince Kai visited the lawyers, accompanied by the people in charge of our blood bond ceremony. First, my family and I must review the contract before completing the blood bond, as signing it first would leave me with no choice, regardless of the conditions. There were only a few conditions that needed to change. Other than that, there were still significant risks associated with either my cheating, being accused of being a spy, or working against the Norea royal family. It was expected since I'm marrying into royalty. There is also a massive package of benefits, including a hefty monthly allowance and substantial compensation after the divorce, among other things. Kai noticed my hesitation in signing the contract, knowing that once I sign, I can't retract my promises. If you want, we can increase the benefits. Kai offered. It's not like I'm dissatisfied with the benefits, it's more of the risks I'm wary, I admitted to Kai. I don't think you have to worry too much about the risks since I believe that you won't break the contract. Kai tried to comfort me. Still, I worry about the possibility of getting framed. Yet again, I revealed my worries to Kai, but he only smiled and placed his hand on my left hand. I will make sure that no matter what, I will always be on your side, and I will make sure that the case will be properly investigated, so you won't get punished for being framed, Kai promised me as he spoke in a soft voice. I glanced at the contract and I signed it. The agreement required us to sign twice because the duration of the marriage isn't set yet. After the ceremony of the blood bond is complete, I will need to sign the contract for the second time. Kai had also signed the contract. Then we were heading to the room to complete the blood bond. The blood bond is required to drink a liquid that is mixed with my blood and Kai's blood, and also the secret ingredient that helps to activate the bond between us. In the room, there was already a priestess waiting for us. First, Kai, as the gentleman, helped me to sit, and then Kai sat. The priestess quietly gestured for me to give her my hand, and I obediently did so. Then she swiftly cut my palm with a knife and poured my blood into the bowl. I almost yelped, but since the priestess swiftly made a cut, the shock was after that. She gave me the bandage to dress my wound. Since dressing my wound with one hand wasn't comfortable, Kai helped me neatly bandage it. Then it was Kai's turn to get his hand cut. He quietly winces once the priestess cuts his palm. Then I helped Kai to bandage his wound neatly since he had helped bandage my wound. Kai smiled at my returning gesture. Priestess then started gently mixing our blood and added a mysterious clear liquid to the bowl. Then she masterfully poured the dark red liquid into the wooden cups. She handed us the cup to drink. I looked at the cup and instantly became nauseous. Do I have to drink all? I asked the priestess, and the priestess nodded in reply. I glanced at Kai and sighed. I took the cup and we both started drinking. The taste of iron instantly hit me, but I forced myself to drink the liquid. After I drank the liquid, I felt more nauseous than before, but Kai looked fine after he drank. Kai looked at me and he felt worried. Are you all right, Evelyn? Kai asked in a worried tone. I feel dizzy, I answered. Then the priestess looked at me. No matter what, please don't vomit or else the blood bond will not be considered as complete. The priestess warned in a firm tone. You need to lie down on the sofa, Kai told me. He gently took my arms and took me to the sofa to lie down. We need to wait for an hour for our bond to activate. Kai grabbed a chair and sat down next to me. He took my bandaged hand, gently brushed his fingers against it, and kept company until it was time to know the duration of our bond. Your scent had become more overwhelming, I told Kai. Though the scent of the ocean and musk became more overwhelming, it was still pleasant. I guess the next day I will feel better, and I will get used to Kai's scent. Should I leave you then? Kai offered, but I shook my head. No, just stay here, please, I asked Kai, and Kai smiled, abiding by my wishes. The priestess came back to the room and brought the crystal. I've heard that the crystal changes color depending on the duration of the bond. The crystal itself is translucent white but changes to a shade of pink and red. First, the priestess gave Kai to hold the crystal for 1 minute, and after that, she handed the crystal to me. Once I touched the crystal, its color turned into a deep red, and it wasn't translucent as before. 10 years. The priestess made a verdict. I wanted to pinch myself so I could wake up from this dream. I wasn't expecting to be married for 10 years. 10 years. I asked in shock, and the priestess nodded before she left the room. Then I turned to Kai. Does it have to be 10 years? Couldn't we instead be married for 2 years? I pleaded with Kai, but Kai shook his head. Unfortunately, if we do that, we would suffer painfully from separation, Kai informed, but also comforted me. I had no choice but to accept the fact that I would need to be married for 10 years. Chapter 22. The nerve-wracking day has come. It's the day when I will marry Kai, and it's the day when I will start my 10-year journey. After we completed the blood bond, Kai stayed with me and reassured me he would be the best husband during our 10 years of marriage, and I hope he will keep his word. Currently, I'm at the temporary residence preparing for the wedding. I'm waiting till I have to leave the apartment while my assistants are doing the final touch-ups. I looked in the mirror, and I only saw a princess who was about to get married. I was wearing a beautiful white ball gown dress with off-shoulders. With my blonde hair made into a gorgeous updo, there is also a tiara decorating my head, a tiara featuring an intricate, flowery design crafted by renowned artisans and lent by Empress Vivienne. In my hand, there is a beautiful bouquet of white and beige roses. My mother almost cried when she looked at me, and I also wanted to cry with her, but since I'm marrying the prince, everything must look perfect so that the media won't find any imperfections. My grandmother entered the room. It's time for us to go, she informed. My mother and my grandmother left since it's a tradition that the bride must enter the church last. I have to wait another 20 minutes until my carriage arrives. Empress Vivienne wanted to replicate the wedding of Prince William and Kate Middleton. When I was a teenager, I had also dreamt of having the same wedding as the British royalty. Of course, there were a few changes made in order not to be accused of copying from humans. Ironically, sirens liked to copy human inventions if they didn't exist in the sirens' world. With the help of the assistants, my dress and I safely reached the carriage. Somehow the wedding ended up becoming showier, which I didn't mind since everything was still tasteful. The streets are beautifully decorated, the soft Nolorian wedding music started playing, and the guards escorted my carriage in neat uniform. During my wedding ceremony, no pod may travel on the same route that I was heading to the church. On the sidewalk, there is a crowd of people smiling and waving at me. I also smiled and waved elegantly at the crowd as I was instructed to. Finally, I arrived at my destination, and one guard opened the carriage door for me. I elegantly stepped out of the carriage and started walking the aisle. I walked to the aisle alone, as I had initially planned to walk with my father and my stepfather. However, I didn't want the media to speculate about my relationship with either of them, so I chose to walk alone. Once entered the church, everyone's gaze turned on me, and the wedding march started playing. I looked at the guest who arrived. Both of my families, friends from my pack and friends from the Mediterranean kingdom. Then my eyes met Damien's for a moment. It didn't shock me, as I knew he had been invited since he was considered my childhood friend and not my soulmate, and, of course, I also invited Alpha Frank. Then my gaze met with Kai's eyes that were filled with happiness and adoration. He wore the black uniform decorated with the medals and ribbons that he had earned. I have to admit he looked very handsome in the uniform. Once I finally stood next to Prince Kai, he offered to hold my hand. Then the priestess started the ceremony. After the priestess said her speech, we exchanged our wedding vows about remaining faithful to one another. Then we each took a turn to put the ring on the finger. And then the moment had come. You may kiss the bride, the priestess said. Kai didn't hesitate, gently kissing my lips, and I also kissed him. I was nervous since it was the first time we'd kissed, and we hadn't rehearsed that part of the wedding ceremony. People clapped and cheered for us. After we broke the kiss, I've only now started feeling the heat on my cheeks. At the wedding rehearsal, Kai expressed his wish to carry me out of the church, but I warned him that the wedding dress would be heavy and the skirt uncomfortable to hold. At least during rehearsals, he didn't miss out on carrying me around the church. On the wedding day, he set my hand around his arm. We've left the church and sat on the carriage, and we were heading to the royal palace, where our wedding reception will be hosted. Kai leaned and whispered, "Finally, I can call you as my dearest wife." I looked at him and smiled. "Is this the reason you couldn't wait to marry me, my dearest husband?" I sweetly asked. It was unusual to call Kai my husband now, but I know I will get used to it. Kai only smiled and kissed my forehead. He had nothing to say, since he was filled with joy. In the palace, we were separated to change in different rooms, as we had to change into a Norean traditional robe. I changed into a beautiful red robe that had a lovely golden embroidery of phoenix and chrysanthemum. The chrysanthemum was carefully embroidered, since if there was too much of the golden thread, it would mean sorrow. Instead, it was sewn with red thread, and golden thread was used to outline the chrysanthemum. Red chrysanthemum means love and passion. The makeup artists helped me remove my makeup and applied moisturizer to prevent my skin from drying out during the reception. Not only do I need to reapply the makeup for the Norean wedding look, but I'm also required to have face paint. In that case, there should be an experienced makeup artist who has a precise hand to draw red patterns on my forehead and my cheeks carefully. I also had to change the jewelry that would match the outfit. With this outfit, I wore a golden headpiece that matched my hairstyle and my outfit. I was then sprayed with the perfume. Unlike the wedding ceremony, I will be entering the wedding reception with Kai. Kai wore a sea blue robe, and he also had face paint on his face. "You look stunning, my wife." Kai complimented. "Do you like this outfit more or liked the previous outfit more?" I teasingly asked my husband. "In both outfits, you look like a goddess." Kai didn't mind complimenting a bit. As always, I wrapped my hand around Kai's arm, and we entered the ballroom where the wedding reception is held. At first, we had to receive congratulations from our parents. I've met with Kai's father, Emperor Alone. Then his brother, Crown Prince Adrian, congratulated us. Then, one by one, our guests have congratulated us, and then we've sat down in our assigned seats. Fortunately, Alpha Frank and Damien chose not to attend the wedding reception. Then our parents gave the wedding speech, and Lila, as the maid of honor, delivered the speech. After that, the guest who wanted to show off the presents publicly presented them. I contained my emotions to hide my reaction to the gifts. If the gift was awe-inspiring, or I've never seen anything like that, my eyes would show curiosity. Otherwise, I've tried to remain elegant. During our wedding reception, Kai would often steal kisses, and sometimes he even shamelessly pretended that he didn't do anything. Then it was time for the dessert in Norea. There isn't a tradition where the couple should cut the first slice of the cake, but one of the guests offered the idea. Kai stood up and offered his hand, wanting to cut the first slice with me. The cake didn't even look like a traditional wedding cake, but it didn't matter since the cake would be delicious. Kai took the cake spatula, and I put my right hand on his hand and led his hand to cut the cake. Since Kai was acting mischievously, I decided to put a little bit of frosting near Kai's lips. At first, he was confused by my gesture, and I giggled a little bit at his reaction. Then I kissed him near the lips so I could remove the frosting. "Aren't you teasing a bit too much, my dear?" Kai asked me. "Am I?" I innocently asked, but continued teasing him. That's what you get for stealing kisses and pretending that it didn't happen. After the wedding reception, we headed to our bedroom. I wrapped my hand around Kai's arm since I had drunk a little bit. "Should I carry you?" Kai offered. "Are you sure you are not tired of carrying me?" I asked Kai. Kai accepted the challenge, and he picked me up and carried me in a princess style. I wrapped my hands around Kai's neck. "I'm sure that I'm not that tired to carry my beloved wife." Kai softly answered. Kai kept his promise, and he carried it to our bedroom. Kai put me down once we entered the room. We were given a guest room with a large king-size bed. I'm just glad that our bedroom wasn't decorated with candles or rose petals. I went to the bathroom to wash off the paint and makeup. I also wanted to untie my robe, but my robe wasn't tied in front of me, but on my back, so I had no choice but to ask Kai for help. I opened the door and I looked at him with pleading eyes. "Can you help me untie my robe?" I asked Kai. "Of course." Kai untied my robe per my request. "Perhaps you need my help removing other articles of clothes?" Kai offered suggestively. "Haha, no thanks." I declined his offer. Then Kai went to shower and I carefully changed my clothes into the silky pajamas that I was given. I decided to go to sleep and shower in the morning. Before going to sleep, I turned a few lights off so it would be dark on my side of the bed, but still bright enough for Kai to see. I quickly fell asleep since I was exhausted. Chapter 23. I stirred in my sleep from the sunlight shining on my eyes, then I turned on the other side to avoid the sunlight. It didn't work because now someone is gently brushing through my hair. I slightly opened my eyes to see Kai, who was now wide awake and staring at me with his gentle expression. "How long have you been awake?" I asked Kai with my still sleepy voice. "Probably for about 30 minutes. I didn't want to wake you up because I wanted to cherish the moment," Kai said. I didn't answer because I wanted to lie in bed some more and probably catch another 5 minutes of sleep. "When is the breakfast?" I asked. Since we were staying at the royal palace, we were bound to have breakfast with Kai's parents. "Oh, we both overslept breakfast since my parents like to eat at 8 in the morning," Kai answered. Then I anxiously sat up. "Is it okay to miss breakfast with your parents?" "My parents will understand our situation, considering this was our first wedding night," Kai answered. "It's more likely they will misunderstand what we did during our wedding night, which caused us to oversleep. I'll go take a shower." Then Kai hummed in disappointment. "Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't it better to just stay here?" Kai purred. "If I stay here in bed with you, we would probably miss our lunch," I answered as I grabbed the clothes that I was going to wear and headed to the bathroom. I took a shower and did my skincare routine. I wanted to do light makeup, but my makeup bag is still in the suitcase. Before the wedding, I had to pack another suitcase so I would have something to wear the day after the wedding. I left my skincare product in the bathroom, but I've forgotten about my makeup. Well, my skin will have a nice vacation. Then I changed my clothes. I wore light-colored tapered pants accompanied by a pastel yellow satin blouse. Once I'd left the bathroom, I saw that Kai had already changed his clothes. As always, he wore the suit, and the food trolley awaited us. "The breakfast is here," Kai informed me. Then he moved the trolley next to the dining table. On the food trolley, there are various options. There was a pot of coffee, a teapot of breakfast tea, and a teapot of green tea. I poured myself the breakfast tea, and Kai opted for the coffee. "Looks like for breakfast we will be eating the English breakfast." I'm wondering, wouldn't we be eating too much since we will have lunch soon? I asked Kai while I looked at the various breakfast appetizer options. "No, since we will have either dinner or a late lunch, because we will move to our residence," Kai informed, and I just looked at him. "Already? I hope Emperor and Empress won't mind the fact that we are leaving the palace without seeing them." We peacefully ate our breakfast, and then I packed my suitcase. Kai helped me carry my suitcase until one of the palace's staff offered to take it. Outside of the palace, there was already a pod waiting for us. I guess pod is the main transportation for the royal family? I asked Kai and he nodded. "Indeed it is, since the pod is very efficient transport for traveling," Kai answered. "It's probably so since the pod is the only flying transport in the siren subdimension, since we have portals and there is no need for aeroplanes." After the pod left the city center, it started flying above the forest. In a few minutes, the residence started becoming visible. "This where the residence territory begins," Kai told me. "It looks like we own a lot of land around the residence." Kai made sure to choose a perfect place where I could roam comfortably in my wolf form. The pod started lowering itself once we were closer to the residence. Outside of the residence, there was staff waiting for us. Once the pod lowered to the ground, the door automatically opened, and Kai helped me to get off the pod. "Welcome to the Glass Home Residence, Princess Evelyn," the staff said in unison, and I let out a small smile. I guess I'm now a princess. I wasn't used to being called a princess yet. "Otherwise, it's known as the Glass Castle judging by the appearance," Kai explained. Then I looked at the residence. The residence deserves the name of the glass home since the mansion or palace is very modern and filled with expansive windows. The other unique fact is that the place is built to be taller than a wide building, which is why the residence has 7 floors. Let's show you our room first, Kai said as we headed inside the residence. As I expected, the interior was also very modern and had an elevator. Kai gestured to enter the elevator and pressed the 7th floor. Looks like my room is on the 7th floor. After we got off the elevator, I instantly noticed the painting. Isn't that the painting for the art exhibition? I asked Kai. When Kai came to visit the Silver Forest Pack, we went to an art exhibition. Most of the paintings were abstract, but I enjoyed one painting that had blue and green colors on it. I told Kai that this painting was not only perfect for decorating the house, but also the blue colors that were used in the painting gave off a calm feeling. I knew that you would notice this painting first. This painting is one of the gifts I have prepared for you. Kai answered with a hint of excitement in his voice. I guess Kai wasn't kidding when he said he had prepared presents when I moved in. One of the gifts? I curiously asked Kai, and he nodded with a grin on his face as we entered one of the rooms. And this is your room, Kai said as we entered the room. The interior was decorated in light colors, and then I looked at the scenery outside the window. Since my room was on the 7th floor and our residence was on the hill, I could see the city center. Since Norea isn't populated like most human countries, the capital city achieved the perfect balance of city life and nature. The room was very spacious. Not only did it have its bathroom and balcony, but it also had a big wardrobe. For sires, if they could afford a big enough house, it was okay for husband and wife to have separate rooms. They would visit each other at night if one missed the other. Since I didn't want you to be troubled during the moving process, I filled your wardrobe with your and the Royal Nalorian stylist's recommendations. I hope the clothes will suit your taste. If not, you can always buy another wardrobe with the allowance you will receive. Kai explained to me, and I nodded at his explanation. The wardrobe room resembled a lobby, and it was combined with the wardrobe room. On the table next to the sofas, there was a black card, which I assume contains my allowance. Since human brands aren't popular in the siren world, it's filled with other expensive brands with a style similar to what I like. Of course, it's also filled with traditional Nalorian dresses. In Norea, people either choose to wear modern clothes or traditional ones, but often combined with contemporary pieces. I looked at the clothes and I turned to Kai. Wasn't that expensive to fill the wardrobe? Not at all. Please don't worry about it since I don't mind spending money on you, Kai answered and grinned. The very rich sirens are often generous to their wives, as my grandmother told me, and what my mother experienced once she started dating John. But that's not all, I have something else for you, Kai told me, and I just looked at him. What else he must have prepared for me? I thought. We went back to the main area of my bedroom, and then Kai led me to the vanity table. On the vanity table, there was a stack of paper. Have you ever thought of getting your master's degree in Norea? Kai asked me. Master's degree? I've always wanted to continue my studies, but with the evaluation date approaching, I couldn't afford to miss it, so I had to delay that idea. Is it possible to pursue a master's degree as a princess? I asked Kai in surprise. When I married Kai, I didn't hope to be able to pursue a master's, but I thought that I would try to work on self-improvement as much as possible, as the princess. Although the education plan will be different and individual, you can choose a professor to study under. In those papers, there's each professor's profile and list of works they accomplished. If you are interested in their work, then I can arrange for you to study under. Kai explained while I looked at each professor's profile. I just never thought about the possibility of getting a master's degree, but someday I will have to sit down and read about each professor. Then, in a few seconds, I hugged Kai, and he also hugged me. Thank you, I've never expected this gift. I thanked Kai, and he smiled at me. I'm glad this gift made you happy, my dear, Kai softly said as he kissed me on my forehead. We couldn't finish the tour because the early dinner had been prepared. I was still struck by what Kai had prepared for me. I guess this is what my mother felt once my stepfather started becoming more and more generous. As if it had happened yesterday, when my mom was also given a black card and urged us to go shopping, I, being a child, was very excited about the new toys I would be getting. I chuckled at my memory. The dining room was on the 3rd floor. The dining room has an ambience that makes us feel like we're at a five-star restaurant, not eating in our homes. Currently, it's starting to get dark, and from the third floor, you can still see the city and its lights. The dinner was already prepared and on the table. We sat down and started eating. Kai spoke. "Oh, I hope you won't mind that tomorrow you would have to explore the residence alone since tomorrow I will be leaving for negotiations in Arabian Sea territory," Kai informed. "Yesterday we got married, and now Kai will be leaving for work. I guess his duties haven't decreased since we got married." "For how long?" I asked Kai. "For about 2 weeks. He's been busy like that even before we got married." I didn't want to show my disappointment, but I guess I should have expected it. Chapter 24. 2 months have passed since we got married, and now I've gotten used to Kai's busy schedule, and I don't mind him going on business trips. I guess, therefore, Kai suggested working on a degree, so I can also have something to work on while Kai is away. Following my degree in business management from Richmond University, I pursued a master's in economics, driven by my interest in understanding the economy in Norea. I found a professor whose thesis interested me, and Kai helped me arrange the education plan with the professor. Now I was given a list of books that I should read to familiarize myself with economics and how the economy works in Norea. Not only focused on studying economics, but I was also interested in learning other topics like politics and sociology. Regarding learning those topics, I asked Kai for his book recommendations. Kai was surprised to hear my request, but he supports my idea of learning about Norea through books. He provided several recommendations for reading material available in the library at our residence. Currently, I am on the 6th floor. The entire floor has belonged to the library, and on this floor, there was Kai's office, but now he is absent. Studying in the library is my favorite place to study. Not only are there a lot of books I can access, but it's also very well equipped with computers and printers. Also, the library had a database of the books we own, which makes it easier to search for the book I need. As the wife of the prince, I have the privilege of ordering books I need and adding them to the database. Reading Difference Between Human and Siren Social Development, I thought you were fully dedicated to studying economics, Kai commented. I was into reading, so I didn't detect Kai's presence. I thought you had a meeting in the royal palace? I was done with the assignment, so I decided to read something different. I answered Kai as I looked him in the eyes. The meeting was short. Perhaps you don't mind taking the break and we could eat out in the restaurant of your choosing, Kai recommended, but I shook my head. Sorry, but I need to attend the charity ball in the evening as part of my responsibilities as the princess, I explained to Kai. As the new princess of the Norea Empire, I don't have essential responsibilities, but I do have fundamental responsibilities to attend social events. Since I'm pursuing a master's degree, my responsibilities can increase depending on my progress. Since the wedding was received very well by the public, the Empress bestowed upon me the responsibility of making the public appearances so I can increase the popularity and interest of the royal family little by little. I almost forgot that you need to attend the event. Kai couldn't attend the event because he wasn't scheduled to attend, so he wasn't prepared to participate. Though looking at his face, he contemplates whether he should attend or not. Your Highness, you need to complete your paperwork, Kai's assistant Alan Hadley said, and Kai sighed in disappointment. Looks like I can't attend the charity ball with you. Kai apologized before he kissed me on my forehead and headed to his office with his assistant, who was carrying the stack of paperwork. After reading for a few minutes, I looked at the clock and decided it was time to prepare for the ball, so I headed to my room. Before my makeup artist and stylist arrived, I prepped my skin so they could apply the makeup. Not only has Kai filled the clothes in my wardrobe room, but he has also filled the vanity of the room with the latest and popular cosmetics and skincare products. I'm wondering who helped him choose the products to fill my vanity room. My skin became dewier after I applied my usual routine, and at that time, my makeup artist arrived. I love how the scheduling makeup artist and stylist made it easier. We have a list of trusted makeup artists, hairstylists, and designers, and royalty can schedule an appointment through a special system reserved for them. Once scheduled, I will be treated as the priority, but if Empress doesn't decide to schedule the same artist at the same time, then Empress will have the priority. In the Nolorian family, my mother and Empress Vivienne are the only women in the royal family since the Emperor and Empress don't have any daughters. Not only was it comfortable for the royal family, but it was also comfortable for the workers since they didn't have to move into the royal palace and only work for the royalty. Since the dress code for the royal family is stricter, I can only wear light makeup. The makeup artist did an excellent job defining eyebrows and using eyeshadow that created the illusion that my eyes were bigger. The hairstylist curled my hair and made it into a beautiful side ponytail. The only thing left now is to make sure my dress fits and doesn't need a last-minute fix. The assistant helped me to fit into the dress. My dress is more modern than the Noroan traditional style. The front of my white dress had a shorter skirt, while on the back it was longer. The sleeves were puffy, the only feature that made the dress stand out. The dress also had a beautiful silver rose pattern to draw. I'm glad that the charity isn't a white tie event, so I don't look underdressed. With this dress, I hope to stand out in the crowd. Additionally, to my engagement/wedding ring, I wore a diamond necklace that the Empress had gifted me. The Empress also gifted me a tiara that was recently created, but tiaras are worn during state events and white tie events, so I don't have to wear a tiara for this event. Once I was satisfied with my look, I put my hands together and said, "Thank you for helping me to put together the wonderful look." Including the charging fee, I will be including the generous tip. The girls who helped put together my look thanked and bowed to me. One of the benefits of being the princess is that the outfit and the stylist are paid by the royal family and not from my allowance. In this case, I included the tip from my allowance. Since Kai couldn't accompany me, I will have an assistant accompanying me, in other words, a lady-in-waiting who is assigned to me. As always, I traveled to the location of the charity ball via pod. Since not everyone uses the pod for traveling, people gathered outside the mansion to see who had arrived, and of course, the security made sure that the path was cleared for me. Not only that, but there were a few reporters outside. Once the door from the pod automatically opened, reporters started taking pictures since they finally saw a glimpse of me. This event is considered my first solo event because before that, I attended a few events with the royal family. I calmly walked inside the mansion, and then my presence was announced to the guests of the charity ball. Now I was the center of attention. I smiled in relief since I wasn't underdressed as I thought I would be. The Empress wanted me to be the socialite princess who would set the trends. I'm not hoping to reach the goal that fast, but I don't want to disappoint my mother-in-law. Then I was greeted by the Viscountess and Viscount of Murray. "Welcome, Princess Evelyn. We are honored that you decided to attend our ball." Viscountess greeted me, and I smiled charmingly. "Thank you for your invitation, Viscountess Murray. I'm very excited about the project that will be presented in this ball," I said. Since Norea doesn't have a problem with poverty, or there hasn't been any recent disaster, most of the projects are dedicated to research or investing in business ideas, for which you expect nothing in return. It's an excellent way for ordinary people to present their idea and receive funding to use to build their dream. "Will you be donating to some ventures?" the Viscount asked in curiosity. "For now, I won't be investing. First, I want to see the presentations and then talk with the researchers and entrepreneurs themselves. In the end, I don't think I will be leaving the ball without investing in anything." I revealed my plan to the couple, and the Viscount smiled at my answer. The assistants who overheard our conversation started searching for their supervisor so they could speak to me and convince me to invest in their idea. Soon, I was surrounded by researchers and entrepreneurs, but instead of asking for donations of their ideas, they wanted me to become an investor. This meant I would receive stocks and be paid dividends. My assistant collected the business cards for me. I discovered that you can donate to a mutual fund that can be split among participating researchers and entrepreneurs. I decided to donate 100,000 crystal dollars from my allowance to research. If I don't end up donating to a project of my choosing, the funds can be split among the participants. Compared to crystal dollars, which are equivalent to $10, I donated 1 million crystal dollars to venture, as my monthly allowance is also 1 million crystal dollars. This is more than enough for my living expenses. Ironically enough, Kai pays most of my living expenses, like food and bills. After talking with the entrepreneurs, I felt a drink spill on my dress, and a lot of people gasped in shock. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I looked at the woman who spilled the drink on me. She wore a costly purple outfit, meaning she was a noble. Although she tried to act innocently, I saw a slight smirk on her face. It's okay, I've been prepared for this occasion since I chose to wear a white dress, I answered nicely. Some parts of my dress are waterproof, which means the rose patterns turn pink, and the red wine color spreads evenly across the dress, except for the shoulder. The people gasped at my transformation. Perhaps it's your first time walking those heels? I mentioned her shoes since she wore the Dorsey type of shoes. While I had my heels lower and thicker, it's also decorated with a beautiful white puff to match my puffy shoulders. I didn't let her answer, and I continued saying, I've been there, I've also struggled to walk those heels when I first started. Next time I suggest wearing lower and sturdier shoes. I advised innocently. Then some people started snickering. The woman's face turned red very quickly, and soon she started retreating swiftly. Now, my dress has become the topic of this party because it's unusual for a dress to distribute the colors that way. People started asking where I bought the dress and who designed it. I didn't know you could make painful comebacks, Your Highness, one noblewoman complimented. I took a sip of wine and then I innocently spoke. I don't know what you mean, Countess Emmywater. Daughter of the Marquis Violet Degrove wore her creation. To say that she has trouble walking is the same as mentioning the shoes that she wore are poorly designed. The Countess explained to me, and I nodded. Oh my, I didn't mean to come off that way. Though I wanted to insult her by assuming she was younger than me, while in the end, she had already surpassed the human lifetime. It's all right she is known for being spoiled and getting jealous at someone who steals their limelight. As the Countess explained, I guess I would need to find out more about Violet Degrove. Just in case. Chapter 25. After the ball, I looked up information about Violet Degrove so I would at least know what to expect from her. Surprisingly enough, her reputation isn't favorable, more like the opposite. I would presume she would have some honorable reputation since she is the only daughter of the Marquis Degrove. At least, now I know why she doesn't have a favorable opinion of me. She is only 1 year younger than Kai, meaning they were childhood friends. An article had announced the possibility of Violet marrying Prince Kai, but those rumors soon died out since there was no evidence of them even dating. Since I was searching for information about Violet Degrove, I stumbled into a rabbit hole reading about Prince Kai. When becoming an adult, Prince Kai had an infamous reputation. At one point, he was banished from the Norea Empire. The ban was only temporary, but then Prince Kai decided not to return to the Norea Empire and went missing for about 25 years until he was found and forced to return. For the last 100 years, he stabilized his reputation. Although Prince Kai is now my husband, I still don't know a lot of things about him. Considering the siren's lifespan, 6 months of courting won't be enough to get to know his entire life story. At some point, I started feeling anxious about whether it was a good idea for me to marry if I don't know a lot of things about him. Well, it's too late to think about it since I already completed the blood bond ceremony. I'm just glad that Kai continues to be a considerate partner. Your Highness, can I ask you a favor? Alan, the secretary and assistant of my husband, asked me. After hearing his voice, I was snapped from staring at the book while overthinking my marriage. A favor? Let's hear it, but I won't promise anything, I said as I cast my eyes on the red-haired male. I closed the book, I wasn't focused on reading, and started organizing the books before putting them back on their shelves. Lately, Prince Kai is in a foul mood because I interrupted Alan from speaking further. Isn't it because you've asked him to fill out the paperwork during his free time? I asked him. Lately, Kai's been so busy that he couldn't join me for meals. He could only eat the meal in his office since his workload increased. That's because his workload increased when you had food poisoning when you both went on the business trip into Kino territory. He pointed out. I looked at him for a few seconds, and then I sighed. Fair enough. Kai asked me to join his business trips so he could relax from his assignments and spend quality time with me, as he often went on business/diplomatic trips. Then I got terrible food poisoning from the restaurant we were eating at. Instead of negotiating and doing checkups, Kai spent time taking care of me and investigating the cause of my food poisoning. Kai, I will be fine. You shouldn't go to those lengths to investigate the cause of the food poisoning. It's just a simple food poisoning after all. I tried to convince him while I was lying on the bed with a high fever. Evelyn, this is the restaurant that claims they serve the best food in Takino territory. If they serve the best food, then they shouldn't be able to give food poisoning to the werewolf. Kai pointed out. Werewolves aren't susceptible to diseases like humans and sirens, but for me to get food poisoning raises suspicions about the restaurant's hygiene. One might think that someone purposely put wolfbane in my food. Though I would doubt someone would try to harm me with wolfsbane, since when I first ate the food, I noticed that the food was suspiciously greasy. Then Kai received a report that the restaurant had broken a lot of hygiene regulations. After that, Kai made sure the owners of the restaurant got severely punished since they poisoned a royal. I'll try to talk to him, but I can't promise you the results. How does one quell the mood swings of the siren? Although it's scientifically proven that a siren's mood gets better if they are around their significant other. As soon as I finished putting books back on the shelves in the library, I went in front of Kai's office door. I gently knocked on his door, and then I entered his office. I see you're very busy. Perhaps you won't mind keeping me company. I asked with a smile while I looked at the stack of papers sitting on his desk. I will be glad if you keep me company. Kai lightly answered. I detected nothing that would hint that Kai was in a foul mood. Maybe his mood already lightened up once I was here. His office was spacious and cozy. His office also has a library of its own. As I looked around, I noticed the photo albums. Is that a photo album? Can I take a look? I asked him. I would be interested to know more about Kai's past. Since the Norea Empire was advanced even 200 years ago, Kai was born at precisely the time when black and white photos started appearing. Most of his albums are filled with black and white photos. Of course, once photography was invented, the Emperor and Empress didn't miss the chance to have their picture taken. The photo that particularly caught my attention is one of family photos, in which Kai, as a child, had long hair. You had long hair? I curiously asked. I never imagined Kai to have long hair, and Kai chuckled. It was popular back then, but I don't think I had a choice, Kai explained, and I nodded. Nonetheless, it was interesting to see how fashion changed over the years in Norea. There were photos of him when he was a child, then photos of when he started military training. There are also photos of him when he was traveling in the human world. He even took part in human wars. In some of them, he was on the winner's side, and in some, he was on the losing side, judging by the uniforms he wore. Then I noticed there were photos of him traveling in Japan, where he would often take pictures with the same woman. A human woman, as far as I can tell, was a geisha or something similar, but because there was a picture of her dancing on stage, I can only presume that she was a geisha. I decided not to ask about that woman because she could have been his human friend, and he didn't want to forget. After I looked at the photo albums, I can conclude that he was adventurous. I quietly put back the photo albums on the shelf, and I looked at Kai, who was still diligently filling in the forms. Do you need help? I can organize the papers. I offered my help. Kai thought for a minute before giving me the stack of papers. As the princess, one of your duties is to take care of our glass home residents. Perhaps you can try creating a budget for the autumn. Kai offered. I looked at the empty blanks of the papers and also the reference papers. In the reference, it includes the type of maintenance required in the autumn and the amount we need to allocate from the household budget. If a party is scheduled, the budget would have to be added. Do we have events planned in autumn? I asked Kai. Have you forgotten, my dear? Kai asked, hinting that I should know the events. Oh, isn't your birthday in autumn? Kai's birthday is at the beginning of November. His birthday was a few days after he proposed to me, but unfortunately, back then, I didn't know since he didn't reveal the information. True, but that's not it, Kai told me. I was confused since I didn't know what kind of event Kai was thinking of. Kai chuckled at my expression. In autumn, it will be the anniversary of the day when we first met. My face instantly turned to surprise. I can't believe that a year has almost passed. The day when I stood in front of the pack house waiting for Kai to arrive. Then I remembered how he kissed my hand once we introduced ourselves, and at night, I couldn't get rid of thoughts about him. But it's not a wedding anniversary. Would it still be required for us to hold a party? Then Kai's expression turned dramatically sad. The day when we first met doesn't have any meaning to you, dear? Kai asked in a teasing yet disappointed tone. It has a special meaning, but I would prefer to be celebrated privately, like having dinner in the restaurant or just a romantic dinner date at home, I offered to Kai. Lately, I've been enjoying having dinner dates with Kai, even when I got food poisoning. I guess dinner dates are my love language. Kai thought for a few minutes before answering. Your ideas are always wonderful, my beloved. A romantic dinner is way better than holding a party. Kai agreed with my idea. Chapter 26 Today, I promised Empress Vivienne that I would visit her at the royal palace. Since I've met Empress Vivienne, she continued treating me as her daughter even after the wedding. After I married Kai, she would often invite me to the palace for the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law bonding. Finally, from the pod's window, I can see the royal palace. The royal palace is at the center of attention in the capital city of Oritsu. The architecture remained traditional despite being renovated a lot over the past century. The royal palace was expansive, featuring numerous wings and smaller palaces surrounding the main palace, reflecting the historical practice of sirens' love for large households. Since sirens could imprint on a chosen mate, they could also have multiple partners. With imprinting, it helps create harmony within the family, as no rivalries arise between wives. There were also rumors that romantic relationships could form between wives who shared the same husband. Such relationships weren't forbidden as long as they didn't neglect their husband's needs. But since the female population of sirens has significantly decreased, polyamorous marriages and imprinting on multiple partners were forbidden. The palace's staff greeted me as soon as I got out of the pod, and I was led to where the Empress was. Since it's not the first time I've been to the royal palace, I knew where the maid was leading me. The royal palace has its spa wing. It has everything from mud baths, massages, and saunas to a hair and nail salon. As the princess, I also have the privilege of using the services without being charged. When the Empress invites me, we often spend the whole time in the spa wing. Today, I ended up agreeing to the massage, and I also got a hair treatment and had my nails done. At the end of the procedure, the Empress and I sat down in the drawing room. We were both wearing our spa robes since other treatments were still required. The scent filled with a clean smell. I can smell the product that was used on my hair, and I can also smell the massage oil that was used on me. There's also an aroma coming from delicious black tea. As I do with my mother, I also discuss the latest trends with the Empress, since she loves to try new things regarding beauty treatments. As I was looking at the report of your appearance and your public's perception, I must say I'm very impressed. Empress Vivienne praised me. Since the incident with the partly waterproof wine-soaked dress, I instantly became a fashion icon. The incident caused the dress that I wore to be sold out for 20 times the price I paid. Now the dress is being auctioned on the online platform. Not only that, but as soon as I invested in some projects, the company's stock skyrocketed. The money I donated to the research started making progress because I wasn't the one who sponsored the research fund. Thank you, Your Majesty. I politely thanked her. What did I tell you about using formalities in private? Empress mentioned, and then I remembered she requested not to use formalities. It's a habit. I sheepishly answered. The more I interact with the Empress, the more I notice the similarity between her and Kai. Not only are their appearances similar, but they both seem to have the same mannerisms and charisma. Empress Vivienne continued the conversation. Though, the most memorable of your recent appearance is the color-changing dress. Every noble is fascinated with the dress. I'm wondering if they could do the same thing but with the traditional Nalorian dress. Empress asked me. It's quite possible. Just need to consult with the designer and make a custom order. Though the method they use makes the fabric quite stiffer, I've heard they are now focused on making the waterproof fabric softer, I answered. Then the Empress smiled as she sipped on tea. Perhaps I would need to look into that. With that kind of dress, I don't have to worry about the rain. I agreed with her words. But you didn't spill wine on yourself to create that sensation, did you? Empress Vivienne curiously asked, and I just lifted my head in confusion. What do you mean? I asked. Of course, I didn't purposely spill wine on my dress. I never actually hoped that someone would be tempted to ruin a white dress with red wine. Who is an idiot who dared to spill and ruin your dress? Empress bluntly asked. Apparently it was Lady Violet DeGrove. I honestly answered that I had no reason to hide it. Empress Vivienne frowned for a bit. The Marquis and Marchioness failed not only to educate their daughter, but also to discipline her. This cannot continue. I would have to speak about this issue or else nobles will think they can insult the royal family with no consequences. Her voice has a dangerous tone in it. Then Empress Vivienne smiled, and we continued talking about other topics until our tea break was finished and we got the facial treatment. After that, I returned to the glass home residence completely relaxed, so relaxed that I wouldn't mind going to bed early. Prince Kai asked me to relay the message to you. He wanted to see you as soon as you returned. The head butler, Winston, informs me. Winston Seawald oversees the staff's performance and monitors the inventory of food and household items. Where is he now? I asked the head butler, Winston. He is currently in the library. I nodded and then headed to the elevator, pressing the button to take me to the 6th floor. The library was pretty big, but I managed to find Kai in the lounge room reading one of the books that I've recently ordered. It makes me happy that Kai is interested in the book I ordered, since I've ordered a bunch of books about economics, politics, and sociology that contain the relevant information. I also ordered subscriptions to the magazines to keep track of the newest economic studies and track the climate of the businesses inside and outside Norea. You wanted to see me? I asked Kai. Kai smiled when he looked at me, and he gestured for me to sit on the sofa with him. As soon as I sat down, Kai carefully put down the book, wrapped his arms around it, and then put his chin on my shoulder. Though lately I've been very busy, I almost completely forgot to do my responsibilities as your husband. Kai softly told me. I gently gazed at him. Sometimes, sirens tend to miss interacting with their partner, so they need to spend time with their partner to recharge. Though I did my best as his wife, I was still busy completing my assignments and doing my responsibilities as the princess. I stroked his hair and he closed his eyes. We've gotten close, but not too close. I would give him kisses when he returned from his work or business trips and would kiss him when he was heading to work. He would also do that for me. If Kai wanted to spend more time with me, he would visit my bedroom and fall asleep next to me. You barely courted me, so I don't expect you always to be doing your responsibilities as your husband. I jokingly said. The number of times he visited me helped me understand how busy he would be during our marriage, so I didn't put much hope in it. However, I'm glad that he would try to make up for me if he were swamped. You should have been more demanding, Kai whispered as he nuzzled into my neck. If you miss me, you should be able to tell me after all, I'm your husband. Then he gently started kissing my neck. I was surprised and a little uncomfortable, as the neck is the place where you've imprinted your partner. To stop him from leaving a temporary or permanent mark, I gently pushed the cheek of my neck. Kai understood the hint, and he stopped kissing my neck without questioning anything. He then put his chin on my head. In the end, we ended up cuddling with each other. Chapter 27. One of the duties of the princess is to interact with the nobles of Norea. Interacting with the nobles would help maintain the relationship between nobles and the royal family, and I don't mind establishing a comfortable social circle. Today I will be hosting a tea party in the garden. I've invited not the ladies from the prominent families, but noble women whom I managed to befriend and who made a good impression on me. It would be too pretentious to invite only ladies from the top families. The weather is still warm at the end of September. I wanted to host the tea party next to the beautifully made koi pond, but I didn't want to risk one of the ladies falling into the pond. I decided to host it next to the pink rose bushes. They also bloom in September and give off a pleasant flowery aroma. Soon, the guests started arriving one by one, and I was about to start the tea party, but one of the maids came up to me and whispered, "Your Highness, Violet DeGrove arrived uninvited, and she insists that she was personally invited by you." I furrowed my eyebrows. Why would she arrive here uninvited? What is her motive? I politely excused myself in front of the noble women and told the maid to lead me to Violet. The maid led me to the foyer, where she calmly and confidently waited for me. "I did not recall inviting you here, Lady Degrove," I said, but she smiled mischievously yet confidently. "I came here to apologize once again for what happened at the charity ball." She elegantly spoke, and she handed me a beautifully wrapped gift box. "I believe you will appreciate this gift." She then spoke, and I took the gift. The gift was relatively lightweight. I then turned to the maid and handed her the gift box to put in my room, saying, "Prepare another chair," and then I turned to Violet and smiled. "Very well, I don't mind making space for the new guest." I politely spoke. "If she tries something, I will make sure to play a victim role beautifully, which would further disgrace Violet's reputation." I then led Violet to the garden. "I hope you invited Lady Blue Coral. I wanted to catch up with her." Violet innocently asked. "I'm afraid I didn't invite her," I answered honestly. "No? What about Countess Eyre?" She then asked. "I apologize, I didn't invite ladies from the top prominent families," I revealed to the guest list. It would be awkward for her to sit at the tea party if she were only acquainted with the nobles from prominent households. Then we arrived at the garden. "It appears that Violet Degrove will be joining our tea party," I announced to the guests. I looked at Violet, and she furrowed her eyebrows. "It appears she isn't acquainted with one of my guests." There are a lot of nobles in Norea, so nobles can be unfamiliar with each other, especially if they have a huge generation gap. I just invited ladies who are a bit closer to my generation rather than Violet's. Of course, the guests were confused and started whispering about Violet. "Please take a seat." I turned to Violet and gestured. She quietly sat down. Then I also sat down. "I have prepared various types of tea. Please don't hesitate to ask for any type of tea." I gestured to the tea tray that was prepared for the maids. I also prepared salty to sweet snacks so the guests wouldn't be bored with one type of snack. "Oh, where did you get this beautiful bracelet, Your Highness?" One of the nobles complimented the bracelet. I glanced at my bracelet. "I don't know. My husband was the one who gifted me this bracelet," I answered the other noble, who chirped. I still can't believe that Prince Kai was the one who bid the highest price for the Rainbow Pearl ring. The Rainbow Pearl ring is the opal ring that Kai gave me as an engagement ring. This ring was very famous and became even more famous once Kai gifted it to me. To be honest, when he gave me this ring I didn't know that this ring was famous. I honestly answered, "Oh please, who doesn't know about the Rainbow Pearl?" Violet muttered, and I'm sure I wasn't the only one who heard it, but then I just innocently smiled. I'm not a materialistic person, so I didn't care what ring I would get since I didn't marry for his money. I innocently said, and someone was awed by the sentence. "Well, I didn't invite you to speak about jewelry." I know it's during tea parties the topic would always be about fashion, husbands, and gossip, but today I wanted to speak about business and politics, I announced, since I've invited the noble ladies who are in business or a prominent researcher. Then Violet Degrove ended up leaving early. In truth, I didn't expect her to contribute to any of the topics we spoke about, but in the end, the tea party ended up a success despite the uninvited guest. I was pretty tired from the party, and it was time for dinner. "Where is Kai?" I asked one of the household staff. "Prince Kai is currently in the pool, Your Highness," one of the staff answered. "We have an indoor pool on the 5th floor. The 5th floor not only contains the indoor pool, but also has its own gym area and sauna. I used the elevator to get to the 5th floor. Unhealthy, but it was comfortable since the house had 7 floors, excluding the underground garage. I've entered the pool area that Kai is in. He was swimming in his siren form. He had a long, dark blue tail, fins on the ears, on the back, on the end of the tail, and on the arms were blue. Usually, sirens in their form are taller and larger than in their human form. Since I was near the pool, Kai instantly noticed me, and he lifted his head to the surface. He puts his webbed hand on the edge of the pool. Well, perhaps you would like to join me for the swim, my dearest." Kai flirted. "I wish, but sadly, my swimming suit is on the 7th floor. By the time I grab it, the dinner would be ready," I told him, and I also reminded him of the dinner. Then Kai's smile turned sly. "What's stopping you from swimming without a suit?" Kai suggested. "I don't think I will be comfortable swimming without a suit." I never swam without one, and I'm not yet confident enough to be nude in front of Kai. But you were sleeping on me when you were in your wolf form. I was in disbelief that he chose to mention this incident. I was in my wolf form. Kai wanted to pet my wolf form, so I ended up sleeping on him. The next thing I know, in my sleep, I shifted back to my human form, and I was naked when I woke up. Kai didn't wake me up, but he covered me with the quilt. It was a very awkward moment when I woke up, and I ended up returning to my room wrapped around my naked body. That was an accident. I quietly fumed while my cheeks were getting red from remembering the embarrassing moment. Sure, Kai teased me. In the end, I managed to convince Kai to get out of the pool and head to the dining room. Chapter 28. After lunch, I decided to read a book, as I have a never-ending list of books I should read. I don't mind it too much because I love learning in a relaxed manner. Then I noticed the gift box that was sitting on my table. The gift that Violet gave me. She told me that I would appreciate her gift. What makes her think that I will appreciate her gift? I seriously thought. Still, I was curious. I carefully inspected the box and then I shook it. The sound didn't seem suspicious, so I carefully untied the bow and unwrapped the gift. I opened the lid from afar. Inside, it seemed that it was a stack of papers, and on top of it, there was a note. I believe the princess wouldn't let such a thing happen to werewolves. The note said. At first, I was confused, but then I carefully grabbed the stack of papers and started looking through them. My face turned into a shocking expression once I realized what I was looking for. The missing rogue she-wolves. The ones responsible for kidnapping the she-wolves are the sirens. Initially, I was in denial. There's no way sirens could be held accountable for this. There was a list of names of she-wolves who ended up in the Moonlight Sanctuary. I tried searching their name in the search engine that only werewolves use. The names and the photo match. I also tried searching for the Moonlight Sanctuary on the search engine that sirens use. Unfortunately, that place exists. There were articles about Moonlight Sanctuary that were coming from their website. The media tries to avoid that topic. There was an article that Prince Kai had invested in the project. I should confront him. I accidentally clicked on the price sections, then I closed the webpage once I saw one of the price lists. They were trafficking she-wolves. My body was covered in goosebumps and shivers, and my heart started beating fast. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? I started muttering while I looked at the ground. I started breathing faster once I understood what kind of mess and danger I had gotten myself into. I should confront Kai. I grabbed the stack of papers and headed to the 6th floor by the stairs. I ran through the library until I reached the front door of his office. I opened the door without knocking. I didn't care if he was having a call. He had some explaining to do. Before Kai could speak, I threw the stack of papers on his desk. Please don't tell me that you are responsible for the kidnapping of the rogue she-wolves. I desperately said. Kai looked at the papers briefly until his expression changed once he understood what I was talking about. It's true, Kai admitted. I was shocked that he accepted it. I just hoped he would tell me otherwise. Do you use she-wolves for trafficking? I will. I started screaming, but Kai interrupted me. You will what? I suggest you think carefully through it because you are still going to be my wife for more than 9 years. I don't want you to be in an uncomfortable position in the royal family. Kai warned me. I looked at him for a few seconds, then I left his office. He was right. If I reveal who the culprit is, there will be a war unleashed between sirens and werewolves, but since I am still going to be married to Kai, I will be treated as a spy here. I started breathing fast and hugged myself once I came back to my room. There is nothing I can do to save the werewolves without getting punished for being a spy and starting a war between sirens and werewolves. Was I meant to play the role of a marionette? My heart started palpitating like crazy. I couldn't think of any other way to help the wolves. Violet is correct. How can I be called a princess if I enjoy the role of the princess while watching how the she-wolves suffer in Norea? In the end, due to being under a high level of stress and anxiety, I didn't have the energy to eat dinner, so I skipped dinner. The night came, and I still couldn't sleep due to my anxiety. I heard the door opening, but I didn't turn my head since I knew that it was Kai. I pretended that I was asleep to avoid interacting with him. Without a pang of guilt or consciousness, Kai slipped into bed and hugged my waist. Shameless. I hissed, but Kai continued getting closer to my body. Oh, you weren't sleeping, Kai said in a sleepy tone. How can I sleep, knowing that my species is getting tortured in Norea? I fumed. We don't torture them, Kai told me. Then what are you using them for? I turned to him and asked. Tomorrow I will show you around the sanctuary and explain the reason we do this, Kai told me. So you could leave me there. I accused him, but then Kai smiled and stroked my cheek. Even without a blood bond, I would never abandon you in such a way, he whispered. I will be showing you around the sanctuary to show you that we don't do anything malicious to them as you think, Kai explained. I sense that you've been very anxious. It's my fault that I didn't explain earlier. Kai then put his chin on my head and started slowly stroking my back. I don't know if it's the siren's magic, but I fell asleep. Chapter 29. After lunch, I decided to read a book, as I have a never-ending list of books I should read. I don't mind it too much because I love learning in a relaxed manner. Then I noticed the gift box that was sitting on my table. The gift that Violet gave me. She told me that I would appreciate her gift. What makes her think that I will appreciate her gift? I seriously thought. Still, I was curious. I carefully inspected the box and then I shook it. The sound didn't seem suspicious, so I carefully untied the bow and unwrapped the gift. I opened the lid from afar. Inside, it seemed that it was a stack of papers, and on top of it, there was a note. I believe the princess wouldn't let such a thing happen to werewolves. The note said. At first, I was confused, but then I carefully grabbed the stack of papers and started looking through them. My face turned into a shocking expression once I realized what I was looking for. The missing rogue she-wolves. The ones responsible for kidnapping the she-wolves are the sirens. Initially, I was in denial. There's no way sirens could be held accountable for this. There was a list of names of she-wolves who ended up in the Moonlight Sanctuary. I tried searching their name in the search engine that only werewolves use. The names and the photo match. I also tried searching for the Moonlight Sanctuary on the search engine that sirens use. Unfortunately, that place exists. There were articles about Moonlight Sanctuary that were coming from their website. The media tries to avoid that topic. There was an article that Prince Kai had invested in the project. I should confront him. I accidentally clicked on the price sections, then I closed the webpage once I saw one of the price lists. They were trafficking she-wolves. My body was covered in goosebumps and shivers, and my heart started beating fast. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? I started muttering while I looked at the ground. I started breathing faster once I understood what kind of mess and danger I had gotten myself into. I should confront Kai. I grabbed the stack of papers and headed to the 6th floor by the stairs. I ran through the library until I reached the front door of his office. I opened the door without knocking. I didn't care if he was having a call. He had some explaining to do. Before Kai could speak, I threw the stack of papers on his desk. Please don't tell me that you are responsible for the kidnapping of the rogue she-wolves. I desperately said. Kai looked at the papers briefly until his expression changed once he understood what I was talking about. It's true, Kai admitted. I was shocked that he accepted it. I just hoped he would tell me otherwise. Do you use she-wolves for trafficking? I will. I started screaming, but Kai interrupted me. You will what? I suggest you think carefully through it because you are still going to be my wife for more than 9 years. I don't want you to be in an uncomfortable position in the royal family. Kai warned me. I looked at him for a few seconds, then I left his office. He was right. If I reveal who the culprit is, there will be a war unleashed between sirens and werewolves, but since I am still going to be married to Kai, I will be treated as a spy here. I started breathing fast and hugged myself once I came back to my room. There is nothing I can do to save the werewolves without getting punished for being a spy and starting a war between sirens and werewolves. Was I meant to play the role of a marionette? My heart started palpitating like crazy. I couldn't think of any other way to help the wolves. Violet is correct. How can I be called a princess if I enjoy the role of the princess while watching how the she-wolves suffer in Norea? In the end, due to being under a high level of stress and anxiety, I didn't have the energy to eat dinner, so I skipped dinner. The night came, and I still couldn't sleep due to my anxiety. I heard the door opening, but I didn't turn my head since I knew that it was Kai. I pretended that I was asleep to avoid interacting with him. Without a pang of guilt or consciousness, Kai slipped into bed and hugged my waist. Shameless. I hissed, but Kai continued getting closer to my body. Oh, you weren't sleeping, Kai said in a sleepy tone. How can I sleep, knowing that my species is getting tortured in Norea? I fumed. We don't torture them, Kai told me. Then what are you using them for? I turned to him and asked. Tomorrow I will show you around the sanctuary and explain the reason we do this, Kai told me. So you could leave me there. I accused him, but then Kai smiled and stroked my cheek. Even without a blood bond, I would never abandon you in such a way, he whispered. I will be showing you around the sanctuary to show you that we don't do anything malicious to them as you think, Kai explained. I sense that you've been very anxious. It's my fault that I didn't explain earlier. Kai then put his chin on my head and started slowly stroking my back. I don't know if it's the siren's magic, but I fell asleep. Chapter 30. How is Princess Evelyn faring after you revealed about Moonlight Sanctuary? My assistant, Alan Hadley, asked me as he handed me the documents to fill out. Alan has worked for my assistant for a very long time to the point that I consider him my right hand. Currently better, now she is organizing the data she received from the survey she especially made for werewolves in Moonlight Sanctuary, I answered. When we came back from the Moonlight Sanctuary, Evelyn started crying. I comforted her when she felt sad at home. She wasn't in the mood to talk to me, but I didn't mind since the information was still too hard to receive. After a week, she started investigating more about the refugees of Moonlight Sanctuary and requested the call logs. Again, I didn't mind since she is my wife who wants to do her duties as the Princess of Norea. After that, she became more motivated and started conducting surveys for werewolves to determine how the werewolves are being treated in Moonlight Sanctuary. Her determination made me smile since she understood what her role as the Princess of Norea meant to her. I'm impressed by Her Highness. She is truly an inspiration, Alan commented. Indeed, at first, I expected that Evelyn would slowly get used to her role as the princess, but now I have started to see that she has exceeded my expectations. What I noticed about Evelyn is that she is a keen learner. Every day, she would not only be reading economics books, but she would also read books about politics, sociology, history, math, or learning Chinese, since in older documents everything is written in Chinese. Since in the werewolf community it's essential to know how to defend yourself, she has also been practicing martial arts. Not only was I carrying the title of the prince, but I was also a general. Evelyn has been asking for guidance. How could I say no to my wife? Once in a while, we would spar and then give the recommendation on which area to improve and which move she should practice. Perhaps I should take my wife on our honeymoon, since we didn't have one after the wedding. That way, she can have a break. Can you also get the files that have the dirt on the Degrove family? I asked Alan, and he had a look of curiosity on his face. May I ask why you need them, Your Highness? He asked. It ended up that Violet Degrove was the one who had given Evelyn the files about Moonlight Sanctuary. I want to find a way to weaken the Degrove family, so the High Circle would know that they shouldn't mess with the royal family. I explained to him. I planned to wait before revealing everything about Moonlight Sanctuary to Evelyn, but Violet was ahead of me. The gift was perilous for Evelyn if she had chosen to act irrationally. Violet hoped that Evelyn would betray Norea by revealing the deeds, but since the blood bond binds us, Evelyn would still have to remain by my side in Norea. Then Evelyn would have to deal with the consequences of being treated as a spy. A gift that would let Evelyn sabotage her position in Norea. Although Violet was not the only one causing trouble for Evelyn, she also gathered a group of nobles who would always display discontent with Evelyn's actions, but also slander her. Though Violet was my childhood friend, no one should disrespect my wife. Soon enough, Alan handed me the files, which revealed the hidden crimes. Looks like I can easily destroy the Degrove family. To do that, I would first have to talk to my father so he, as an emperor, can address their crimes. I gathered the files and left my office. After walking through the library, I noticed Evelyn was focusing on the documents. I wish I could have placed her desk in my office so I could always see her when we are both busy. Evelyn insisted that she is comfortable doing work in the library. I don't blame her. With thousands of books surrounding her, multiple computers at her disposal, easy access to research papers, and plenty of space to rest, she has everything she needs. I noticed that Evelyn was wearing a traditional pink Nolorian robe today. Nolorian robes are more comfortable to wear than modern clothes. Then her beautiful blonde hair was tied in a braid. Not going to lie, she looked stunning wearing traditional Nolorian clothes. In the end, I couldn't resist the urge to walk past her, so I decided to wrap my arms around her. "What are you doing?" I asked her curiously. Evelyn didn't mind my touch. At first, she wasn't getting used to receiving my random act of affection, but now she is more comfortable. Writing an invitation for the werewolves who managed to integrate as a noble of Norea, so we can discuss a way to set up the organization that would be in charge of helping werewolves in Norea. Evelyn explained her plan. I grinned at her idea, as she was starting to act more and more like the princess. "That's a very good idea, my dearest." I praised her. I don't think I would be back for dinner, I warned her, so she wouldn't have to wait or wonder. Evelyn then turned to me and looked at me. "Why?" she asked. "I need to take care of a few things in the royal palace." I told her, then I kissed her temple, and then I reminded her, "Don't forget to take a break." I finally arrived at the royal palace. I found out from my father's assistant that he was busy, so I didn't want to disturb him. At first, I wanted to check in on how my mother was doing, but I decided not to because she would scold me for not bringing Evelyn with me. Therefore, I decided to check in on my brother. My brother is 100 years older, though that didn't prevent us from being closer. Of course, the only difference is our fashion sense. He preferred wearing traditional Nolorian robes that were designed for males, while I preferred wearing modern clothes. Since modern clothes are more similar to the clothes I had to wear in the human world during my adventure, I find it interesting. "I didn't expect you to visit, Kai. How is Evelyn, by the way?" My brother Adrian is currently reading the same book 100 times in the library. Like Evelyn, he also enjoys reading books, but he is more fond of reading literary classics and philosophy. She is doing well. I just need to discuss some things with our father. I told him, then he nonchalantly asked, "Oh, about what?" Since the Degrove family started getting out of hand, I was thinking if it isn't a time to put them in their place. I explained, and I also hoped to hear my brother's opinion. He then closed the book and looked at me strangely. "Are you serious?" Then Adrian became more interested in the topic when he saw my serious expression. "Wasn't Violet Degrove your childhood friend?" "I don't think you should harm her since she still has feelings for you." I only shook my head. I don't know why Violet had fallen for me. We were close during childhood, but as I entered adulthood, I started distancing myself because I knew how others could perceive our friendship. If she were my childhood friend, she would have respected our marriage. Instead, she is searching for new ways of ruining Evelyn's reputation. I explained to my brother, but I sensed that he was suspiciously on the Degrove side. "Still, don't you think you are being harsh?" Adrian claimed. My siren senses started indicating that something was up. "Why are you defending Violet's actions? If you don't mind me asking." Then Adrian looked away. Then I sighed and sat on the sofa on the opposite side of him. Adrian, as my older sibling, never expressed interest in settling down to the point that I almost thought that he would continue leading a celibate life. Now I understand he is a master at hiding his interest. You know you have the worst timing, brother. Since Adrian is interested in Violet, my plan became more complicated. Sirens barely lose their interest in the women they have fallen for. I'm afraid destroying Violet's chances of entering the royal family would lead Adrian to live for another 100 years in celibacy. You know our mother would never let Violet enter into our royal family since she doesn't want her daughters-in-law fighting with each other? I asked my brother, and he sadly sighed. What are you suggesting to do? My brother asked. If you are serious about making Violet your companion, then we should isolate her from her surroundings since she no longer will influence her surroundings and vice versa, I suggested. What exactly do you mean? I'm thinking that we should send her to the monastery for about 10 years, then the nobles would slowly forget about her, and I can guarantee that she will change her attitude in her new environment, I suggested. In the end, Adrian had no choice but to agree to my idea. It's the only way that he could marry his chosen companion. The only thing left is to convince our parents. Chapter 31. Currently, I'm sitting at another tea party that I've hosted. Still, instead of inviting nobles to the siren nobles, I have invited werewolf nobles who became famous through their work in the Norea Empire. Though, as the princess, I should acknowledge the status of the sirens in Norea. I cannot dismiss the werewolves' lives here. Statistically speaking, 80% of werewolves were integrated into the Norea Empire through similar facilities, such as Moonlight Sanctuary. Sirens discovered werewolves around the 1800s, so back in that time, sirens started developing a romantic relationship with werewolves that led to an increase in siren-werewolf hybrids. With the siren-werewolf hybrid, there is an interesting game of genetics. Some who have been gifted with the ability to smell scents like werewolves are the ones who can find soulmates, but they don't receive a lifespan like the siren. In Norea, they marry in their 20s to live for 1,000 years. Others, who aren't blessed with the ability to find a soulmate, tend to live longer and usually marry around 100s, 200s, like most sirens do. Nonetheless, I have invited hybrids who may be interested to establish an organization that would continue helping she-wolves after they married a siren. Besides having marriage counseling, I think there should be child protective services, Your Highness. One of the she-wolves said. Can you elaborate more on the child protective services? I said with curiosity as I sipped on caramel-flavored tea. They are families that adopt motherless children from Moonlight Sanctuary. Things can get escalated when the children reach teenagehood. It's better to have someone who will be there for the parents and the child. Lady explained her position, and I nodded. I put my teacup on my table, then I put my arms in a position where both hands reached the other hand's fingertips. In that case, we indeed need to set up an organization that would help the family who adopted the werewolf. I agreed with the idea, and then I continued. I guess that sums up. There are a lot of things we need to think through before setting up the organization, so more meetings will be required. On that note, we can call it a day. I suggested, and everybody agreed. The tea party took longer than expected, but at least I know the everyday problems that werewolves face after they've been integrated into Norea. Now the only thing that is left is how to implement it into practice. I hope the organization not only helps werewolves with the common problem, but also builds a sense of community in this empire. I asked the staff to escort my guests, and then I went to my favorite place in the house, the library. I wished I could have rented a house instead of living in the pack house, but then I would have to worry about security, cleaning, and cooking, while in the pack house, it was easier to clean my room. Also in the kitchen, if I had time, I would join in to help prepare the meal, and then I would get my share of the meal. I don't know if it's the layout or the interior design, but this place always inspires me to learn as if the library became my office space. Though it's kinda unfair to Kai since he has a fraction of the space on the 6th floor, I guess he doesn't have a choice. Before I went to the library, I went in my room to change into a more comfortable outfit. I walked downstairs instead of using the library. In the library, I found Kai reading some papers on the couch. What are you reading? I asked Kai as I walked towards him. Kai looked at me and smiled. Oh, I was just reading your research papers. Then my heart almost dropped. I thought I left the papers in an inconspicuous place. The papers still needed to be edited. I nervously said as I tried to grab papers from Kai, but Kai instantly moved the papers away from my reach. Then I can be your proofreader? Besides, why are you worried about me reading your work? Kai asked me, and he gestured for me to sit down. Well, it's just a simple passion project. I didn't mean to be serious, though the methods that can reform werewolf economic structures are realistic. I started nervously explaining to Kai, but Kai chuckled at my nervousness. Initially, the project was intended to be a fun exploration of how economically the werewolf packs would function in Norea. The project became more serious after I quoted other research papers and conducted numerous calculations to determine the financial benefits of forming a pack territory within Norea. Forming the pack inside Norea with the permission of the royal family, I've realized that werewolves can easily enter some sectors since they don't have to hide their origin. Also, there is a guarantee that werewolves will have to pay fewer taxes than living among humans. Also, it was a way to distract from the anxiety I've felt towards the Moonlight Sanctuary. Nevertheless, the concept itself is very interesting. I think you should publish your research papers in an economics journal, Kai suggested. I calmed down since Kai genuinely was interested in the papers that I've been working on, and he was more than halfway through. At first, I wanted to publish in the research journal on werewolves. There are methods that can improve financial struggles for the werewolf packs without having to relocate in Norea. Then I found out that there is no such journal in the werewolf world. I was disappointed since I found out that there isn't a good way for werewolves who have finished a master's or PhD degree to contribute to the research through werewolves. I should write an email to Alpha Frank offering to create a research journal that showcases scientific breakthroughs related to werewolves and to invest in establishing a werewolf academic community. You can still publish a research journal in Norea. Sirens will be interested to read about research for the economic structure of the pack that is coming to the werewolf itself. You shouldn't let your work go unseen. Kai suggested, and I agree with Kai. I can't let my work be wasted. Either way, is it appropriate as the princess to publish a work about packs instead of focusing on Norea? I questioned Kai, but then Kai gently picked me up and put me on his lap before wrapping his hand. I guess there's no specific time for sirens to have a conversation with their significant other before they become affectionate. I got a little flustered, but I didn't mind him being affectionate since I got used to it. It's not your graduation thesis. I'm sure it will be fine. It's still a great chance to display your knowledge and earn some credibility for your work. In your work, you also show how you are familiar with the Nolorian economy, history, and laws. Kai again reassured me. In our sitting position, Kai continued to read my work and asked questions about some parts. After that, he started explaining the mistakes that I should pay attention to. Even though he had a valuable experience, he still recommended letting my professor read my work. Little by little, I started to understand that I do enjoy my marriage with Kai to the point that I barely start thinking about Damian. Though I still don't want to rush the decision since we still have 9 years of marriage. Chapter 32 in the morning, I didn't have the best mood. Maybe it's because of yesterday's anxiety or what I will have to experience today. You know I can feel your nervousness? Kai was the one who spoke, and I didn't answer his question. We're sitting in the dining room on the 3rd floor and eating breakfast. After breakfast, Kai wanted to show me the Moonlight Sanctuary. Don't be nervous. I'm sure your mind will change after the tour. If not, then you can demand improvement. Or are you worried I might leave you there? Kai teasingly asked, and I just glared at him. Of course, I wanted to growl too, but it was ingrained in me that growling wasn't appropriate. Then Kai stood and came over to me. He wrapped his arms around me. Oh my love, I just love you too much. I will never do that to you. You shouldn't feel afraid to confront what doesn't align with your interests, Kai said. His words of reassurance and touch confronted me, but I was worried about the werewolves, about what kind of fate awaited the she-wolves that the siren hunters caught. Then Kai gently kissed my temple. I think the pod is waiting for us. Let's go. Kai was right. The transportation has been prepared for us. I was about to be confronted by the negative thoughts, but Kai took my hand and squeezed gently. Even when we got into the pod, Kai wouldn't let me go out of my hand for our whole ride. I didn't mean to hide this from you. I planned to reveal it once you became more comfortable with your duties as the princess. Kai started and then continued. As the princess of Norea, you will be representing werewolves that integrated into Norea. I then looked at Kai's blue and brown eyes. So am I just a marionette for you? I asked, and Kai's expression changed into disbelief. Of course not. You are my dearest wife. If you ever feel like a marionette, please don't hesitate to tell me. It's hard to tell if he was lying or telling the truth. Usually, he would be truthful to me, but sometimes he would reveal the whole truth. Either way, I still believe that he will uphold the promise. Suddenly, the pod starts to land, and on the window, I can see that a fence surrounds the forest. I believe the wall was either electric or had magical properties because behind the fence, I could see wolves staring at it curiously. They are probably fascinated by the pod, since they rarely get to see them, Kai explained. That could be the case because pods don't exist in the human world. Soon, the pod arrived at the entrance where the representatives of the Moonlight Sanctuary were. I greeted them with a nod, and they greeted me respectfully according to the etiquette rules. I wasn't in the mood to talk with them, so Kai spoke with the sirens who were in charge of this place. By far, I could see that werewolves are allowed to go for a walk in their wolf form, and they have a large territory to accommodate every werewolf. In here, we accommodate she-wolves that were exiled from their pack. Kai started explaining. Against their wills, I muttered, and Kai smiled in amusement. When werewolves get exiled, they usually end up living in the forest for the rest of their lives, and not many live in the human cities. Here we can provide everything from shelters to medical help. Kai explained. For free? I suspiciously asked. Unfortunately not, since werewolf packs deem she-wolves useless, while we think they can help prevent the sirens' population decline even further. Kai honestly answered. I've heard that werewolves are more fertile than sirens. I have heard that the offspring of sirens and werewolves are healthier and fertile than sirens. Not only that, but offspring that have 75% siren gene and 25% werewolf are even more fertile than sirens. So you're making them bear children? I answered with an unimpressed tone. Your way of thinking is too pessimistic, my dear, Kai remarked. In our tradition, it's very important to find a companion that you will want to live with for 1,000 years. They have a right to refuse a partner who is willing to take them in. Indeed, for sirens, they value their partnership with their companion more than werewolves. There are rumors that male sirens get lonely and desperate once they can't find a partner, while female sirens are okay with it because overall there are more males than female sirens. For that reason, female sirens tend to be picky. We arrive at the rehabilitation wing, and the room has a window to observe what is inside the rehabilitation center. I always wondered how werewolves tend to treat those who have a disability. Kai asked a provocative question. I looked at the room and noticed that some of the she-wolves' limbs have been replaced with robotic prosthetics, and they are now learning how to use them properly. I went silent since I knew exactly how they are treated in the packs. Pack members often see them as weak and useless. If they are lucky enough to be born in a supportive and wealthy family, they can lead a decent life in the pack, but 80% of werewolves tend to reject their soulmate who has a disability. I started shaking because I could only imagine their lives before they ended up here. If they were exiled, there is no way they were treated well in the pack. Kai noticed that I was shaking, and he gently put his hand around my waist and led me out of the wing. Good news, they are sirens who are willing to be their mate. I sighed. If they have a partner who is willing to take care of them and love them, perhaps it's a good thing for them. Then Kai took me to the wing that contains classrooms, explaining that there are children who were caught with their mothers. However, they don't separate mothers from their children, as sirens tend to take in a mother and adopt her children. I noticed some of the teachers are werewolves. I observed. They're the ones who were integrated into Norea and came back to help she-wolves with the integration by teaching or by sharing their own experience, Kai explained. Honestly, I didn't expect werewolves would volunteer in the sanctuary after they integrated. Perhaps I was wrong? There is also a class that explains newly arrived werewolves about the Empire of Norea so they could be easily integrated once they were the siren chose them. She-wolves tend to have a sadder background. We arrived in another classroom, and I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, but then I noticed they were learning ABC. Why? I asked Kai out of curiosity. In this classroom are werewolves who are currently illiterate, but they had various sad stories that, even as an adult, they cannot write or read. Worst part, some of them were imprisoned for most of their life, and they still believed in their soulmate, but in the end, once they were rescued by their soulmate, then they were sold off by their soulmate to us. That can't be true, I said in disbelief, but Kai only nodded, meaning some werewolves are aware of this organization. I need proof for it. I hoped that was a lie. I didn't want to believe that werewolves can be that cruel. Don't worry, we have call logs and other evidence. Then Kai continued. By now, as the princess, you have access to all the data of the Moonlight Sanctuary. You can make inspections and request changes if needed. Kai explained. Though here, werewolves have a chance to receive their happy ending, I still felt uneasy about the suffering they went through. Chapter 33. It's almost the end of December, and about 1 month has passed since Kai left to lead the army to suppress the riot in Mermaid State. December is a festive month in Norea, but barely anyone is in the mood for the festivities. Currently, I'm staying at the Royal Palace because in the glass home, I started feeling weird and lonely, and Empress Vivienne suggested that I stay here for now. Though I'm still keeping track of the glass home's budget, I manage it once per month. In the palace, I have received more responsibilities, including attending the morning audience, translating foreign documents, scanning and saving them in a specialized database, and attending events with the Empress. I'm at my office, which I was temporarily given. After completing the requested documents, I began working on the final assignment before starting my graduation thesis. My office space is decorated with vintage but sturdier furniture that gives off a comfortable feeling. The professor was impressed by a research paper I recently wrote, which could have been considered a graduation thesis. Still, it was a passion project that I was interested in exploring the solution. I could write a stronger thesis that would be useful for researchers in Norea. Not only did I want to gain respect from the werewolf community as the researcher, but I also wanted to be recognized as a capable researcher by the sirens, too. Someone knocked on the door and I told them to come in. Your Highness, I'm here to deliver your letter from Prince Kai, one of my temporary lady-in-waiting I have received. The Empress wanted me to have a lady-in-waiting to help me out while I am staying here. Oh, thank you. Here are the documents you can give to the Crown Prince. I handed her the documents after she handed me the letter. I glanced at the beige envelope that contained Kai's letter, which he had written for me. Usually, Kai didn't mind texting me, but receiving a letter from him is very unusual. Perhaps the Mermaid State doesn't have a cellular connection, or it's broken. Nevertheless, the less I opened the envelope. My dearest princess, amidst the beautiful nature outside of the Mermaid State and chaos inside it, I wish I could be with you. I started to miss your gorgeous brown eyes, the way that you blush when you get flustered, and I miss embracing you. The beginning of the letter does sound like him. I smiled at the paragraph. It was silly, but at the same time, it gave me warmth. I heard that you are already taking up more serious responsibilities in the royal palace. I hope that you aren't overwhelmed with work in the palace. When I first met you, I didn't imagine that the role of the princess would be so perfectly tailored for you. You can't imagine how proud I am of you. My heart starts fluttering at the second paragraph. I never thought that Kai would be so supportive. Back then, I was shocked that he suggested the idea of pursuing a master's degree. Not only did he discuss economics and politics based on his experience, but it also helped me gain a deeper understanding of the topics. I was moved that he not only proofread my work but also praised it. He was right. The research paper effectively demonstrated my knowledge of Norea's economic structure and my capability to lead as princess. I'm afraid that I will not be coming back very soon as I hoped. The more resistant mere people get, the more chaotic the situation becomes. I hope one day I can break this vicious cycle and come back by your side. It seems the mermaids don't want to give up that fast. It looks like Kai won't be returning very soon. I hope that the whole situation won't end up as the worst-case scenario. I remembered that your birthday is coming up. Perhaps you already have a gift in mind? I won't hesitate to get it for you. Just write me a reply and I'll get you anything you wish for. So, if I reply that I want him back, will he return? I should write a note somewhere to make my letter romantic enough to match Kai's. I wrote it down, then I was interrupted by a knock on the door. Princess Evelyn, it's time to prepare for the state banquet. My lady-in-waiting once again informed me. I almost forgot about the banquet tonight. We have a delegation from the Atlantic Ocean visiting the royal palace. This is one of the events where I get to wear a tiara. In the room I was staying in, there was already a makeup artist and stylists waiting for me. My hair was made into an elegant updo so it would showcase my crown. Since I will be representing the Norean royal family, it's only right that I will be wearing the traditional Norean robe. The beige robe is covering my whole body except the neckline. The robe had very detailed gold and white embroidery of the falling sakura flowers. To complete my look, a simple design diamond necklace. The diamonds of this necklace are so brilliantly cut that they will sparkle in any lighting. Then I headed to the main hallway where we are supposed to greet our guests. When Empress Vivienne looked at me, she complimented me on how regal I looked. Nevertheless, it was important to look very formal, but also it was important not to outshine the Empress. It was a simple rule that I didn't mind following. Since we both look about the same age, even though Empress is older than I by 5 centuries, meaning the clothes for the age category don't exist. I can understand that people will misunderstand my intentions if I dress that outshines the Empress. However, there are still a lot of good options after the Empress chooses the dress for the event. While standing beside the Empress and Crown Prince standing beside the Emperor, I gracefully greeted the delegation. Since I'm the Princess of Norea, I don't have to bow to the King and Queen of the Atlantic Ocean. I kept my cool when the photographers were rapidly taking pictures of the royal family. At the beginning of the invention of the camera, 1 picture was enough for the newspaper. Now they need an infinite amount of pictures of us. The Emperor sighed as Empress Vivienne chuckled. I smiled at the Emperor's sentence, and the delegation also joined in the chuckle. The state banquet ended successfully. I was about to leave the banquet, but the hooded figure suddenly approached me, standing in a defensive mode. Then I could see it was the face of a teenage girl. She looked very frail, and the scent told me that she wasn't a siren but a mermaid. Please help us. The Nalorian army blocked the trade routes and portals. The only portal left unblocked has an entrance to the ocean, but it's currently surrounded by sharks. The girl desperately said. Chapter 34. Of course, soon the mermaid was noticed and caught for trespassing. I needed a lot of time since the process of trying to release the mermaid from the custody of the royal guards and giving her the status of a refugee was a lengthy one. If the girl came from a state that is currently filled with chaos, the least I can do is to listen to her. Once the girl was given the status of refugee, I invited her for tea so she could tell me more about the situation in the mermaid state. Now, Mira, why did you decide to come here? The identification documents showed that her name is Mira and she is at least 16 years old. In hopes that you can stop the war? In the last part of the sentence, Mira hesitantly spoke while I wanted to shake my head. She is brave, but she is still naive about how politics work. Unfortunately, it's not how things work. I sighed. I've only recently entered the royal family. I don't have that kind of influence or power to stop the war with one word, especially since I'm not the Empress. I usually don't take an interest in the actions my in-laws take and rarely comment. This might be one of the werewolf's natures, always siding with the pack. The thing is, I'm the daughter of the president of the mermaid state. My father never wanted the war, but someone framed my father. So, someone working behind the scenes to fuel the riot? I asked the girl and she nodded, and then I sighed. It's becoming more complicated than I expected. I have little knowledge about history, but I knew the economic structure of the mermaid state. I can't give a sound judgment on the matter. After all, I was given the responsibility to attend social events and increase the popularity of the royal family. If you are telling the truth, the only thing I can do is to ask my husband to investigate the matter. If he is willing to investigate or not, it's not up to me. I told Mira. I could only promise her that much. All right, I understand. Thank you for at least releasing me from the prison and giving me refugee status, Your Highness. The girl dismissed herself. I can only sigh because I wasn't sure how the whole situation would end up. I just needed to make a note to write a letter to Kai and ask him to investigate it. I drank my tea for a little bit and then I left the room. I had also promised to drink tea with the Empress, so I decided to rest for a little bit in my room before I went to the drawing room where Empress Vivienne was waiting for me. The previous meeting left me feeling morally drained, and I know Empress Vivienne will also inquire about the situation. Though I wish that I could stay in my room for a bit more time, I didn't want to be late. I made sure to look at the mirror to check if I needed to fix something before heading out to the drawing room. Once I entered the room, the Empress was already sitting and waiting for me. I hope I didn't make you wait. I almost wanted to use honorifics, but then I remembered she asked me not to use them, so I bit down the urge. No, you didn't make me wait. Please sit down, Evelyn, Empress Vivienne politely spoke. I sat down on the opposite side of her. Last few weeks have been difficult for you, Evelyn? Empress Vivienne decided to start with those words, but I knew where the topic was headed. Indeed, it was. I kept my answer short. It was not a simple task to release a mermaid who trespassed in the royal palace. So, what that poor girl asked you? Empress Vivienne spoke with a hint of curiosity in her voice. At first, she asked to stop the war, then she asked me to investigate since someone might be scheming to frame her father. I told the truth to the Empress. Empress Vivienne only looked sympathetically. Looks like the riot got more chaotic. The Empress gently sighed as she sipped the tea, and I only hummed in agreement. You know you will be facing a more difficult choice like this once you'll become the Empress. Empress Vivienne continued. Well, I'm glad that Kai isn't the first person in line for the throne. Wait a minute. Why so? I don't want to make you upset, but currently I don't want to become the Empress. I truthfully told her, but the Empress grinned. Too bad. The Nalorian throne can be passed to those who are married. Is this her way of telling me that I should be prepared to take on such an important role? I could only take a sip from the strawberry-flavored tea. Oh, I noticed that you are making remarkable progress. The academic community accepted your work and people had positive opinions about you during the state banquet. Empress Vivienne decided to change the topic and praise me. The Empress was correct. People praised me for the research paper I had made, and the Nalorians loved seeing me in the traditional outfit during the state banquet. Considering my popularity in Norea and the number of fans I have, I'm even surprised by the impact I make. Though I still should remember that they might treat me differently after 10 years. Surprisingly enough, recently, there were no rumors or talks about Violet DeGrove as she disappeared from the face of the earth. I wonder why she suddenly decided to back down? After tea, the Empress asked to check up on Crown Prince Adrian and tell him that his mother wants to talk about something. For some reason, there was no staff near the Crown Prince's chamber, so unfortunately, I couldn't delegate the task. I knocked on the door of his chamber and then entered the room. Unfortunately, Prince Adrian was in the shower, and he was half naked, so to my embarrassment, I had to close the door hurriedly. A few minutes later, Prince Adrian opened the door and asked, "Is there something you needed, my sister-in-law?" Prince Adrian asked politely without mentioning what had happened previously. "The Empress wishes to see you," I told him while I was also trying to forget what had happened recently. Then Prince Adrian sighed and walked along with me. "Next time, please don't enter my room," Prince Adrian politely warned. "Is it because of what happened earlier?" I asked, but Adrian just shook his head. "No, since I don't have a companion, I give off pheromones to attract a companion. If you enter the room, you can easy dash dot." I decided to interrupt Prince Adrian since I understood his point. My step-grandmother told me that the more a siren stays single, the easier it is for sirens to attract their soulmate. So unless you don't want to become the crown princess, then you should avoid my room. I can only lightly scoff. Where did you both get such a weird sense of humor? I quietly muttered, and Prince Adrian could only chuckle. Chapter 35 overall. 6 months have passed since Kai left to suppress the rebellion in the mermaid state. Currently, it is March in Norea, and it's still cold, but the days have become brighter. Kai was right, the rebellion is going to take longer than anyone else expected, but I wish he were by my side. In January, not only did I receive my birthday gift from Kai, but I also managed to present my graduation thesis about cryptocurrency in the Siren's global economy. After publishing my thesis, I received numerous offers to work on building a cryptocurrency, with the hope that the one I choose will become the new main currency in Norea. Overall, I'm glad that I currently have less work now. Previously, to gain information about how cryptocurrencies work, I had to read books about how blockchains work. Perhaps I should consider pursuing a PhD in economics? Anyway, I should think about it since it's my day off and I wanted to spend this day just purely relaxing. The temporary room I received is quite spacious, featuring a large living room. While I was wearing a sheet mask, I decided to watch TV. Unluckily, I've stumbled upon the news channel. The werewolves of North America have chosen the king. His name is Damian Knight. At that moment, I turned off the TV. I didn't want to hear it anymore. Alpha Frank told me through email that the Silver Forest Pack has been gathering a lot of influence after I left the pack and established the journal for research papers. It's helped to attract genius minds, and thus it gives a boost of influence. With that amount of influence, it has gained the council's attention. Although I disliked the rule that the council must choose an alpha who is a young adult, rather than a broader range, I would prefer Alpha Frank to be the kind rather than Damien. It's kinda disheartening to see that Alpha Frank's hard work will be handed to Damien, who might destroy his hard work. I turned on the TV, but I changed the channel. It was another news channel, but the current segment wasn't about Damien. The mere people managed to overthrow the president of the mermaid state, and the leader has been chosen. The new leader has reached the truce with the Norean government, and it looks like it's the end of the rebellion. The newscaster informed me, and I blanked for the moment. Kai mentioned in the letter that investigating would be challenging because mere people are wary of the sirens, making it impossible to spy. Looks like he didn't manage to investigate. Mira will be upset by the news that her father was imprisoned, and the new leader just suddenly stopped the rebellion. Mermaid State is our vassal state. We provide them with the needed resources and protection, and they fully obey the Norean kingdom. If the new leader who overthrows the previous ruler is more compliant, then there is no reason to investigate it. I remember when Empress Vivienne explained the worst possible case. Kai is the one who checks up on the vassal states and makes sure to inspect them. Though it looks like after the rebellion, there will be more spies circulating in the mermaid state. If the rebellion has stopped, does it mean that Kai will be coming soon? I felt my heart tingling from the possibility. Though it was only a temporary marriage, I know that Kai is not just my temporary husband. He is more than that. I couldn't find the words to describe our relationship yet. Though even if we have to separate after the end of the marriage, I will cherish the moments that I've spent with him. I decided to search for a channel that has more relaxing content. At some point, I started to feel tired, as I had become accustomed to waking up early, thinking I had to work. I decided to lie on my bed and have a nap. In a few minutes, I was able to fall asleep. In my dream, I felt a gentle caress on my face. I tried to move away, but the caress continued, so I buried my face in the bedsheet. Then I just heard a light chuckle. I was refusing to wake up from my nap since I was in a deep sleep. "Wake up, my princess. I want you to take you back to our home," Kai softly whispered, and then he gently kissed my forehead. "Let me sleep." I sleepily muttered that my response surprised Kai since he wanted to surprise me in my sleep, but he was failing. "Didn't you say that you missed me?" Kai teasingly interrogated my sleeping state. "Not the one who is currently haunting me in my dreams," I sleepily spoke, and Kai chuckled while he continued caressing. "Do you often dream of me?" By then, Kai is having fun listening to my sleep talk and interrogating me. "Yes, now stop bothering me." Luckily, Kai listened to my wishes and stopped bothering me. Perhaps he is now satisfied with my answer. Instead, he lay down next to me. Another 20 minutes passed before I started opening my eyes. I turned to the other side and I saw that Kai was next to me. He wasn't sleeping, but he was reading a book that I had on the bedside. "When did you get there?" I softly asked him. Kai was so immersed in the book that he overlooked that I was already awake when I turned. Kai smiles at me when he finally notices that I was awake. "I have arrived during the middle of your nap. I wanted to surprise you, but we're a grumpy sleeper." Kai sheepishly grinned. I moved closer to Kai and put my arm on his torso, but Kai put his hand on my hand and moved closer to his chest. "Is this a dream?" I asked. "It's not a dream, my dear," Kai said as he kissed my forehead once more. I felt blissful to be next to Kai finally. Chapter 36. A few weeks have passed, and I moved back to the glass home residence since Kai finally returned. Although I enjoyed staying at the royal palace and interacting with my in-laws, I grew closer to them, and it was easier for me to fulfill my duties by attending the royal ball and state events. However, I also knew that Kai would be unsatisfied if I chose to stay. Since Kai always preferred to have his own space, he couldn't share with me. There was another dilemma. Kai received not only a generous reward, but also a month-long vacation, a rare privilege for royal families. On the other hand, I still had duties that I had to perform as a princess, which Kai was annoyed about since he wanted to spend time with me but couldn't do anything about it. Except, he would often express that I was working too much and say that I should take more breaks and not neglect my time. I found myself agreeing with him and spending more time with Kai. Kai became more affectionate and doting after he returned. I guess the time we spent apart made our connection stronger. Currently, I am in the library writing letters to the new valuable connections that I made, which will help me achieve my goal of establishing an organization to support werewolves facing difficulties in the Norea Empire. Then I felt Kai approach me. I only hoped that he wouldn't ask me to take a break, as I wanted to finish writing the letters today. Instead, Kai picked me up and placed me in the chair I had been sitting in. Then he wrapped his arms around my waist, and I softly sighed. I didn't disturb you when you were working, did I? I asked Kai in a soft voice. Kai only smiled and gently rested his chin on my shoulder. Oh, I wish you came more often to my office, he remarked, and I couldn't argue with him. Are you sure that you don't want to have your work desk in my office? Kai asked me. He had asked me this before he went to the mermaid state, and I had declined. I liked having an open space in the library where I could work. If I agree, will you stop distracting me from my work? I asked, only half joking. Kai mischievously smiled and replied, maybe. Oh, I hope that you didn't forget that we have a dinner date today. I almost forgot that I promised to go to the restaurant with him, as he had been pestering me to spend more time together. I didn't know that today was the dinner date. I will get ready after I finish writing the letters. Will that be all right with you? Kai only hummed in agreement. Then I had no choice but to continue working while sitting next to him. Afterwards, I went to my room to get ready. Luckily, I had already planned the outfit, so I didn't have to spend a lot of time choosing it. I picked the black cocktail dress and paired it with pearl earrings and a pearl necklace. I'm also glad that my naturally straight blonde hair would make me look elegant. The only thing left to choose was shoes, so I decided on black suede heels. Since I had already applied foundation, the only thing left to add was red lipstick and good mascara. Then I sprayed on my favorite rose-scented perfume, Oscar de la Renta, Bella Rosa. After that, I grabbed my purse. Then I went down to the first floor with the elevator, and Kai was already waiting for me. I hope I didn't make you wait long. As the princess, I needed to be more meticulous in choosing my outfit if I didn't want to be critiqued by the press. Kai shortly observed my chosen outfit. He didn't want to stare for too long. Oh, you look stunning, my princess, Kai complimented as he kissed my hand. The heat crept onto my cheeks as always. Kai had always looked good in a suit. Today, he chose a light brown suit, which complemented his eyes very well despite his heterochromia. As always, you look very handsome, my husband. I complimented him back, using the French term for husband. Kai appreciated the French nickname, and then he grinned. Isn't it too early to be charming me, my dear? Kai teased, and I playfully shrugged. Then we headed to the pod, continuing to enjoy each other's company. The ride didn't take long, as it was quicker and more convenient to travel by pod, and the restaurant wasn't very far. Before agreeing on the dinner date, Kai had been pestering me about which restaurant I wanted to visit. Since I had a pleasant experience there before, I suggested to Kai that we visit again, as it offered both European and Norwegian dishes. It was Friday, and luckily, not a lot of people were outside the restaurant. It wasn't very popular yet. I hope that it will stay this way. People noticed the pod immediately. I guess soon this restaurant will become popular, or at least receive an article in which we were spotted dining here. As we stepped out of the pod, we were instantly led to the VP table. The interior is very modern. What made you choose this place? Kai asked as we were seated, and the waiter handed us our menu. I've been here before and enjoyed eating their food. Since Kai agreed to my suggestion, I was looking forward to dining there again. With whom did you come here the first time? Kai asked me suspiciously, but I giggled. I was invited by the noble werewolves. There's no need to be suspicious of me, my dearest husband, I said. Kai didn't probe any further, accepting my answer. When I was a teenager, I always thought I would be calling my significant other my mate rather than my husband. Since Kai is my husband, but not my true soulmate, he still holds a special place in my heart. Strangely, when I married Kai, I never used the word mate in my vocabulary. Kai never asked about it, and I never mentioned it. It would have been tactless to say mate in the context of our marriage, since it's a relationship only between the two of us. The waiter brought the bottle of my favorite white wine. I felt appreciated that Kai remembered the kind of wine I liked. As soon as the waiter poured me the wine, I took a sip and decided to ask Kai about something that had been on my mind lately. I've been thinking of pursuing a PhD in economics, I shared with Kai. I always appreciated hearing his thoughts since he would guide me when needed. Go for it. Since you have enough time to get a PhD degree, Kai voiced his agreement, but then he added, I only have one condition. What kind of condition? I asked cautiously. I hoped that Kai wouldn't ask for something too difficult to promise. That you will apply to the program after our honeymoon, Kai said. We never had a proper honeymoon yet. I even forgot about it. Honeymoon? I never really thought about it, I said, looking up, realizing I had almost accepted that we would never have one due to our busy schedules. In the restaurant, we have time to think about the date and destination, Kai suggested as the waiter brought our appetizers. The delightful smell of the appetizers reached my nose. As we ate the appetizers, I began to think about where I would like to go on our honeymoon. What about Seychelles? I've always wanted to go there, I suggested to Kai. He smiled at my idea. Your wish is my command, Kai said, and just then, the waiter brought us the main dishes. We ate the dishes we had ordered, and after savoring the food, we had light conversations. By the time we finished, it was almost night, and we decided to head back home. A paparazzi was waiting for us, but the pleasant mood wasn't ruined, thanks to the restaurant's security team doing their job well. In the pod, Kai looked at me and gently placed his hand under my chin, stroking my cheek with his thumb. I always get lost in your eyes, Kai said as he kissed my lips. I kissed him back, hoping it would be brief. But it wasn't a short one. After I relaxed into the kiss, Kai deepened it. It wasn't long before we both started to lose our breath. Then Kai moved to my neck, placing gentle kisses there. You have no idea how much I've wanted this moment. Maybe tonight, you'll allow me to be closer to you, Kai whispered in a soft voice. My breath hitched. Was he trying to get even closer tonight? Being close to Kai was different from anything I'd experienced before. If he wanted to deepen our bond, I knew it would be something special. I gently stroked Kai's cheek and smiled at him. You know it's not the right time, I said. If we took that step now, we'd have to adjust the honeymoon plans, and I wouldn't want to rush any decisions. Kai took my hand and gently kissed it. Then are you willing to give something else tonight? Kai asked with a playful grin. I knew that tonight would be special in its way. Kai took my silence as a yes, and I didn't try to stop him. Once we arrived at our residence, Kai asked me, my room or yours? My room. Kai picked me up and carried me to the elevator, where he kissed my neck, gently adjusting my dress as we moved. I tried to suppress my sighs, enjoying the moment. In my room, we shared a tender moment. Chapter 37. I opened my eyes to see that it was already daytime. I looked at Kai, who was peacefully sleeping while he had an arm around my waist, and I looked under my sheets. Memories from the previous night started flooding my mind, making my face red. It wasn't a dream. Since I've never been with someone else like that, I always worried that one day this day would come for me and Kai, since it's expected of married couples to be physically close to each other. Luckily, Kai was patient with me and never pestered or made comments about our current relationship. Even yesterday, he was patient with me and guided me if I wasn't sure. I'm not going to lie, I enjoyed this. I loved how Kai was a very considerate partner who made sure that I felt comfortable. To the point I wondered, isn't it too overwhelming to feel such connection with a person who isn't your soulmate? It's unlikely that I will be able to get an answer. I didn't want to spend more time lying in bed, so I decided to move Kai's arm to go to the bathroom and take a shower. Except, Kai's arm didn't budge, and he pulled me closer and kissed the nape of my neck a few times. Running away? Kai asked in a sleepy voice. Where would I run away? I chuckled. There was no need to run away from me anyway. Kai hummed and hugged my waist a little tighter, but it was still comfortable for me. Good point, but you should stay for more. Kai sleepily told me. I then turned to him. You know it's almost lunchtime? I told Kai, and he finally opened his blue and brown eyes. Really? He asked and then confirmed it after he looked at the clock. Well, then we should get ready. Kai stood up, and I could see his whole glory. Once again, my face got red since I still hadn't gotten used to it. Kai boldly came to me and picked me up in a bridal style. "What are you doing?" I asked while I was startled. "Before we get ready, we need to take a shower," Kai explained while hiding some details. "Together. If we shower together, we can save water," Kai told me. I sighed at his silliness because there was no need for us to save water since we can afford it, and Norea doesn't experience any water deficit. Nonetheless, I didn't have the energy to disagree with him. They carried me to the bathroom, and from the bathroom's mirror, I could see what kind of marks I left on his back from the previous night. I didn't know that I got very carried away last night. Kai gently put me in the bathroom stall, turned on the water, and tested the water before soaking me. He took the shampoo and massaged my hair. I also made sure to reciprocate the gesture and washed his hair. "You are such a lovely wife that I don't think I might be able to hold on from starting round 2. Kai purred and I giggled. "Unfortunately, you would need to hold this, because I don't have energy for the second round, my dear hubby." I apologetically yet firmly told him. Kai has a lot of stamina. This is what I found out last night. Kai looked at me with a sad expression for a short time, and then he rinsed the conditioner and the body wash, and then I also rinsed him. "You know, we should shower more often together," Kai suggested, and I hummed. Though I was shy at first, in the end I enjoyed this pleasant experience. After that, he gently dried my hair with the towel and then gave me the robe to put on. Since Kai would often stay in my room, my bathroom also contains items that Kai uses, like a robe, for example. "You should go to my room and I will ask someone to bring us something to eat," Kai told me, and I listened to him. I went to Kai's bedroom and turned on the TV since I don't have a TV that is opposite the bed. For Kai, it took a little while before he joined me to watch the morning news. And soon our butler delivered our food. As always, there is a cup of English breakfast tea for me and a black coffee for Kai. They brought us a lot of food since we missed breakfast, and it's about lunchtime. There was an omelette with salad, toast, and little sandwiches as appetizers. I suspect I've gained weight because I enjoy the food our chefs prepare. It looks like we will be having a lazy day. After Kai finished his food, he came to me. "All right, I will be dressing up and then going to my office to book our vacation to Seychelles. You should stay here and rest for the day." Kai kissed me on my temple, and then he kissed my lips before he headed to his dressing room, and then he headed to his office. After I finished the food, I asked the staff member near me to return the dishes to the kitchen, and then I went to my room. Now I understand why Kai insisted on carrying me, since walking is a little bit painful for me right now. I entered my room and noticed that the bed sheets had been changed, and the clothes weren't lying on the floor. Instead, they were neatly folded on the chair. I guess Kai tidied the room before the cleaning staff came. I grabbed my phone and noticed my father had called me this morning, but my phone would usually be on silent. So I decided to call him back. "Hey, were you calling me?" I asked my father as soon as he picked up the phone. "Hey Evelyn, how are you?" My father asked me. "I'm doing pretty well. What about you?" "I've heard it's become hectic in the pack," I replied to my father. Then I could hear my father sigh on the phone. Indeed, it was hectic. My father chuckled at this sentence and then continued. "I'm hoping you aren't busy, because we need a judge that is influential and yet comes from our pack for the Queen selection." "Queen selection?" I asked. I didn't think that they would still follow that tradition. "Yes, since Damian hasn't found his soulmate yet, the council is pressing him to find a partner that he can rule with. I'm hoping you can become one of the judges," my father explained. He hadn't found his mate yet? Is this his new excuse that he is currently using? "Also, I'm hoping that you can come to visit the pack since it's been a long time since the last time I saw you," my father added. "I will check the schedule and call you back with the answer," I replied sweetly. We then spoke for a little bit before we ended our conversation. I sat there for a bit and then chuckled. "Queen selection, huh?" Chapter 38. I was greeted by the glaring sun and the relaxing noise of the waves washing over the beach. There are also seagulls singing to their heart's content while trying to plunge into the water to catch the fish. I took a glass of apple juice from the table that was filled with lots of ice, and I took a sip of it. The cold liquid instantly hit my mouth, as it was a good choice to bring such a cold drink while we were at the mercy of the hot weather in Seychelles. That is right, we are currently in Seychelles. Kai rented a property that has a private beach, but is also close to town, where we could restock our products in the house. This is our 7th day, and there are still 7 days to go. I don't think I will get tired of it, but I wish to cherish this moment for a little while. As royals, our lives are dedicated to managing the empire, and it wouldn't be unfair to people if we took the day off to vacation on islands too often. As I lifted my eyes from the book, I glanced at Kai, who was swimming in the sea, and could only catch a glimpse of his tail. Once his head appeared on the surface and his eyes met mine, he started waving to me, indicating that he wanted me to come to the water and swim with him. I sighed and closed the book. In all honesty, today I haven't swum in the sea yet, but it won't be delightful to reapply the sunscreen again. Then the idea clicked in my mind. I can always ask Kai to help me apply sunscreen. I'm sure he won't mind it. Then it will be easier and faster for me to apply sunscreen. I took off the light translucent baby pink robe that had beautiful flowery patterns drawn on it and walked toward the cyan-colored sea while stepping on the white-hot sand. I entered the water at first. It was cold, but I quickly adjusted to the temperature, and it's now hot. Once I was in the correct depth, Kai swam over to me. We should do this more often, Kai told me. You mean having more vacations like this? I inquired, but Kai shook his head instead. Swim together, he answered. He would always ask me to join when he was swimming in the pool. I would usually decline him, but recently I started to join him. Then Kai took my arms and started swimming slowly from the shore. I'm not as strong a swimmer as you. Sirens can swim very fast since they have a powerful tail, and it can become very hard to keep up with them. Though Kai swims carefully with me, and the beautiful places that I'm sure I wouldn't be able to reach if I swam alone. Well, at least you have me. Kai smiled at me. We swam to the abandoned cave that we would always travel to. I often joked with Kai that this cave was good for sirens to hide, since I don't think people could reach unless we had explored the other exit. It was almost evening when we returned. My muscles ache a little bit since I would either swim alone or hold on to Kai. During the evening, we would usually cook dinner together since we had more time, and also we didn't bring any staff with us. Except we have a person who delivers the products to us. Today we are cooking oven-baked chicken breast with rice. At first, I didn't think that Kai could cook, but then he reminded me of his adventurous past and how he depended on himself. I was doubtful at first that you could cook, Kai admitted as he cut the vegetables for the salad while I was putting rice in the rice maker and also looked down into the oven to see how the chicken was cooking. I didn't take his words to offense. When I lived in the Mediterranean kingdom, we would sometimes have cooking classes, and it was a very fun class, I answered him. I felt nostalgic about how my cousin and I worked together to make a beautiful cake that was similar to those in food magazines. As teenagers, we tried to make a variety of different types of sushi. As a teenager, I never offered to help my stepmother in the kitchen because back then, I hated her. In the pack house, there are already pack members who are paid to cook in the kitchen, so in adulthood, I never had a chance to cook. In college, I would eat at restaurants since I was given plenty of allowances. Now I enjoy cooking with Kai and learning new recipes. In the end, the dish ended up being very delicious. Once we had cleaned the kitchen, we went outside and sat on the lounge chair that was big enough for 2 people. I brought the rose wine while Kai brought whiskey to drink while we enjoyed the sunset and the night sky filled with stars. I wish we could stay a bit more in here, but I know this is impossible, I sighed in the end, but Kai smiled at me. If you want, I'll make time so we can take vacations more often. Kai offered. Well, we will see about that since we will be swamped after this. I reminded Kai, but he groaned as he remembered that there was still a lot of work left since Kai suddenly had to go to suppress the rebellion. We talked for a little bit more, and the sky turned darker, and I looked at the stars. I've read that sirens can find the reincarnation of their previous lovers, I told Kai out of the blue. When I read the article, I remembered the picture of the woman I saw in Kai's photo album. I never asked him about previous lovers because, firstly, it was awkward, and secondly, in return, he could also ask about Damian. Are you currently wondering if you might have been a reincarnation? Kai asked as he gently took a piece of hair and tucked it behind the ear. Am I? I looked at him. Honestly, I don't know, but it doesn't matter if you are. It won't change the fact I want you to become my eternal companion, Kai answered, and he kissed my lips. I could feel the whiskey in his breath. We kissed for a little bit more before Kai stopped. Should we move it to the bedroom? Kai asked with a smile. Are you sure you are not too tipsy for that? I replied with a question. Well, you can always lead, my dearest wife, Kai said with a playful tone. It's not like I wanted to decline his offer. Chapter 39. Finally, the scenery became more familiar. I haven't visited the Silver Forest Pack for about 2 years. I wasn't overwhelmed with bitterness when I was a teenager, nor was I overwhelmed by hopelessness when I was a university student. Instead, I felt curiosity. I'm curious how the pack changed during my time when I was in Norea. I've heard that my marriage to Kai and Damien becoming the king influenced the pack's transformation. No one ever could predict that the 7th-ranked pack would become the first in that short amount of time. Also, I have agreed to become a judge for the Queen selection. The only challenging part is that the Queen selection will be broadcast on Werewolf television, and of course, sirens will also have access to the series. I had to seek Empress Vivienne's permission for this matter. When I told Kai about it, he wasn't happy since I would be away for a long time, as if I were taking an act of revenge for the time when Kai left to suppress the rebellion. Nonetheless, he understood that I hadn't visited my family in the past and understood the Empress's intentions to make the royal family more popular. I want to remind you that once we settle in, you have a meeting with the producers, Your Highness. My assistant May reminded me in a timid voice, and I nodded in acknowledgement. Of course, I couldn't visit the pack alone since now I'm not an ordinary girl but a princess. I was given assistants who are experienced in the human world and bodyguards. Half of them are sirens and half of them are the hybrids of sirens and werewolves. One of my bodyguards opened the car's door for me. We have arrived in front of the chateau. The chateau was newly renovated and was bought immediately after the renovations. A Frenchman truly built the chateau. It looks very similar to what I would see in France. Previously, this chateau served as a hotel. As far as I understand, this chateau is now the new pack house for the Silver Forest Pack since it's perfectly fitted for the Alpha King's new residence. In front of the chateau, my father was waiting for me. He instantly came over to me and greeted me. It's good to see you, Evelyn. How have you been lately? My father asked, and I smiled at him once I remembered how Kai took on the honeymoon and continued doting on me even after the honeymoon. I've been good. What about you? And how is Alpha Frank? At the end of the sentence, my father's face became gloomier. I have also been good. Then my father sighed before continuing. Unfortunately, Alpha Frank passed away from a tragic car crash a few months after you, and he established the academic community. My heart dropped. I wasn't aware of it, and I always wondered why he stopped replying to my emails. I couldn't believe it. Alpha Frank was like a third father to me after my biological father and my stepfather. He was the only one I could trust when I didn't get along with my biological father when I was a teenager. Why wasn't I notified about his passing? My voice shook a little bit when I asked my father about it. It happened all of a sudden. We had a lot of things to deal with. Furthermore, we had to prepare for the Queen's selection. He explained. Meanwhile, I breathed slowly to calm down. I guess I will need to visit his grave. I gave a small smile. Then my assistants asked me to come to the room we are staying in because they had finished checking in. Luckily, there weren't a lot of people in the chateau. I guess the participants haven't arrived yet. However, the people inside the chateau have recognized and commented on my arrival and entourage. I'm only grateful that the fact that I was Damien's ex-mate hasn't been revealed yet. The room was spacious, but not as spacious as the one in Glass Home Residence, but I can't complain. It was beautifully decorated with vintage furniture. I was also given a nearby room for my assistants and bodyguards. I'm glad my father managed to complete my request, as I don't think Kai or Empress Vivienne would have allowed me to return to the pack if he hadn't. Since I will be going to the meeting with the producers, my assistants are helping me choose the outfit. Some of the outfits I don't fit into anymore made me frown for a little bit, so I shook off the thought. Before meeting Kai, I was thin, and sometimes I was underweight. There were days that I wouldn't eat because I was too sad. Now I have gained weight, and I look healthier. I guess I gained weight because I've been feeling thrilled lately. Other than that, I noticed that my hair became more golden and even gained more volume. I guess this is what a healthy relationship can do to you. Luckily, some clothes still fit me, and I threw clothes that didn't fit into the chair. I guess those clothes don't fit me anymore. We need to order newer ones, I suggested to my assistants, and they nodded and started sorting the clothes. I guess I got used to dressing in the Nolorian traditional robe, which was more comfortable and free. I quickly chose the costume that I was going to wear for the meeting and went to the designated conference room in the chateau. After the meeting, I was exhausted. I barely got any rest once I arrived in the chateau. I dismissed my assistants and went to take a shower. Once I finished showering and left the bathroom, I saw that I had a new notification. Kai has called me, and I promised him I'd call him once I've arrived at the pack. I called Kai back on the screen. Kai's handsome face appeared in the background. I could see that he was in the office. In Norea, it was daytime, while in the Silver Forest pack, it was late evening. Finally, I was worried that you might not have arrived safely, Kai told me, and I smiled at his concern. Yeah, I was very busy once I arrived here, I replied with a small smile. Kai's face changed as soon as he noticed my change in expression. Did something happen? Kai looked more concerned, and I sighed before answering. Today, I found out that Alpha Frank passed away in the car crash. I just didn't imagine losing him so soon. My voice almost cracked at the end of my sentence. Kai's gaze softened once he heard the reason. I'm sorry to hear that. I know how important he was to you. If you need me, I can be here all day. I gave a small smile. Kai kept his word, and he continued comforting me until I felt better. Chapter 40 New PV, do you want me to cover up your freckles? The makeup artist asked me, and I shook my head. No, I like them the way they are, I replied kindly. The makeup artist has already done a lot to make me look suitable for the Queen selection, but it's taken a long time before she could create a perfect foundation color that would match my olive skin. Not only her, but my hairstylist, who had to tame my brown curly hair. They made a lady from the rogue wolf. It was one of the traditions that a rogue must participate in the Queen selection, since it shows that participants have diverse backgrounds. I was one of the unfortunate wolves that were caught and forced into that competition. At least, I'm getting paid each week, and I stay in the castle or chateau, which is how people here call it. And we're done. The makeup artist smiled at me as she finished putting the final touches on me. As soon as I left the room, there was an escort to make sure I wouldn't get lost in this place, and that I wouldn't be late for the opening. I moved a bit of the dark blue dress that the stylists gave me since it was itching. At the entrance, some guards were standing with the list. Your name? The guard asked. Leslie Brown. The guard nodded and let me in. It looked like I was inside the concert hall, but instead of seats, there were tables decorated with candles and tableware. The cameras and their crew surrounded the seating area. There are only a few participants that I could recognize. I sat at the table in the third row, which offered a good view of the stage. I didn't sit in the second row because everyone would want to sit closer to the new king, who has a table reserved in the first row. Little by little, more participants started coming in. Excuse me, can I sit next to you? I turned to see a short-haired brunette smiling at me in a friendly manner. Sure. The woman sat down next to me, and then she turned to me. I'm Stella. She held her hand. I'm Leslie. I hesitantly reached my hand for the handshake, and Stella's smile became wider. Nice to meet you. I'm from the Northwest Wolves pack. What about you? The awkwardness hit like a ton of bricks. I don't have a pack, I awkwardly answered. Stella was about to question me more about it, but then she stopped once she understood what I meant. I usually like to lurk in the human cities relatively near pack territory. Anyway, are you here for the King's Heart? She changed the topic. I shrugged my shoulders because I didn't know how to answer. I don't know how to feel about the newly chosen because, as a rogue, I got little information about what was happening in werewolf society. If I suddenly become the queen, I know that it will be difficult for me to integrate into werewolf society since I'm a third-generation rogue. Then I heard the sudden change of reaction since many of the participants began to swoon over the king, who entered and walked over to his assigned seat. Behind them, two betas were walking. I didn't know their names, but one of them is blonde and the other is red-haired. Stella seemed more distracted by the betas than by King, but attention turned elsewhere once the lights started to get dimmer. The host went up to the stage. Hello, everyone. I'm Harry Swanson, and I'm honored to host this rare event called the Queen's Selection. Everyone started clapping, and the host grinned charismatically. As you all know, the king is selected once every 200 years, and it's always been the tradition that was passed down from our ancestors. Now it's our time to follow the tradition and crown the new queen. Before I let our newly found king make a speech, I would like to present judges who evaluate each lady's potential to become a queen. The first two judges were Margaret Nightingale and Ryan Bain, both of whom looked like they were in their 40s or 50s. As expected, Stella sighed, and I looked at her for an explanation. Margaret Nightingale is a powerful councilwoman and Ryan Bain comes from the royal blood from the previous rulers, Stella explained to me. How many judges will there be? I asked Stella. 4. Then the host announced the third judge, Kimberly Wolfstone, who was almost the same age as us. I also expected this, Stella noted. Did you? I asked her out of curiosity. In all honesty, I didn't know any of those people. Yes, Kimberly Wolfstone is ranked first amongst the she-wolves. They always invite the first-ranked she-wolves to be judges. Stella explained to me. I heard about the ranks, but unfortunately, rogues are usually considered to be unranked since they don't have a pack to be evaluated. Finally, our most honored guest. We are really glad that she was able to make it. Princess of Norea Evelyn Bonnet Lorelei. Now, the reaction when hearing the final judge's name was mixed, but most people were shocked to Princess. I asked in confusion. As far as I know, the place Norea doesn't exist unless I was too isolated from the Werewolf Society. Princess Evelyn entered the stage very gracefully and introduced herself. Her long golden hair, golden dress, and golden flowers decorate her hair. She has the air of a fantasy princess. Thank you for presenting me, Harry. Evelyn charmingly smiled at the host, and then she turned to the audience. I'm honored to witness this moment where one of you will be chosen as a queen to lead wolfkind. She spoke gracefully, and she gracefully left the stage and sat at the table where the blonde beta is seated. Right away, extra bodyguards appeared like the shadows at Princess Evelyn's table. Now I didn't expect her to be a judge, Stella muttered. I'm confused. Who is she exactly? I was clueless about her, but I know she's an important person. You don't know her? Stella asked, and I could only sheepishly shake my head. Stella sighed. Evelyn grew in the same pack as our king, then she married a siren who is a prince and received the title. Once she explained, I started to understand more about the Werewolf Society that I had never known before. For example, I knew the sirens existed, but I never knew they had territories and how established they were. I noticed that Kimberly Wolfstone seemed to be giving her the side-eye. Is there friction between Kimberly Wolfstone and Princess Evelyn? I asked Stella. She was confused at first, but once she looked at both of them, she understood. I guess it's because Kimberly doesn't like the fact that she has to respect Princess Evelyn, who ranked third, and not vice versa. She explained. Most women pride themselves on being ranked very high. Stella sighed as she uttered this sentence. After King Damien finished his speech, the servers brought the dishes and everyone enjoyed eating them. I carefully grabbed the cutlery and tried to follow everyone else's steps, not wanting to draw attention to myself. The next day is the day of our first challenge. It was early in the morning, and everyone felt sleepy since at dinner we had a 5-course meal. It didn't help the fact that we were served alcohol. The room where the first challenge is presented is a smaller room than yesterday's, but it has a TV screen. Soon, the judges entered the room. Now, you probably didn't know that, but the first challenge began yesterday. Princess Evelyn started to speak, and she took the remote from the table and turned on the TV. The first picture was a picture of me putting my elbows on the table during the banquet. Now, Miss Leslie Brown, we don't put our elbows on the table, Evelyn commented, but I paled in embarrassment. Luckily, my manners weren't that horrible, unlike the picture Evelyn showed. There was a girl who picked her nose publicly during dinner, and Evelyn refused to comment on the picture. Then there was a picture where a woman stuffed the tissues on the neckline of the dress, and so on. As you all got the hint. The first challenge is to improve manners and etiquette. Etiquette is very important because as a queen you will either have to interact with the powerful humans or vampires and sirens, and they also don't lack manners. Evelyn started explaining. At the end of the week, we will have another dinner where you will be examined by the renowned etiquette masters. The 15 people who will get the highest score will remain in the selection. The other 5 will be eliminated. Chapter 41. Back to Evelyn's PV. Of course, none of the participants liked the idea of having an etiquette exam, but if they want to become good queens, they need knowledge of etiquette. Now, participants went to their first etiquette class. I was faced with other judges whom I wasn't acquainted with very well. We agreed to have a meeting to get to know each other. We sat down in the drawing room, where a cup of hot tea or coffee waited for us. Is it too soon for the etiquette challenge? I think the challenge was too hard in the beginning. Margaret Nightingale asked me. Still, etiquette is necessary to train the perfect queen. I wasn't the one who suggested the placement of the challenge. It was the producers who decided to have an etiquette challenge in the first round, since it would make the rest of the episodes have a regal-like feeling. I explained, then I quoted the producer's words, and Margaret nodded at my answer. Do any of you know what the next upcoming challenges are? I asked my colleagues. In the second round, the king will have a 30-minute date with each of the contestants, and then he will choose 3 people that he didn't feel a connection with to eliminate, Margaret explained, and I noted. Next challenge, as far as I know, is to test the combat skills. Alpha Ryan informed me, and I took the answer. It's not the challenge that I would go for. Unfortunately, Kimberly noticed. What's the matter? The challenge isn't up to your taste, Your Highness? Kimberly tried to provoke me. I used to deal with Violet before, and I can deal with her. I just didn't expect how well-rounded we are trying to make the future queen, I answered with a smile, and then I took another sip from the cup of tea. From the judges, I admire Margaret the most since she was young when she became a member of the council. She was often criticized for not finding a partner to settle down with. She only settled in recently. Nonetheless, I still see her as a strong person who doesn't let anyone's opinion get to her. I don't know much about Alpha Ryan, but I know he came from the previous werewolf royalty. Their royal pack was separated into 2 pieces, and soon both packs lost influence and titles. And for Kimberly Wolfstone, well, I can't say much other than she was ranked first in the evaluation, and then she got together with Alpha, who was ranked 3rd previously. I guess she feels the need to compete with me. Margaret noticed the tension between us. Anyway, I've heard that your sister is also participating in this selection, Kimberly. Margaret decided to change the topic. Your sister. I perked up. It sounds very controversial. Kimberly's mood has turned sour, but she tries to play it off. Weird coincidence, is it not? We both got a call from the committee. I guess they didn't mind my sister participating. She wasn't a good actress. It made me believe that she pulled some strings. However, my intuition tells me that her sister wouldn't be able to become a queen. Alpha Ryan seemed to be bored with the topic, so he decided to add another topic. Did you know that the High Priestess will be visiting here to take a look at the participants? Alpha Ryan suggested a new topic. High Priestess is a leader of the church that is dedicated to worshipping the moon goddess. Usually, she would come after the king had chosen his queen, and she would wed them. That early, Kimberly commented. Oh, I heard that she wants to make sure if there are King Damian's soulmate amongst the participants, Margaret commented as she grabbed dessert from the tray and took a small bite. That will ruin the selection. Is it not? Alpha Ryan remarked, and I nodded. Perhaps she is worried about the prophecy that was revealed a few hundred years ago? Margaret suggested, and that got me curious. What kind of prophecy is it that makes the High Priestess worried? I was very curious. Something about the destined queen will betray her soulmate and replace the king with her lover. I laughed. I was never a moon goddess believer, but the prophecy sounds ridiculous to be the truth. I'm sorry, I didn't expect that. I apologized, but no one took offense. After our meeting ended, most of us departed for our quarters. After I walked down the hallway, the red-haired man approached me. Princess Evelyn, I was waiting to meet you. The man spoke with a smile. You are? I asked since I didn't know who he was. Forgive me, I'm Eric Smith, the second beta of Damien Knight. The man introduced himself. Usually, Alpha would have one beta, but the king must have two betas. Since Damien has been crowned, my half-brother Aaron became his first beta. Though, as far as I remember, I don't think that Eric Smith came from the Silver Forest pack. If you wanted to meet me, you could have asked my assistants for the appointment, I suggested, but Eric shook his head. I'm afraid that I would have to wait very long if I had an appointment with you. I sighed and signaled the assistant who stood next to me to find an empty lounge room where I could talk with Eric. So why did you want to meet me? I asked Eric. I simply wanted to get to know you better since we are both raised by the sirens, Your Highness. Also, I had a question for you. I have two things to say to you. First, I need to remind you that I have a husband. Secondly, I did notice that you have the same speaking mannerisms as sirens. Eric chuckled at the first one. I understood. I wanted to ask, why did you start with the etiquette challenge? I can only deeply sigh. I guess he's not the only one who wasn't aware that producers make most decisions. I only suggested the challenge, but producers are the ones who arrange the order, I explained. That's troublesome. Why so? I ask. The thing is, Damien lacks manners. It will be troubling if the participants become more mannered than Damien on the second round, Eric explained, and I giggled. I guess you will need to arrange tutoring for the king. Though I was worried about the pack's future after Alpha Frank had died, I was more confident with the new betas. Chapter 42, I was typing on my laptop while sitting on a soft lavender-colored sofa, wearing short silky nightwear and a silky robe that helped keep me warm. I was writing invitations for the organization's opening in Norea. I was also confirming the attendance of the few participants who got a high score in the last round to a banquet for the academic community in the Silver Forest pack. It was a bonus prize for this round. This is one of the moments that I'm free, but there is still work that needs to be done. Your Highness, would you like me to bring you breakfast? Sally, the other assistant, asked me. Sure, just bring something that doesn't have a pungent smell. Lately, I've been getting headaches from scents. I requested Sally, and she nodded. As I was typing, I heard a knock on the door, and my assistants opened it to check who was outside. King Damien is outside requesting to speak to you, May informed me, and I sighed. What does he want? I thought. I dreaded the upcoming conversation. Furthermore, I was still in my nightwear. Let him come in and please leave us alone until we finish talking, I instructed my assistants, and they followed my instructions without any complaints. When Damien came in, I didn't say anything and just typed the last sentences in the email. You won't be saying anything? Damien asked me to react. It's not that I was the one who called you. You are the one who came to me. I pointed out and Damien sighed. There was a moment of silence before Damien started speaking. I want to apologize. Back then, I was stupid and inconsiderate. Damien awkwardly started. I looked at him, expecting him to say more. I'm very sorry for rejecting you and never giving you the proper reason when you demanded, and I found out the whole truth about the incident with drugs, and I was wrong to accuse you, Damien explained. I closed my eyes, and the scene from when he was rejected felt surreal. I was only 18 when he rejected me. It was spring break, and Damien came back from the boarding school for the holidays. Once I met him, I understood he was my soulmate. Although I didn't believe that I was going to find a soulmate, I was hopeful about our future. Once Damien understood that I was his mate, he asked to talk somewhere private. Once he uttered those terrible and painful words, I was devastated. Why? I asked. I felt tears slowly building up. Tell me why. I deserve to know. I once again asked him, and he didn't answer. I begged him to tell me the reason, but he didn't reveal anything and left me to assume the reason for myself. Until I understood that soulmates didn't mean anything, it was a moon goddess who was playing a horrible trick on me. I snapped back to reality inside. At least, are you going to tell me the reason why you rejected me? Damien looked at the floor. Otherwise I would never accept your apology, I added. I was afraid. Then he told me. Afraid? I skeptically questioned, and he nodded. Back then you were envied and praised by my father, but at the same time if someone did you wrong you found a way to make them repay you. After the drug incident that made me sent to boarding school made me afraid of you. Damien explained. Fear, huh? I have to admit that it takes a lot of guts for a man to admit that he rejected me because he was afraid of me. Fine, I'll accept the apology, you can go now. I dismissed it since I already heard what I wanted to hear. Is that all? Damien asked. Did you expect more from me? I looked at him. Don't tell me he expects me to accept him back as a soulmate. It's not like we can be together anymore. I was already married and promised Kai that I would let him mark me. I would never betray a man who has always been kind to me and understanding. What do you mean? Isn't your marriage temporary? Temporary marriage that can be made permanent, I answered. Do you love him? Then Damien questioned, and his voice was a little raised. Look, you should be more aware of how rude and entitled you sound. I never questioned a thing you are hosting. I snapped back, and that sentence shut Damien up. On that note, Damien left my room, and my assistants came back to help me prepare for the next challenge. This time, I wore a puffy asymmetric white dress that had a floral design. We didn't do my hair since my hair looks beautiful when I let it down. I arrived at the room where we announced our next challenge and announced who was eliminated from the round. After the dating round and combat challenge, there were only 10 participants left. Luckily, I wasn't disappointed by the people's current selections. The ones who survived have the promising potential of the queen. Usually, the one who suggested the challenge will be the one announcing, but this time, producers wanted to go with my idea again. As you remember, the etiquette for some of you seems very hard, but the next challenge will be much harder. I hope you all remember the etiquette lesson because in the challenge, you will need it. I started, and then I continued to explain the challenge. It's very important for the queen to be a fast learner because that will help her to adapt in any situation. Then the person handed each letter to the participant. Next week, you will meet various guests and inside the letter, it's a clue about which language your guest speaks. In 7 days, you will need to learn a language that is indicated in your letter at a minimum conversation level. Then the ladies opened the letter, and some faces were relaxed while others were pale. The language was chosen based on each participant's profile. I ensured that the language selected for the participant was neither her native language nor one related to a similar language family. The challenges became harder. After I announced the challenge, I left the hallway, but my half-brother Aaron stopped me. Evelyn, I need one favor? Usually, Aaron would never ask me for favors, but since I've treated him poorly in the past, I owe him one. One of the participants is my soulmate. Aaron started explaining, and I looked at him. Which one? I asked, and then the woman came from behind Aaron. I am, Your Highness. She was Stella Garcia. As far as I remember, she had scored very well in previous challenges. So you're asking for peaceful disqualification? They both nodded. Well, that can be easily done. Congratulations to both of you. I smiled at them. At least I'm happy that my half-brother is a sensible man and accepted a person who is his soulmate. I could only send them blessings. Chapter 43. One of the perks of becoming the princess is that I would often be treated as an important guest. This allowed me to reserve an additional room whenever I needed to. Or if I didn't like the food here, I would be allowed to hire a chef who would personally cook food for me. Though as a princess, I've tried not to complain about the food quality, but it keeps deteriorating for some reason. I had no choice but to hire another chef who would adhere to my dietary requirements. Strangely, I never had dietary restrictions before. I only shook my head, hoping that I had been given bad quality food, not because I was accustomed to the food in Norea. At least, I can enjoy drinking tea on the balcony. I've had another meeting with the producers since we needed to make a graceful elimination for Stella, since her soulmate is Aaron. Now that the producers know, no one will try to twist the story about Stella's sudden elimination. After the producers left, I asked for another cup of tea so I could enjoy the beautiful August weather peacefully. Of course, I asked them to pour some tea for themselves. As I was drinking my tea, my ears picked up one of the contestants' conversations as they walked down the hallway. I think the conditions here are decent, one participant hesitantly stated. You think it's decent? My home has better conditions than these. They would always cater to Princess Evelyn's needs. She even has her entourage, while we can barely ask for an extra cup of coffee. The second person complained that there were other voices who agreed with the second person. I put down the cup of tea on the table and sighed. Ugh, speaking of Princess Evelyn, she acts like a know-it-all. Why would a future queen need advice from the princess anyway? The first voice who spoke earlier added. I gestured to my assistant to invite participants to the balcony. In a few seconds, there were a total of 5 people who were talking badly about the conditions and me. Overall, I can understand the concerns about conditions, but it's not that they would prefer the conditions 200 years after the last queen's selection happened. Amongst the participants were Leslie, Angelica, Michelle, and Kimberly's sister, who were coming from different backgrounds and were the most impressive contestants. My assistants didn't hesitate to spare a judgmental look at those candidates. For potential queen candidates, you all seem to be ignorant of your surroundings and your actions. I first commented. Leslie and Angelica bowed their heads and apologized, but Michelle didn't follow suit, which I can easily deduce that she was the one who was complaining. When one of you becomes a queen, you will be viewed in a magnifying glass, and the halls that you will walk in will have ears. If you slip up, you will be heavily criticized. I calmly lectured at first. After all, I wanted them to become a queen who would bring unimaginable prosperity to werewolves. I looked at Michelle and I gave a sympathetic yet mocking gaze. I understand that you are very homesick, Michelle, I replied sweetly and sympathetically. For a moment, Michelle was flabbergasted by my sweet reply. The only thing you have to do is ask. I can easily arrange a trip back home. After the second sentence, everyone got a whiff of what I meant. Are you asking me to drop out of the competition? Michelle visibly scowled. I gently smiled at her. I think it will be the best for you. I understand some people are a little weak-hearted to go through the queen selection. I tried to show her that I was sympathetic to Michelle. Thank you for your recommendation, Your Highness. But I will continue to participate in the selection. She spoke through her clenched jaw, and then she left. Then I looked at the remaining contestants. You may go now. Tonight you will have to present what you managed to learn through the entire week. I dismissed the other contestants. Once they left, one of them spoke up. The nerve of one of these contestants. My other assistant, who was with me, nodded in agreement. I didn't comment on it and continued drinking tea. The time went very quickly, and it was time for the participants to greet the guests. Before starting the competition, I wanted to congratulate Stella for finding a soulmate. From now on, she will be eliminated from the competition. Harry Swanson announced, and everyone clapped and congratulated the couple. The first contestants were those who received the easier languages, as they are barely fluent in any other language except their native one. As I expected, most of all did very well in the challenge. Now, the only one who is left is Michelle, since she's fluent in 5 languages, so it's important not to choose a language that's similar to what she knows. Then Harry Swanson reveals to the guests that Michelle will need to speak Japanese with. I was very shocked to see Kai. He never mentioned that he would visit me during the Queen's selection. Unfortunately, for the participants who had never met a siren, they were instantly allured by his charm. Kai started the conversation after noticing Michelle couldn't get it started. Michelle wasn't able to snap out of the charm and kept staring at Kai. But she hasn't said anything in Japanese. Even if you're charmed, you can still say hi in another language. He introduced himself in Japanese, but the awkward silence remained. I shook my head and sighed. There was a time limit on when a person could stay silent, and she seems to have exceeded that. Then Kai looked at me in confusion, and I sighed once again. You're disqualified, Michelle, I announced, and then Michelle snapped from her trance. I would have given her bonus points if she had at least spoken one sentence in Japanese while being mesmerized by Kai, but instead, she continued to stare at him. It's true you did exceed the time limit of silence. The host, Harry Swanson, agreed with me. You can't disqualify me without trying, Michelle argued. You knew the rules of the challenge, and you could have taken another approach instead of staring at my husband. Then the producers turn off the camera before the conflict gets out of hand. Nonetheless, producers and some of the judges agreed with me. Michelle didn't have any other choice but to leave the room. Chapter 44, Did you miss me? Kai whispered while hugging me. The producers finished filming the episode, so everyone felt more relaxed. I gently put my hand on his cheek and softly stroked his face with my thumb. Kai leaned in closer. Of course, I replied. I decided to take his hand and lead him to the room I'm staying in as people started staring at us because we displayed affection. I had questions that I wanted to ask Kai, but I didn't feel comfortable with other people listening to our conversation. Where are you taking me? Kai asked, seemingly expecting a more intimate moment. However, we would be spending time together later, but not right now. Somewhere private to talk, since after the challenge results, more people became curious about us. I chuckled as we arrived at my quarters. How long will you be staying? I asked Kai, knowing that he was busy with work and likely didn't have much free time. I plan to depart at the same time as you. Kai's answer surprised me. Why so? Did you delegate your work to Alan? I could imagine Alan might be a bit overwhelmed with the extra responsibilities. First of all, I missed you. I suffer when I can't spend days with you, my darling. It was Kai's turn to brush his fingers gently against my face. Secondly, I also came to check on how the new siren settlements are doing. I almost forgot about the project. Then Kai sat down on the sofa. And thirdly, it seems the number of female rogues has decreased over the past year, Kai informed, and I realized I hadn't mentioned the reason for this. I forgot to mention that the Werewolf Council had already been aware of the disappearance. I mentioned to him, and Kai sighed. If you had mentioned that earlier, we could have saved time and resources, Kai said softly as he calculated. There were many resources that could have been saved during our marriage if I had brought it up earlier. Are you upset with me for not telling you sooner? I asked Kai. He only smiled at me and gestured for me to sit on his lap. I happily obliged and sat on his lap as he wrapped his arms around me. Of course not. How could I be mad at you? It's my fault for not asking you earlier. Besides, it's never too late to adapt our plans. As he nuzzled my neck. The next day, I promised my father that I would visit him for dinner with Kai to celebrate Aaron and Stella finding each other. It was the first time Aaron and I were bringing our significant others to a family dinner. Before going to my father's house, I decided to visit Alpha Frank's grave. Kai chose to stay in the car since he had an important phone call and didn't want to interrupt my visit. There were still fresh flowers on Alpha Frank's grave, showing that pack members respected him after his death. Alpha Frank had been a fair leader who improved the living conditions in the pack and provided more opportunities for the members. Excuse me, are you Evelyn Bonnet? A well-dressed man in his 40s asked when I turned to him. Yes, I responded. He reached into his pocket and handed me a business card. I'm Richard Greywold. I was Alpha Frank's lawyer. I've been meaning to contact you, but you've been very busy. Richard explained. Contact me? For what reason? I asked, curious. Perhaps this involved our plan to establish an academic community in the Silver Forest Pack. After his death, he mentioned you in his will. Please visit my office when you have time. Was I mentioned in his will? This was new. I recalled that after taking up administrative duties, Alpha Frank often mentioned that I was more capable than Damian and wished I were his daughter. He had been like a father figure to me, but I didn't expect to be mentioned in his will. Richard left, and I spent a few more quiet moments at the grave before I returned to the car. Have you finished the phone call? I asked Kai. Sorry, I didn't come with you, but I didn't want to be loud in the cemetery. Kai apologized. Kai didn't know my family well, like I knew my in-laws, and he was less familiar with Alpha Frank than with my paternal side. I was just glad he agreed to come to the family dinner. It's all right. I smiled at him. Kai smiled back apologetically and held my hand. If my instincts were correct, Kai was probably thinking of ways to make it up to me. Soon, we arrived at the cottage. Father was pleased to see me, and I hugged him before he greeted Kai. Come on, everyone else is waiting for you too, Father cheerfully said. As soon as I stepped into the house, the smell of food hit me. Unfortunately, it wasn't pleasant. Before Kai could help me with my coat, I quickly made my way to the nearest bathroom. I opened the door and threw up into the toilet. Oh dear, does this happen often? Kai asked, helping me remove my coat to avoid staining it. Not always, but I'm just sensitive to smells lately, I replied weakly. I then heard the footsteps of my stepmother, who asked, "Is there a particular smell that stood out?" I baked a turkey, like I always do for family meals. "It's all right. Evelyn has been feeling sick for some time now. Please put something mild on her plate that doesn't have a strong smell," Kai reassured her. After my stepmother left, Kai turned to me. "Tomorrow, we're going to the clinic," he said, sighing as he helped me clean up. After a few minutes, I didn't feel the urge to vomit anymore, so I left the bathroom. When I returned to the dining room, I noticed the smell of food was much less strong. The windows were open to help clear the air. I smiled at the thoughtfulness, although I didn't have the energy to express my thanks. During dinner, Kai made sure I stayed hydrated, and he checked my forehead throughout the meal to make sure I wasn't feeling ill. After dinner, we were ready to head back to the chateau when Kai suddenly asked to stop at a nearby convenience store. "Why are we stopping at the store?" I asked. Kai smiled at me and then turned to his assistant. "Please buy a few pregnancy tests," Kai instructed. "Pregnancy tests?" I was shocked. "Well, how sure are you that you aren't pregnant?" "We were very busy on our honeymoon, so there's a chance you might be pregnant," Kai explained. My expression shifted. I hadn't considered the possibility of becoming pregnant. I wasn't thinking about parenthood just yet. On the other hand, I hadn't taken the test yet. There was still a chance I wasn't pregnant. Kai just held my hand. "No matter what, we'll figure it out," he comforted me, and I smiled. After we returned to our room, Kai hurriedly sent me to the bathroom to take the tests. There were multiple sticks from different brands to ensure I didn't get a false positive. I knew that I would need to go to the doctor for a checkup, as I couldn't ignore the symptoms I was experiencing. After a few minutes of waiting, the test showed that I was indeed pregnant. Chapter 45, I'm indeed pregnant. My voice was quiet and shook a little when I got out of the bathroom to tell Kai. At that time, Kai was pacing around the room while waiting for the result. Kai stopped and took a breath. "Then I will book an appointment with a gynecologist tomorrow," Kai told me calmly. His eyes showed excitement, but he was keeping composure in order not to overwhelm me. After all, the contract that I signed with him states that if I were to become pregnant, I have the full right to decide if I should keep the baby or not. "You should lie down and rest," Kai suggested. I listened to him and I lay on the bed while Kai went to my assistants to tell them about my dietary changes and also arrange the appointment. I was left alone in the room, which let me think about how I'm going to adapt to the new reality. Funny enough, I was a person who wanted to find a soulmate, but I never wanted to have kids instantly. Well, those were my thoughts when I first entered college. I wanted to do a lot of things while I was young. I'm still young. I'm only 25 years old. Nonetheless, during the 5 years, I managed to achieve many things that I'm proud of. I guess I don't mind becoming a mother. I will be imprinted anyway, and then I will have more than enough time to complete my other goals. Furthermore, if I gave birth to a child, the little one will have lots of opportunities and will receive the best education as a royal child should. I don't think the child will lack anything. Other than that, I don't mind raising a child with Kai. Since we both care for each other, the child will be raised in a happy family. I then smiled at the thought that Kai is playing with our future son or daughter. If I have a daughter, she will be my little student who will learn everything from me, and she will spoil Kai. If we have a son, then it would be the other things around. I smiled once again once I covered myself with a bedsheet. Maybe having a child isn't a bad idea. After like 30 minutes, Kai finally returned to our room. "Aren't you asleep yet?" Kai asked with a gentle tone in his voice. "Fall asleep in formal clothes?" I chuckled. Then Kai handed me my nightwear and told me to change. I complied with his request and went in my bathroom to wash off my makeup and do my night skin routine. Then I changed. I removed my clothes and changed into my lavender-colored nightwear. When I left the bathroom, Kai had already changed into his nightwear and he was lying on the bed. I lay down next to him, then I scooted closer to Kai and he wrapped his hands around me. "Kai," I softly called him. "Yes, my darling." Kai softly replied. "What do you think? Are you ready to become a father?" I asked him. Kai only smiled at my question, and then he kissed my forehead. "If you want to raise a child, then I will try to become the best father that I can, Kai answered as he hugged me tighter. As always, his answer didn't contain any of the pressure to choose any of the choices regarding keeping the child. I think I'm going to keep it. I softly informed Kai about my decision. Kai was about to close his eyes. You decided that quickly? Kai teased me, and then he continued. Regardless of the choice you will make, I will support your decision. But first, we will need to visit the doctor to check the health of our baby. I silently agreed to Kai's suggestion, and then we both fell asleep. The next morning, my assistant brought a drink and breakfast that would make my morning sickness easier. You know the interesting fact I found out yesterday? Kai asked me. I took a sip of herbal tea that doesn't contain caffeine. What did you find out? I asked Kai curiously. Your assistants knew that you might be pregnant because they switched your diet early on to make you feel less sick. Kai explained to me and then continued. After they noticed that with the new diet, you became less sick, they knew you were pregnant. I looked at Kai and then I put down my cup of tea on the table. Then why didn't they tell me, and why did I find out about it yesterday? I asked Kai. He only shrugged his shoulders. They thought that you knew that you were pregnant. I only frowned and said, if I knew about it, I could have at least saved time and energy when I was feeling sick. Well, it's not like I can do anything now. At least they changed my meal plan as soon as they suspected. One of the assistants knocked on the door before coming in. The High Priestess wants to meet you. Kai and I both looked at each other. I wasn't a religious person, so I didn't understand what kind of business I needed to have with a High Priestess. Looks like your status as a princess is taken so seriously that even the High Priestess seeks to make a connection. Kai teased me. I only sighed and stood up from the chair. I knew that the High Priestess would be visiting here, but I didn't expect her to want to meet me. Then the assistant led me to the nun who delivered the High Priestess request, and we followed the High Priestess to the room where she requested to talk. While we were walking through the hallway, I overheard some interesting gossip. Michelle is still participating because Damien has the right to save a contestant from elimination. Too bad that she wasn't eliminated. If she were Kimberly, she would feel humiliated. Oh well, I don't think she will stay here for long because people will judge her for her inability to participate in the challenge and doubt her competence to become a queen. Finally, I arrived at the drawing room where the priestess was waiting for me. The High Priestess was drinking tea at that time. Finally, I was able to meet you. I've heard you tend to have a busy schedule. I hope you don't mind me taking some of your time, Princess Evelyn. The High Priestess Agnesia elegantly spoke. Chapter 46. I didn't expect High Priestess Agnesia to be elegant. To become a High Priestess, you need to become a wise person whom people will want to seek out for advice. Thus, this is why the High Priestess exudes such a wise and calm aura, which in the end, can make the person elegant. Still, why did the person who spent years serving the moon goddess and who is also a highly respected individual come to visit me? To be honest, I've never expected that a highly regarded individual would want to meet me, I said without hiding surprise, but I still kept my composure. Agnesia's green eyes didn't show any reaction. She appeared to be about 40 years old, with blonde hair that had faded into silver. She didn't answer it at first as she was putting the cup of tea on the table. Does it also have to be a reason? Couldn't it have to be a matter of fate, Princess Evelyn? High Priestess Agnesia asked in amusement. My facial expression shifted to a more neutral one. Personally, even though I didn't mind people who chose to serve the goddess, I didn't like how they used fate and destiny to justify their reasoning. My rebellious mind wanted to accidentally splash the High Priestess robe with tea and call it a fate. Of course, I don't want to make an enemy after I've just met a person. I believe some decisions are under the person's control rather than an ethereal being, Your Holiness, I replied politely. Then continued, I would rather that people be straightforward with me than play word games. I don't have much time. High Priestess Agnesia sighed. Fine, I'll get to the point. You see, the situation is very peculiar. The one who is destined to become a queen is instead handling a selection of potential rulers. Before I could say anything, Agnesia interrupted me. I don't like playing mind games either. Before I say anything, it's worth mentioning that I'm able to see connections, even broken ones. High Priestess Agnesia revealed. So this is the case? I've heard that those who serve under the goddess are often granted the ability to predict prophecies or see the connection. Looking at her reaction and that of her disciples, I can conclude that she is earnest. I poured myself a cup of tea before answering. If that is the case, I'm not planning to change the connections. I don't know how I can help you, I said as I took a sip of the tea. You must have heard of prophecy about a queen who will dethrone and make her lover her king. I frowned at Agnesia's words. I understood that hint, but I hoped that I didn't need to resort to those methods. You see, I don't have a lover. I'm married. I pointed out the fact. High Priestess Agnesia once again sighed. Back then, our people cherished their soulmates and condemned folks who chose to reject their soulmates. Many things were omitted from the prophecy since the one who was enlightened with the gift couldn't understand the prophecy clearly. Agnesia explained. What most people forgot about the prophecy is that the queen ruling the kingdom with her lover is destined to prevent the disaster and bring prosperity. Finally, Agnesia stated. The new information I was given overwhelmed me. I didn't know how I should act. I have other things to worry about than thinking about how I could dethrone Damien. What if I don't want to become a queen? I mused. After all, I preferred being Princess of Norea to becoming a queen of werewolves and trying to clean up the mess that werewolves made. Sooner or later, you will have to lead werewolves. When that time comes, you will need supporters. I'm very sure of my predictions. I didn't have time to argue with the priestess because soon my other assistant found me and told me that Kai had been looking for me since it was time for our doctor's appointment. Looks like our conversation will end here. I have other appointments to attend to. I informed High Priestess Agnesia. No worries, but let me know when you will change your mind. Agnesia smiled, and she was confident in her predictions. I could only shake my head at how ridiculous this conversation was. Before I was about to leave, I stopped and asked one last question. If Moon Goddess made sure that wolves would meet their destined soulmates, but why does one reject the destined soulmate they received? I asked Agnesia. If there is no way to reject a soulmate, some people will take the gift for granted. Moon Goddess made the bonds to be delicate so werewolves could learn to cherish them. She recited the answer as someone who studied religion in detail. What about sirens? I questioned. The mating bond works in a manner opposite to that of werewolves. Once they imprint, there is no way of getting out of the mating bond, but sirens also have a choice to choose the soulmate they want to spend their life with. Sirens have a different god, who believes that one must face challenges first before settling with another. She explained. At that point, I didn't answer and just left the room. Perhaps it's worth taking a look at the Moon Goddess Testament that I always avoided and despised. After the appointment, I was a little tired, but Kai and I became happier when we could see the baby on our ultrasound. The baby was about 2 to 3 months old at that time. It was hard to determine the baby's gender since the baby was in an awkward position where it was hard to see its genitals. Now, at least I have prenatal vitamins. Would you like to have chamomile tea? Kai asked me affectionately, and I just nodded. I saw that the assistant came rushing to us, and I had a feeling that I wouldn't be able to get a good night's rest. The participant, Angela Moore, requested to meet you, Princess Evelyn. My assistant informed me. Looks like everyone wants to make connections with you, my dear, Kai commented. Is she waiting for me? I asked my assistant. Yes, she wanted to meet you, so she didn't mind waiting for you until you were available. My assistant explained. All right, tell her that I will come in 5 minutes. I went in front of the mirror to fix my clothes. Then Kai hugged me from behind. Maybe you should have asked her to come again tomorrow? I just want you to get a good rest, Kai whispered as he put his chin on my shoulder. I smiled and gently caressed his face. It's all right, I'll just go and see what you want to discuss with me, and then I will be done for today, I said to Kai before kissing him on the cheek. All right, just don't take too long, Kai told me as he kissed me on the temple. I asked my assistant to lead me to the room where Angela was waiting for me. As far as I remember, Angela comes from a traditional family. The pack is incredibly supportive of the idea of finding your soulmate and settling down with them. She is also one of the promising candidates for the queen. I heard that you've been waiting quite a long time for me. It's getting late, and I hope you will get straight to the point, I told Angela as I sat down on the soft chair. Angela had short blonde curly hair and blue eyes. She looked very angelic, coming from a traditional family. "I want to seek your support in the selections," Angela explained. "The day is becoming increasingly interesting." "My support?" I asked curiously. "The judges have already taken sides on who they are going to support, except for you, Princess Evelyn and Alpha Ryan, who expressed his wishes to remain neutral," Angela explained to me. "So the real battle for the Queen's throne has begun?" "Then, which participants are supported by judges Margaret and Kimberly?" I asked Angela. "Kimberly, of course, wants her sister to become the Queen, and Margaret wants Naomi to become the Queen, but also Judge Kimberly and Margaret reached an alliance since they are both from the left parties," Angela explained, and I looked out the window. The left party initiated the trend of rejecting the soulmate concept, opting instead for a partner who would match their status, in the hope that their offspring would have better resources. However, the left party tends to be more controversial than the traditional party. "Do I seem to support the traditional party?" I asked Angela in amusement. "I never expressed my stance on werewolves' politics since I'm a Nalorian princess, and I should be more concerned for Norea." "No, Your Highness. I'm not aware of your political stance," Angela timidly replied. I said something as I looked out the window to see that some stars were forming. "If you want my support, then I'm curious what you are willing to offer?" I asked Angela. "If I had to take a side, I don't want to help someone for free. In case of failure, my pack is willing to open connections with Norea. If I were to become a queen, then not only will I welcome more delegates from Norea, but I will be willing to do other favors. The offer is quite good since if we fail, Angela's pack occupies a significant territory in Canada, and I've heard they also control the mines. All right, I will tell you my decision tomorrow. You should also go and rest since you will need energy for the competition." I told Angela and left the room. I suppose I have a lot to think about for today. Chapter 47. Luckily, today, many of the filming crew have a day off, meaning there will be no filming today, so I can easily rest. I turn to the other side to see that it's empty. Judging by the scent, I can conclude that Kai left a few hours earlier. But there was only a note on the pillow. I gently picked up the note that Kai wrote. "I have a meeting with the human governor. While I'm gone, make sure you take plenty of rest and don't forget to pamper yourself." I sighed. Unfortunately, I couldn't pamper myself today because I still had things to do. I went to the bathroom to take a shower and get dressed for the day. Then I had breakfast delivered to my room, and I began reviewing the tasks I needed to complete. I also looked at the recent news and saw that public opinion of Michelle is dwindling due to the language challenge. Many people were frustrated that she couldn't maintain composure in front of Kai, yet she still wants to be Damien's partner. Many were dissatisfied that she was saved from elimination. I only shook my head. I knew that this would happen. Luckily, after I finished my breakfast, my assistants arrived. "I need you to contact Werewolf Media and ask them to publish an article about Leslie and Angela that will make people praise them," I instructed my assistants. When Angela asked me to support her, I realized that Leslie would be left without support because she was a rogue. I pitied her because she had a lot of potential. If she doesn't become a queen, I'm thinking of offering a position of lady-in-waiting. Regardless, both of the contestants are praiseworthy. Angela has participated in various charities and volunteered in many organizations, a fact that should be known by everyone. While Leslie, despite her background, was a quick learner, she showed tremendous progress during the selection process. I'm sure people will see her as an independent and adaptable leader. One of my assistants left, and then I turned to another assistant. "Please inform the driver to prepare the car. I will be visiting Richard Swanson's office." I gave instructions to my other assistant. Before heading out, I brushed my hair and sprayed black opium perfume by Yves Saint Laurent. Today was windy, so I chose to wear a brown Burberry raincoat. Then my assistant came back and informed me that the car was ready. I went downstairs. I was greeted by a few participants on my way down, and I got into the car that had been prepared for me. Luckily, his office was not far from the chateau. Once I entered the building, the receptionist recognized me and quickly informed Richard of my arrival over the phone. Since Richard was busy with his client, the The receptionist prepared a cup of coffee for me. I almost accepted the coffee, but I remembered I was pregnant and quickly asked for water instead. Finally, Richard finished talking with the client and invited me to his office. I apologize for making you wait, Princess Evelyn. Richard apologized. It's all right, I don't mind it, I replied politely. Now, can you tell me more about what you will mention? And why am I involved in Alpha's Frank will? I asked Richard out of curiosity. Alpha Frank had a lot of trust in you, so he bestowed upon you the power of changing alphas when needed, Richard explained as he gave Alpha Frank's will. I covered my mouth when I read the will. I couldn't believe what I've just heard. He gave his title to his son Damien, but if I don't see him fit as an alpha, I can replace him. I noticed that Alpha Frank treated me as if I were his daughter, but not to the point that I could take away power from Damien, his only son. However, I remember him telling me that I was more capable than Damien. Since Damian became the king of werewolves of North America, that means I have the power to dethrone the king. Or else what kind of king will he be if he doesn't have a pack? But still, why would he leave me with such a decision? I muttered, but Richard didn't hear me. Ultimately, I left the office in a state of confusion and disbelief. My driver was waiting for me, so I quickly returned to the chateau. I was walking up the stairs and passing by the hallway when my wolf hearing picked up familiar voices. My curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to eavesdrop on the conversation. Shouldn't I choose someone that I like? After all, I would need to marry the person I choose. I hear Damien saying this. Yes, but preferably you should choose someone who can match your status. I heard Margaret's voice. Then, for a few seconds, they go silent. As your mother, I never give you bad advice. This sentence made me silently gasp as I slowly retreated from the door. Never in a million years did I think that Margaret and Damien were related. I always thought that Damien's mother was dead since I was sure that if she were alive, she would be by Alpha's Frank's side. Back in my room, I asked that my assistants prepare chamomile tea. Although the doctor advised me to avoid drinking tea in large quantities today, I refrained from drinking any tea. And I can't just drink tea if I have a lot of things on my mind. Fortunately, Kai returned from the meeting, and I was able to distract myself from my thoughts. How was the meeting, my love? I greet him. Kai grins at me and walks up to me and kisses my cheek. It was good. Went better than I expected. Kai answers. Then Kai stops for a minute. A little birdie just told me that you didn't follow my suggestion. Kai exposed me, and I sighed in defeat. I couldn't rest when I had other things that I needed to do, I admitted, then continued. But since you are here, I will be able to rest. I looked at him. Being around Kai has always calmed me down. Not only does he have a calming scent, but he also lets me cuddle with him. Kai sighed and had no choice but to give in to my whims as he picked me up, put me on his lap, and wrapped his arms around my waist. Oh, darling, the more time I spend with you, the less I start to resist your wishes, Kai admits to me while he kisses my forehead. Chapter 48. So she ended up giving birth to Damien because she wanted her family's inheritance? I asked my father while looking at the glass of water. I wish I could have ordered a coffee, but my pregnancy isn't a diet that I could cheat on. When I found out about the relationship between Margaret and Damien, I was confused, so I asked my father since he was close to Alpha Frank. Indeed, Margaret hated the idea of settling with a partner, especially finding a soulmate. Her parents have practiced the opposite philosophy, and to receive an inheritance from her grandparents, she must look like she is settling down. My father explained in detail. Funny enough, even though she hated settling down with her soulmate, with whom she had a kid, she recently married a widowed alpha who is rich and holds a powerful position in the council. My father sighed. I guess that explains a lot why we didn't have Luna at our pack, and also makes sense why Damien preferred to travel to another pack on the holidays rather than spending them here. As far as I know, the territory that Damien was sent to after the party incident is in Margaret's husband's territory. Looks like Damien didn't have an easy childhood either. I sighed at the thought. Then my expression changed. I shouldn't make excuses for him. The past shouldn't dictate our actions. I was still embarrassed that I had asked him to reconsider his action after he had rejected me. How is Damian as an alpha? I asked my father. When we worked together, I didn't have enough time to observe his ability, and by that time, my thoughts would often be occupied by Kai. His abilities are below what I have expected. Aaron and Eric are more reliable than Damien himself. My father sighed in disappointment. Aaron and Eric do most of the work, while Damien is just doing representational duties. The pack's profits started going down once Damien took over the position. Father explained to me. As a king who just does representational duties, it sounds rather troublesome. I hope that Damien would either find his soulmate or find a queen who will be reliable, and that will also encourage Damien to work harder. At that point, I decided not to say anything. Anyhow, did you go to the doctor after that dinner? My father decided to change his topic. Yes. I awkwardly answered. I'm always awkward about informing about personal news. I didn't expect to have to tell my father earlier than expected. I wanted to enjoy a little bit of pregnancy with Kai before informing my parents. What did the doctor say? My father asked out of concern. He said that it's a normal reaction for a pregnant woman, and he also wrote me a prescription. I informed my father. My father looked confused at first. How is it normal if the doctor has to write a prescription? Wait. Then my father realized and stared for a bit. You're pregnant. I just nodded in confirmation and smiled. At that point, I had to ensure that my father wasn't too loud with excitement, as we were in a public area. After my father calmed down, I gave him a ride home. After I took my father to his destination, I heard a ringtone. I took my phone from my purse and saw that Kai had sent me a message that said, "Come to the restaurant that you once took me to on our first date." Then I instructed the driver to take me to the restaurant, and I replied to Kai that I would be there in 5 minutes. It's been a long time since I've been there. It still brings me warm memories when I remember it. When I finally arrived at the restaurant, it still looked the same as far as I remember it. I walked up to the receptionist. "Hello, my husband is waiting for me at the table." "Your husband's last name?" the receptionist asked. "Mr. Lorelei," I informed. Then the receptionist led me to the table where Kai was sitting. When the receptionist left, I kissed Kai on the cheek, and I sat down on the opposite side of the table. "How is father-in-law doing?" Kai asked me. "He is doing fine." I also received the news of my pregnancy. I answered with a smile. I've never seen my father so excited. "Oh, how did he react to it?" Kai asked me. "When I was on the way to you, he messaged me that he still can't believe that he is going to become a grandfather." Kai and I chuckled. "That's good. I'm just afraid my mother will react more dramatically to the point that she will organize a random festival in the name of the future grandchild." I chuckled. It is a very happy occasion for Empress Vivienne, as there hasn't been a royal grandchild in nearly 300 years. Then the waitress came and asked Kai to order food for me, so he ordered a fresh apple juice and carbonara pasta. "You know, I've been thinking maybe you should leave your position as a judge. I don't think that you should be working that hard since you are carrying our child." Kai expressed his concerns. I wanted to answer, but Kai interrupted. "If we do, we can have a second honeymoon on our way." This was one of Kai's methods in tempting me. "Where will we be staying on our second honeymoon?" I then decided to play along. "We will be staying in Dubai at the most famous hotel. I have a shore meeting there. If my intuition is correct, then we will be staying at the 7-star hotel." Kai's suggestions are very tempting, but I have a feeling that I will regret leaving the pack with that condition. "Tempting," I said with a sad tone. "But what?" Kai asked, his eyes showing concern. I sighed. I can't continue keeping things to myself. I just feel something fishy is happening in the pack. If I don't investigate during the important period, I might end up regretting it, I admit to Kai. He smiles at me and puts his hand on my hand. "I understand. If you need my help, please let me know. Just don't do things on your own. Don't be afraid to share some of your workload with me." Kai then comforts me. I smile at how Kai is understanding and caring towards me. I remember hesitating to interact with him because I knew he was romantically interested in me. Still, now I'm happy that I accepted his proposal on the balcony. Chapter 49, the upcoming challenge will require you to present a project. I explained to Leslie and Angela in a private drawing room. I stationed my assistants outside the area to prevent werewolves with enhanced hearing from eavesdropping on the conversation. For now, I need to be active on the selection while I'm trying to investigate whether I should take over the pack. Luckily, Kai agreed to let me use his intelligence network to get more information. He is currently working with my father. Angela and Leslie sat on the sofa, watching me as I provided information. This challenge is significant because it can leave a lasting impression on the werewolves. Then Leslie raises her hand. I thought that the complexity of the project is what matters and not the impression of people that determines the result. Leslie hesitantly asked, and Angela nodded in agreement. I sighed. There are many things for them to learn. As a future queen, you must have a good reputation amongst the people that you will rule. That's why this challenge is not about complexity. I stopped for a minute to catch my breath. It's a chance to show people that you are already a queen who is ready to lead people. When people see one of you as their queen, then it's just a matter of time before you become one. Then Angela interrupts me. You are telling us to win people's hearts first as soon as we can, so another contestant, even if they manage to become a queen, will have a harder time building a reputation? Angela asked, and I nodded. Then, finally, Leslie understood my plan. That can cause huge commotions if we lose a challenge, Leslie murmured as she unconsciously held her chin. Indeed. I smiled at them. The plan I created is risky, but the judges won't have a choice if Leslie and Angela overshadow the contestants they support. Then I take 2 envelopes from the table and hand them to Leslie and Angela. I have prepared topics for the projects that you should work on. Both Leslie and Angela open the envelope carefully. Establishing a department for managing disaster relief funds? Leslie slowly read and then looked at me for an explanation. Recently, the North American continent has been stricken with various natural disasters. Not only do humans suffer through this, but werewolves are also victims of this, and they tend to rely on the human government to receive compensation. Then Leslie nodded at my explanation. And reforming the werewolf's judicial system? Angela reads off her topic. We still use an old method, which is banishing werewolves from the packs. Then I took a breath. Kai will approve this part of my plan. As far as I know, he withdrew his hunters from the continent, and no one managed to catch one of his hunters. The only thing left is to adapt and create a new plan. Though my recommendation is not to focus on building more prisons, just focus on researching methods of rehabilitation, I suggested with a smile. Now, if you don't have any questions for me, you should go and prepare for the challenge. Oh, don't forget to work on public speaking skills. Charisma will play an important role in the challenge. I gave my last piece of advice for today. Luckily, they didn't have any questions. I was finally able to rest after I mentored Leslie and Angela. I was about to ask my assistant to bring me a cup of tea. Since I'm pregnant, I'm trying to drink only 1 cup of tea a day. Instead of bringing me the tea, my assistant got a reminder. Today is the meeting with the judges, Your Highness. My assistant Sally informed me. I looked away and tried not to frown. I almost forgot about it. I wish I could have skipped the meeting, but the competition had become intense. If I don't participate in the meeting, I'm afraid that I could miss important information. I wanted to know how confident the judges are. If they appear to be convinced, then they have something hidden under a card. I look at the mirror one last time before heading to the meeting area. This time, a meal was included in the meeting, unlike last time. I was worried that your food would go cold, but luckily you have arrived. Margaret expressed her fake consideration. I also made the most polite expression and answered. It seems I was late. I feigned my surprise while I sat down at the table. I didn't take acting courses back in the Mediterranean kingdom, and I was a member of the drama club for no reason. Then I asked the waiter to bring me water instead of the wine they served. Now, all of us were curious. What was your job with the press? Alpha Ryan, Margaret, and Kimberly looked at me to catch my reaction. I don't understand what you mean, Margaret. I calmly reply as I try the salad. Recently, the public opinion wasn't favorable to Michelle, yet it was more favorable towards Leslie and Angela, Kimberly informed while she was trying to compose herself. She was suspicious of me. Public reaction seems to be natural since she was saved from elimination, and her sister is also a judge. You have to understand the people because they don't take lightly to the selections that are rigged. In the last part of the sentence, both Margaret and Kimberly flinched. Let's not go there. Margaret awkwardly laughed as she was trying to divert the topic. Though I do have one question. Alpha Ryan voiced. As far as I know, you weren't exactly known as a traditionalist, Princess Evelyn. Why did you decide to support Ella, whose family is known to be a strong Rig supporter? Alpha Ryan questioned. As I slowly chewed on a salad, I contemplated whether I should throw a fake reason card. I don't have any political reasons for that. She looks very similar to Damian's soulmate. I replied innocently. No one expected this answer from me. Alpha Ryan was speechless and Kimberly was in disbelief. Of course, the most shocked person in the room was Margaret. Can you elaborate more on that? Margaret asked as soon as she managed to compose herself. I slowly chewed the salad, as it's considered rude to talk while eating. A few years ago, Damian's soulmate rejected him. As I started telling a fake story, I knew her. She has the same curly blonde hair. While my hair was also blonde, it was just naturally straight. Same blue eyes. I have brown eyes. As far as I know, she is now married to the Alpha from the European pack and has children. I finished my fake story without a hitch. It would make Margaret busier in trying to investigate the person I described as Damian's soulmate. That would make her stop paying attention to what I do behind the scenes. And you know this because? Kimberly was now only half suspicious. Because Damian is my childhood friend, of course, I replied with a smile. Chapter 50 Damian's POV. I can't forget the moment when her expression mixed anger with sadness. Even the rain couldn't cover it. As much as the rain wanted to cover her teary eyes, it couldn't. Although her expression told otherwise, her voice was firm and demanded that I reconsider. Then her voice became softer, asking for a chance to work things out. While I stood silently, like a statue, glued to the pavement, I wished I could have comforted her, but my hands felt like they were glued together. If I comforted her during the rejection, wouldn't it seem a little bit hypocritical? I could only feel my wolf's anger towards my actions. After rejecting her, I had a flashback of memories from when we were both 4 years old, of how we played together and made a pinky promise. That was until she left the pack, and for a while, I didn't see her anymore. And I started to forget those precious moments. When she returned as a teenager, her entire personality had changed. She would be cold to her family members, but to my father and her mother, she would act sweet. At that point, I considered her intimidating due to her rapid rise to popularity and the presidency of the school council. Moreover, if someone wronged her, she could quickly devise a scheme to bring about their downfall. I was then hesitant to approach her. Back then, I was a coward who was afraid to get to know her more. I was an idiot. Choose someone obedient rather than capable. If you choose the capable person, you won't know when your soulmate can backstab you. My mother's advice rang. Or you might become her dog. Another mother's advice came to mind. Perhaps I would have been happier to be a dog rather than a king who is trapped by a huge responsibility. After that, I left for university, and I didn't see her for a few more years. If I knew that the siren would seduce Evelyn behind my back, I would have tried to stop that from happening. Now, in the end, I'm suffering when I see both of them together. Marrying a siren, Evelyn went through another transformation. Now her face and eyes became brighter, her hair became more golden. As a princess, she became more confident and charming as if she were now a siren and not a werewolf. But when her soulmate arrived, I realized I needed to be more cautious. That siren would always be next to Evelyn when his free time allowed. He would always stand behind the scenes when Evelyn was being filmed. Sometimes he would get a little bold around Evelyn when he thought no one was looking at him. Then his eyes would trail to detect a reaction. She isn't marked yet. You could forcefully mark her, but how can I expect you to do such a thing if you're a coward? My wolf commented. My inner wolf is right. Even now I'm being a coward. I am afraid of the messy consequences that will result if I decide to follow the plan. Here are the papers you need to review, Alpha Damien. My second beta, Eric said as he handed me the papers. I can only sigh since the work has never ended. It's another shackle that keeps me down. Then I hear another knock on the door, and this time Aaron enters with another stack of paper and puts it on the table. Looks like this September is going to be very busy, Aaron commented, and Eric nodded. Luckily, Aaron and Eric didn't mind helping with the stacks of papers. While both enabled me to review the papers, they started chatting with each other. Any news from your sister? I've heard that she made the judges panic by starting a rumor. Eric asked Aaron. Unfortunately, I'm not aware of what kind of rumor. Aaron answered and then asked Eric. There is a rumor that Damien was rejected by the soulmate who had similar features to the contestant. I stopped reviewing the papers and looked at Eric. I was hoping that he wasn't joking. Are you serious right now? I asked Eric. I'm not joking. I'm even curious about it. Eric answered. Aaron sat quietly for a few seconds before muttering. Why would she do such a thing? Eric just shrugged. Well, she is your sister. I thought you knew more about the rumors. They're half-siblings. They didn't have a good relationship. After Evelyn left the pack, I befriended Aaron. However, when Evelyn returned, she developed a strong dislike for her stepmother and Aaron. Aaron would always complain that Evelyn was a nightmare to live with, as she would often disrespect his mother and would always call Aaron various names that would describe his illegitimate birth. I always thought that you were full-blooded siblings since you looked like twins. Eric was right. Even though they were half-siblings, with only a year between them, they could easily pass as twins. Well, we didn't get along before, but now our relationship has got better since she apologized for her actions, Aaron explained. I'm glad that her husband is treating her better, since now she seems happier. I almost wanted to break a pen, but I kept my composure. I guess this is the curse you get when you reject your soulmate. You tend to get jealous and start to regret more. Still, I want the actual truth. Did your soulmate reject you, Alpha Damien? Eric asked. No, I was the one who rejected her. I sighed, hoping that Eric would stop questioning me. Unfortunately, Aaron was able to put puzzles together in just a few minutes. Now I know why Evelyn started rumors. She wouldn't be able to do that if you hadn't rejected her. The secret was between both of you, otherwise Evelyn wouldn't start those rumors if she weren't confident about it. Aaron confronted. I can't continue working. These are the last words Aaron said before he left the office. Chapter 51. Back to Evelyn's PV. I just wanted to take a walk inside the chateau since my mind seemed to be occupied with a lot of things. Suddenly, I saw Aaron coming towards me. Before I knew it, he hugged me. His scent engulfed me, and I could feel the wool material of his sweater. I was very confused. Although we were getting along better, I still felt awkward when he hugged me. I touched his back to make it seem that I was returning the hug. What happened? It is rare for you to hug me like that, I asked while also making a joke. I found what you went through. Aaron quietly muttered. I didn't get what he meant. What are you talking about? I asked him. I know that Damien rejected you. He whispered to make sure no one was eavesdropping on the conversation. I was shocked. Not only that, but the reason he decided to come to me and hug me. I didn't know that he had such a caring side to him. Who else knows about it? I softly asked. Eric, but I will ask him to keep it a secret if you want, Aaron answers. Good. Aaron releases me and decides to tease me to change the topic. Looks like your husband has been feeding you very well. You are no longer as thin as a stick. I could only snort at his reply and his choice of the topic to switch to. Is this how you talk to your eldest and pregnant sister? I decided to rebuke him, and then Aaron's expression looked confused. Pregnant? He asked. Didn't our father tell you about it? I asked, and he shook his head. Well, it doesn't matter. I hope your husband is treating you well since you are carrying his child. Sometimes I feel like Aaron forgets that I'm the oldest and assumes the role of the older, protective brother. I sigh. I wish that I hadn't been mean to him when I came back. However, Stella struck a jackpot when she found a soulmate who accepted her and has a kind personality. Don't worry, it's treating me very well. At first, Kai didn't show his excitement because he wasn't sure whether I would keep the child or not. But now he would always make sure that I'm not overworking and that I'm not suffering from the symptoms of pregnancy. He also started doting on me more often. That's good. Aaron smiled at me. How is your relationship with Stella? I asked him. At the moment, we are taking slow steps, but now we are feeling growing stronger, Aaron informs me. That's great. I'm happy for you. Then Kai suddenly opens a door and takes a look. Now I was wondering who was chatting in the hallways. I thought you were going on the walk, Evelyn. Kai says with a smile. Then Kai greeted my brother and Aaron greeted Kai back. I planned to, but I met Aaron, I told Kai. Kai chatted with me a little bit more. All right, I won't interrupt your chat. Also, it started raining. If you plan to go outside, make sure to wear clothes that will protect you from rain. Kai reminded me. I will. I smiled, and then Kai closed the door. I hope he isn't possessive nor does he get easily jealous, Aaron says in a quiet voice, and I chuckle. Don't worry, he is treating me very well, I answer. Since I married Kai, he has never displayed over-possessive behavior. Of course, every man gets jealous, but he never blamed me for his jealousy. He would always voice his concerns, and I would answer him honestly. Though he tends to be clingy if I don't pay enough attention to him, usually, spending more time with him or sex makes him less clingy. I heard that sirens tend to be clingy with their significant other because their significant other isn't marked. After marking, the sirens become more relaxed. I chatted with Aaron for a little bit and then decided to take a walk inside the chateau. I wouldn't mind going for a walk in my wolf form, but it's raining and I get less and less of a need to shift in my wolf form. In a few minutes, I came back. Chapter 52. Here is the evidence that Father asked to deliver to you, Aaron told me as he handed me the pieces of evidence. Once I found out Margaret was Damien's biological mother, I asked my father to investigate if Damien had done any favors for his mother. Because I thought there was a reason why Alpha Frank trusted me more than Damien. I took the documents that Aaron brought me and thanked him. I opened the documents and started reading. Well, he is mishandling the assets. I whistled a little bit. This was only the first page, but there were more pages to follow. The first page showed that Damien was incompetent, but as I looked through more pages, my facial expression turned more serious. As I continued reading, I became increasingly anxious because he had declined several promising researchers' entries to the pack and then wrote recommendations for the pack that the current Margaret is Luna of. He was undoing the hard work of mine and Alpha Frank. However, the next page contained even worse information. He lent money to his mother's family because of the flood in Louisiana. The pack hasn't even started gathering taxes from other packs. Where does the money even come from? I commented angrily, but I knew that Damien used the pack's money. Luckily, since I was the one who set up Alpha Frank's pack server account, I still remembered his email and password. So I grabbed my laptop and entered his credentials. As I expected, I successfully accessed the cloud server. I quickly searched for the file that had a list of the money we lent. My heart dropped once I saw the list. The debt isn't listed in the file, I murmured in shock. It was clear that Margaret was using his son for her benefit. It wouldn't stop until Margaret usurps everything from this pack. As the councilwoman representing the left party, she is likely to do that. I can't let that happen to the Silver Forest pack. I must take action. What are you going to do now? Aaron asked me, and then I sighed. There is no choice but to dethrone Damien. I didn't want to use this method, but I had no other choice. You should talk to Eric and make sure that he is on my side, I instructed Aaron, and he nodded but didn't leave my room. Then I had the idea to call my father. My father was more acquainted with the pack's members than Damien himself. My father instantly picked up my call. Yes, Evelyn. Have you seen the report? My father asked. I've seen it, I guess I have no choice, but to ask another favor from you, I told him. I could hear his sigh on the phone. I expected this since you've read the report. What exactly do you need me to do? He asked. I need you to make sure that the pack members will be on my side after this, I explained to him. My father agreed to help me, and he ended the call. You know, if you take over the pack, there will be some consequences since you made Damien a king without a pack. You will also go against the council's wishes, Aaron explained to me. Looks like I don't need the council to support me if I have another group that is willing to support me, I replied with a smile. I asked my assistant, May, to contact Priestess Agnesia. Since it was harder to contact the priestess, I had to wait until her underling connected me to the priestess. Looks like I was destined to dethrone my soulmate? I ironically thought. When I was finally connected to the priestess, I apologized to her because I didn't believe her, and I almost acted rudely in front of her. It's not that I started believing in the moon goddess, but I needed to apologize to convince her to work with me. Luckily, Priestess Agnesia accepted my request. Of course, to use the church's influence, I needed something to give in return. I sighed in relief when I ended the call. Now, the church will convince the public that I was destined to overthrow, but in return, I will be able to give prosperity to the people of the northern continent, I sighed. Although you will receive the support of the public, you will still need military power to control the continent in case some of the Pack's rebels? Aaron reminded me, and I chuckled. Did you forget who my husband is? Then Aaron finally got the hint. Although it might be challenging to convince him, there's a possibility that we'll need to separate if our goals diverge. I hope it won't come to this since we have already activated the blood bond, and I'm already carrying his child. After giving further instructions to Aaron and my assistants, I sat alone in my room for a little while, and then I decided to take a walk down the hallway. In the hallways, I saw Kai returning from the conference room in the nearby hotel, as he had an essential online meeting. I'm glad that you came back, my love. I have something that I want to talk to you about. I greeted Kai and kissed him on the lips. Oh, I hope you are not hoping to divorce me. Kai teased me, and I chuckled. Of course not, I replied, and I took his hand and led him to the balcony so we could talk. The weather in September was very warm, but the sun started to set earlier. I still remember the scene when Kai was invited to the balcony and proposed. Kai managed to keep his promise and made sure that I didn't regret marrying. Kai, remember the day when you asked me to become your princess? I asked with a smile. Of course I do. It was the best day of my life, Kai replied, and I smiled more. Well, I have a similar offer. Then I paused and looked him in the eyes. Do you want to become my king? Chapter 53, it's almost the last episode of the selection, where soon Damien will have to choose the person that he wants to rule with. Unfortunately, this day won't come. I still feel guilty about promising Leslie and Angela that I would help them, and I managed to get them to the finals. However, in the end, they won't become a queen. The weeks have been busy for me since I needed to contact members who are part of the traditionalist party, rather than those from the left. That way, it would be easier to manage the situation if the council feels conflicted about my actions. To gain supporters, I need to do everything secretly, or else the other side will be prepared to counter my actions. That is why I decided to support Angela and Leslie and actively oppose Kimberly and Margaret. Kai has also been helping by preparing the troops in case the Packs want to attack us. This is the day when I make things right. Currently, I have secretly invited a few council members, the lawyer, key members of the Pack, and Priestess Agnesia. With my father's and Aaron's help, they made sure their visit would be kept a secret. Everything is prepared, Princess Evelyn. Now all of the witnesses are gathered in the room. Eric informed me. Good. Then please inform and invite Damien in. I asked Eric and he instantly went to find Damien. Looks like my plan begins now. I then went to the room and greeted all the people currently present to witness me officially take the title of Alpha. Then I sat down and waited for Damien. When Damien arrived, he was confused by the people present. What is happening? Damien asked. You were accused of mishandling the Pack's assets. Since your father entrusted me with the power of assigning the Alpha, I suggest signing the paper and in return, you will not be reported to the council for your crime. I explained to Damien, and then Richard Swanson explained Alpha Frank's will to Damien. Damien's expression changed, and he took a look at the paper that was on the table. Looks like you prepared very carefully and even prepared the witnesses' signatures, Damien commented. Are you going to sign or not? I firmly asked Damien. Then Damien sighed. Fine, give me the pen, Damien said, and Eric handed him the pen. Damien quickly signed and left the room. Then everyone in the room started to congratulate me for becoming the Alpha of the Silver Forest Pack. Of course, it didn't take long before Margaret knew about it. After about 15 minutes, Margaret barged into the room. "What is the meaning of this?" Margaret demanded. "There is a copy of the document that Damien signed and a copy of the Alpha's will. Please feel free to take a look." I politely gestured for them to take a look at the papers on the table. Margaret instantly grabbed the papers and started reading. "How long have you been planning to do this?" Margaret asked, still in disbelief at what had happened. "As soon as I found out that your son has been mismanaging my pack's assets. I wasn't afraid to reveal the information that I knew, and I wasn't scared to call Silver Forest Pack mine." Margaret's eyes have widened at the things I know. "Though, I have a question. Why have you gathered the support of the traditionalist?" Margaret asked. She wanted to know the details that she missed that made her plan go awry. "I presume you have heard the prophecy, Councilwoman Nightingale," Priestess Agnesia said, hoping that she would accept her destiny. It took Margaret a minute to piece the puzzle together. "No wonder," Margaret whispered. Then once again she looked at me. "I won't leave things like that," Margaret threatened, and then before leaving the room, she said, "You may have won the battle, but you still need to win a war, Evelyn." With that, Margaret left. After that, I once again thanked the guest for helping me. Then Aaron mind-linked me. "The crew members are now prepared to film your announcement. Since now I'm the alpha of the pack, I can mind-link with the pack's members." I could do that before I left the pack to marry Kai, but during the selection, I couldn't do that because I wasn't part of the pack. I gathered the papers and handed them to my assistant. I went to the main hall, where the cameras are stationed, and informed the producers that I was ready to film the announcement. Not only were the crew members there, but the participants were also confused by the lack of judges and the sudden announcement. Then I was given the signal that the cameras were on. "Dear werewolves of the North Continent, I'm here with a sudden announcement. Due to King Damien being found guilty of mismanaging the pack's assets, I will be taking the role as the alpha of the Silver Forest Pack." I've heard many people gasp behind the scenes. With that, the selection of the queen will have to abruptly end. Then the cameras stop filming. Then I face the participants. "Due to the abrupt end of the selection, I will pay for your trip back home. Please start packing your belongings." Then, before reaching the exit of the main hall, I stopped. "Oh, Leslie and Angela, come follow me. I have an offer that I would like to make for you both." Epilogue. I can't help but glance at our sleeping daughter. She sleeps so peacefully, but occasionally she likes to move her arms a bit. It's been 2 months since I gave birth to my precious daughter. I'm amazed at how tiny she is. Oh, if only she inherited Kai's unique eyes, but I don't mind her having my brown eyes. "Dear, you should let our dear Melissa sleep, rather than continue staring at her," Kai said in a quiet voice so as not to wake Melissa. Then he kissed me on the neck, the place he had imprinted on me. The touch of his lips sent tingling sensations around the neck. Kai got a point. Once you wake them up, it will be very hard to coerce them back to sleep. We learned the hard way. "I'm trying, but I cannot resist it," I replied, and Kai smiled sympathetically. Nonetheless, I listened to his advice. "You should rest while you can. She will wake us up at night," Kai advised, and I nodded in agreement. I obediently followed Kai to another room and quietly closed the door. After I took over the pack, I also received assets, including the beautiful chateau. During the selection, the chateau looked so soulless and cold. We undertook extensive remodeling not only to suit our tastes, but also to ensure we could live another century before needing another renovation to modernize the inner workings of a chateau. In the end, it has become a very warm place to live and raise our daughter. As always, we would both lie on the sofa and read books. I put my head on Kai's lap. It's our only moment in the day when we enjoy each other's company quietly. "Don't you want to take a nap?" Kai asked me affectionately. I shake my head. "No, I just want to enjoy your company a bit more," as I gently touch Kai's face, but Kai takes my hand and gently kisses it. I giggle at the gesture. A lot has happened since I took over the pack and became an alpha of the Silver Forest Pack and then the Queen of the North Continent. Of course, half of the pack refused to recognize me as the new ruler of the North Continent, but soon they managed to recognize me as the new leader, by using brute force, of course. The battle was bloody and messy, but with Kai's help, we managed to have the continent under our control. There was also a period when I had to split the territories that were destroyed and decide which neighboring pacts that supported me I should merge with. Will you attend tomorrow's audience? Kai asked me. I frowned a little bit. I have to admit that I didn't like having responsibilities ruling the continent. I prefer having responsibilities as the Princess of Norea while also having time to work on the research. Even though Kai would perfectly do this on his own, he has already helped me with a lot of things. It would be unfair for Kai to do most of the responsibilities when I am supposed to do my share. I'll go, I replied to him. Kai only had amusement in his eyes. You had such a funny expression on your face when you contemplated this. Kai smiles at me while stroking my hair. I only pouted at him. He then proceeded to stroke my cheek. Oh my dearest Evelyn, when I met you, I didn't know that we would be uniting werewolves and sirens together, potentially creating a new race. Kai's expression turned from amusement to sweet nostalgia. I smile and reply to him. Speaking of unity, when do we start paying taxes to Norea? I asked Kai. So far, Kai has been invaluable in using his knowledge and experience to solve the problems. He was a perfect ruler and a partner. I never knew that I enjoyed him being a king more than as a prince. To take control of the continent, I needed to rely on Kai's power. To utilize his army, influence, and wealth, which are closely tied to Norea. There was no better solution than to become a colony for Norea. The werewolf economy is so reliant on humans that it became a huge problem when the new virus started wiping humans out left and right. I have already started taking action to address the economy's issues, but it will take some time to resolve them. Until the treasury starts having profits, Kai said after he thought about it. Well, I'll be lucky if the treasury starts to bring profits shortly. However, some aristocrats/nobles are moving to the North Continent in search of new opportunities and are interested in investing. If the treasury starts generating profits, then Norea will likely take a significant portion of the profits. I can't complain since the Emperor and Empress were already generous by sending additional resources to the North Continent. Then I heard the knock on the door. I sat up properly because it would be a little inappropriate if I continued to lie on Kai's lap. Leslie came with the report. She greeted both of us and handed me the report. After the selection, I offered her a job as my assistant and promised that her siblings would be able to join the Silver Forest Pack. There is a report that now the Left Party is gathering forces for the rebellion, Leslie informs me as I read the report. All right, thank you for bringing the report, so you may go now. I thanked Leslie with a smile. Leslie politely nodded and left the room. Looks like they don't want to give up, Kai commented, and I nodded. Indeed. They used to hate outcasts and rogues, and now they have become the things they hated. I sighed, and Kai chuckled. We both knew that the rebellion wouldn't last that long.